A week on the Concord and Merrimack rivers *****. A week on the Concord and Merrimack rivers by Henry David Thoreau, author of Walden etc. Contents: Concord River, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Where thou sailest, who sailed with me, though now thou climbest loftier mounts, and fairer rivers dost ascend, be thou my muse, my brother. I am bound, for a distant shore, by a lonely isle, by a far azure. There it is, the treasure I seek, on the barren sands of a desolate creek. I sailed up a river with a pleasant wind, new lands, new people, and new thoughts to find. Many fair reaches and headlands appeared, and many dangers were there to be feared. But when I remember where I have been, and the fair landscapes that I have seen, thou seemest the only permanent shore, the cape never rounded, nor wandered o'er. Fluminac obliquis cinctit declivia rupis, qua, diversa locis, partim sorbenter ab ipsa, in mer paveniunt partim, campo recepta liberioris aqua, pro rupis littera pulsant. Ovid, Met. I-39. He confined the rivers within their sloping banks, which in different places are part absorbed by the earth, part reach the sea, and being received within the plain of its freer waters, beat the shore for banks. Concord River beneath low hills, in the broad interval through which at will our Indian rivulet winds, mindful still of sun-up and of squaw, whose pipe and arrow oft the plough unburies, here, in pine houses, built of new fallen trees, supplanters of the tribe, the farmers dwell. Emerson. The Musketaquid, or grass-ground river, though probably as old as the Nile or Euphrates, did not begin to have a place in civilized history, until the fame of its grassy meadows and its fish attracted settlers out of England in 1635, when it received the other but kindred name of Concord from the first plantation on its banks, which appears to have been commenced in a spirit of peace and harmony. It will be grass-ground river as long as grass grows and water runs here. It will be Concord River only while men lead peaceable lives on its banks. To an extinct race it was grass ground, where they hunted and fished, and it is still perennial grass ground to Concord farmers, who own the great meadows, and get the hay from year to year. One branch of it, according to the historian of Concord, for I love to quote so good authority, rises in the south part of Hopkinton, and another from a pond and a large cedar swamp in Westborough, and flowing between Hopkinton and Southborough, through Framingham, and between Sudbury and Wayland, where it is sometimes called Sudbury River. It enters Concord at the south part of the town, and after receiving the North or Assabeth River, which has its source a little farther to the north and west, goes out at the northeast angle, and flowing between Bedford and Carlisle, and through Billerica, empties into the Merrimack at Lowell. In Concord it is, in summer, from 4 to 15 feet deep, and from 100 to 300 feet wide, but in the spring freshes, when it overflows its banks, it is in some places nearly a mile wide. Between Sudbury and Wayland the meadows acquire their greatest breadth, and when covered with water, they form a handsome chain of shallow vernal lakes, resorted to by numerous gulls and ducks. just above Sherman's Bridge, between these towns, is the largest expanse, and when the wind blows freshly in a raw March day, heaving up the surface into dark and sober billows or regular swells, skirted as it is in the distance with alder swamps and smoke like maples, it looks like a smaller Lake Huron, and is very pleasant and exciting for a landsman to row or sail over. The farmhouses along the Sudbury shore, which rises gently to a considerable height, command fine water prospects at this season. The shore is more flat on the Wayland side, and this town is the greatest loser by the flood. Its farmers tell me that thousands of acres are flooded now, since the dams have been erected, where they remember to have seen the white honeysuckle or clover growing once, and they could go dry with shoes only in summer. Now there is nothing but blue joint and sedge and cut grass there, standing in water all the year round. For a long time, they made the most of the driest season to get their hay, working sometimes till 9 o'clock at night, sedulously paring with their scythes in the twilight round the hummocks left by the ice. But now it is not worth the getting when they can come at it, and they look sadly round to their woodlots and upland as a last resource. It is worth the while to make a voyage up this stream, if you go no farther than Sudbury, only to see how much country there is in the rear of us, great hills, and 100 brooks, and farmhouses, and barns, and haystacks, you never saw before, and men everywhere. Sudbury, that is Southborough men, and Wayland, and 9-acre Corner men, and Bound Rock, where 4 towns bound on a rock in the river, Lincoln, Wayland, Sudbury, Concord. Many waves are there agitated by the wind, keeping nature fresh, the spray blowing in your face, reeds and rushes waving, ducks by the hundred, all uneasy in the surf, in the raw wind, just ready to rise, and now going off with a clatter and a whistling like riggers straight for Labrador, flying against the stiff gale with reefed wings, or else circling round first, with all their paddles briskly moving, just over the surf, to reconnoitre you before they leave these parts, gulls wheeling overhead, muskrats swimming for dear life, wet and cold, with no fire to warm them by that you know of, their lay-bought homes rising here and there like haystacks, and countless mice and moles and winged titmice along the sunny windy shore, cranberries tossed on the waves and heaving up on the beach, their little red skiffs beating about among the alders, such healthy natural tumult as proves the last day is not yet at hand. And there stand all around the alders, and birches, and oaks, and maples full of glee and sap, holding in their buds until the waters subside. You shall perhaps run aground on Cranberry Island, only some spires of last year's pipe grass above water, to show where the danger is, and get as good a freezing there as anywhere on the northwest coast. I never voyaged so far in all my life. You shall see men you never heard of before, whose names you don't know, going away down through the meadows with long ducking guns, with watertight boots wading through the foul meadow grass, on bleak, wintry, distant shores, with guns at half-cock, and they shall see teal, blue-winged, green-winged, sheldrakes, whistlers, black ducks, ospreys, and many other wild and noble sights before night, such as they who sit in parlors never dream of. You shall see rude and sturdy, Experienced and wise men, keeping their castles, or teaming up their summers wood, or chopping alone in the woods, men fuller of talk and rare adventure in the sun and wind and rain, than a chestnut is of meat, who were out not only in 75 and 1812, but have been out every day of their lives, greater men than Homer, or Chaucer, or Shakespeare, only they never got time to say so, they never took to the way of writing. Look at their fields, and imagine what they might write, if ever they should put pen to paper. Or what have they not written on the face of the earth already, clearing, and burning, and scratching, and harrowing, and ploughing, and subsoiling, in, and out, and over, again and again, erasing what they had already written for want of parchment. As yesterday and the historical ages are past, as the work of today is present, so some flitting perspectives, and demi-experiences of the life that is in nature are in time veritably future, or rather outside to time, perennial, young, divine, in the wind and rain which never die. The respectable folks, where dwell they? They whisper in the oaks, and they sigh in the hay, summer and winter, night and day, out on the meadow, there dwell they. They never die, nor snivel, nor cry, nor ask our pity with a wet eye. A sound estate they ever mend to every asker readily lend, to the ocean wealth, to the meadow health, to time his length, to the rock's strength, to the stars' light, to the weary night, to the busy day, to the idle play, and so their good cheer never ends, for all are their debtors, and all their friends. Concord River is remarkable for the gentleness of its current, which is scarcely perceptible, and some have referred to its influence the proverbial moderation of the inhabitants of Concord, as exhibited in the Revolution, and on later occasions. It has been proposed that the town should adopt for its coat of arms a field verdant, with the Concord circling 9 times round. I have read that a descent of 1/8 of an inch in a mile is sufficient to produce a flow. Our river has, probably, very near the smallest allowance. The story is current, at any rate, though I believe that strict history will not bear it out, that the only bridge ever carried away on the main branch, within the limits of the town, was driven upstream by the wind. But wherever it makes a sudden bend it is shallower and swifter, and asserts its title to be called a river. Compared with the other tributaries of the Merrimack, it appears to have been properly named Musketaquid, or Meadow River, by the Indians. For the most part, it creeps through broad meadows, adorned with scattered oaks, where the cranberry is found in abundance, covering the ground like a moss bed. A row of sunken dwarf willows borders the stream on one or both sides, while at a greater distance the meadow is skirted with maples, alders, and other fluviatile trees, overrun with the grapevine, which bears fruit in its season, purple, red, white, and other grapes. Still farther from the stream, on the edge of the firm land, are seen the grey and white dwellings of the inhabitants. According to the valuation of 1831, there were in Concord 2,111 acres, or about 1/7 of the whole territory in meadow, this standing next in the list after pasturage and unimproved lands, and, judging from the returns of previous years, the meadow is not reclaimed so fast as the woods are cleared. Let us here read what old Johnson says of these meadows in his wonder-working Providence, which gives the account of New England from 1628 to 1652, and see how matters looked to him. He says of the 12th Church of Christ gathered at Concord, "This town is seated upon a fair fresh river, whose rivulets are filled with fresh marsh, and her streams with fish, it being a branch of that large river of Merrimack. Alewives and shad in their season come up to this town, but salmon and dace cannot come up, by reason of the rocky falls, which causeth their meadows to lie much covered with water, the which these people, together with their neighbour town, have several times essayed to cut through but cannot, yet it may be turned another way with £100 charge as it appeared." As to their farming, he says, having laid out their estate upon cattle at £5 to £20 a cow, when they came to winter them with inland hay, and feed upon such wild fodder as was never cut before, they could not hold out the winter, but, ordinarily the first or second year after their coming up to a new plantation, many of their cattle died. And this from the same author of the planting of the 19th Church in the Massachusetts government, called Sudbury, this year. Does he mean 1654? The town and Church of Christ at Sudbury began to have the first foundation stones laid, taking up her station in the inland country, as her elder sister Concord had formerly done, lying further up the same river, being furnished with great plenty of fresh marsh, but, it lying very low, is much indemned with land floods, insomuch that when the summer proves wet they lose part of their hay, yet are they so sufficiently provided that they take in cattle of other towns to winter. The sluggish artery of the Concord meadows steals thus unobserved through the town, without a murmur or a pulse beat, its general course from southwest to northeast, and its length about 50 miles, a huge volume of matter, ceaselessly rolling through the plains and valleys of the substantial earth with the moccasined tread of an Indian warrior, making haste from the high places of the earth to its ancient reservoir. The murmurs of many a famous river on the other side of the globe reach even to us here, as to more distant dwellers on its banks, many a poet's stream floating the helms and shields of heroes on its bosom. The Xanthus or Scamander is not a mere dry channel and bed of a mountain torrent, but fed by the ever-flowing springs of fame, and thou Simois, that as an arrow, clear through Troy rennest, ie downward to the sea, and I trust that I may be allowed to associate our muddy but much abused Concord River with the most famous in history. Sure there are poets which did never dream upon Parnassus, nor did taste the stream of Helicon, we therefore may suppose those made not poets, but the poets those. The Mississippi, the Ganges, and the Nile, those journeying atoms from the Rocky Mountains, the Himalaya, and mountains of the moon, have a kind of personal importance in the annals of the world. The heavens are not yet drained over their sources, but the mountains of the moon still send their annual tribute to the Pasha without fail, as they did to the pharaohs, though he must collect the rest of his revenue at the point of the sword. Rivers must have been the guides which conducted the footsteps of the first travelers. They are the constant lure, when they flow by our doors, to distant enterprise and adventure, and, by a natural impulse, the dwellers on their banks will at length accompany their currents to the lowlands of the globe, or explore at their invitation the interior of continents. They are the natural highways of all nations, not only leveling the ground and removing obstacles from the path of the traveler, quenching his thirst and bearing him on their bosoms, but conducting him through the most interesting scenery, the most populous portions of the globe, and where the animal and vegetable kingdoms attain their greatest perfection. I had often stood on the banks of the Concord, watching the lapse of the current, an emblem of all progress, following the same law with the system, with time, and all that is made, the weeds at the bottom gently bending down the stream, shaken by the watery wind, still planted where their seeds had sunk, but ere long to die and go down likewise, the shining pebbles, not yet anxious to better their condition, the chips and weeds, and occasional logs and stems of trees that floated past, fulfilling their fate, were objects of singular interest to me, and at last I resolved to launch myself on its bosom and float whither it would bear me. Saturday, come, come, my lovely fair, and let us try those rural delicacies. Christ's invitation to the soul. Quarles at length, on Saturday, the last day of August, 1839, we two, brothers, and natives of Concord, weighed anchor in this river port, for Concord, too, lies under the sun, a port of entry and departure for the bodies as well as the souls of men, one shore at least exempted from all duties but such as an honest man will gladly discharge. A warm drizzling rain had obscured the morning, and threatened to delay our voyage, but at length the leaves and grass were dried, and it came out a mild afternoon, as serene and fresh as if nature were maturing some greater scheme of her own. After this long dripping and oozing from every pore, she began to respire again more healthily than ever. So with a vigorous shove we launched our boat from the bank, while the flags and bulrushes courtesied a Godspeed, and dropped silently down the stream. Our boat, which had cost us a week's labor in the spring, was in form like a fisherman's dory, 15 feet long by 3½ in breadth at the widest part, painted green below, with a border of blue, with reference to the two elements in which it was to spend its existence. It had been loaded the evening before at our door, half a mile from the river, with potatoes and melons from a patch which we had cultivated, and a few utensils, and was provided with wheels in order to be rolled around falls, as well as with 2 sets of oars, and several slender poles for shoving in shallow places, and also 2 masts, one of which served for a tent pole at night, for a buffalo skin was to be our bed, and a tent of cotton cloth our roof. It was strongly built, but heavy, and hardly of better model than usual. If rightly made, a boat would be a sort of amphibious animal, a creature of 2 elements, related by 1/2 its structure to some swift and shapely fish, and by the other to some strong-winged and graceful bird. The fish shows where there should be the greatest breadth of beam and depth in the hold, its fins direct where to set the oars, and the tail gives some hint for the form and position of the rudder. The bird shows how to rig and trim the sails, and what form to give to the prow that it may balance the boat, and divide the air and water best. These hints we had but partially obeyed. But the eyes, though they are no sailors, will never be satisfied with any model, however fashionable, which does not answer all the requisitions of art. However, as art is all of a ship but the wood, and yet the wood alone will rudely serve the purpose of a ship, so our boat, being of wood, gladly availed itself of the old law that the heavier shall float the lighter, and though a dull waterfowl, proved a sufficient buoy for our purpose. Were it the will of heaven, an osier bow were vessel safe enough the seas to plough. Some village friends stood upon a promontory lower down the stream to wave us a last farewell, but we, having already performed these shore rites, with excusable reserve, as befits those who are embarked on unusual enterprises, who behold but speak not, silently glided past the firm lands of Concord, both peopled cape and lonely summer meadow, with steady sweeps. And yet we did unbend so far as to let our guns speak for us, when at length we had swept out of sight, and thus left the woods to ring again with their echoes, and it may be many russet-clad children, lurking in those broad meadows, with the bittern and the woodcock and the rail, though wholly concealed by brakes and hardock and meadow sweet, heard our salute that afternoon. We were soon floating past the first regular battle-ground of the Revolution, resting on our oars between the still visible abutments of that north bridge over which in April, 1775, rolled the first faint tide of that war, which ceased not, till, as we read on the stone on our right, it gave peace to these United States. As a Concord poet has sung, by the rude bridge that arched the flood, their flag to April's breeze unfurled, here once the embattled farmers stood, and fired the shot heard round the world. The foe long since in silence slept, alike the conqueror silent sleeps, and time the ruined bridge has swept down the dark stream which seaward creeps. Our reflections had already acquired a historical remoteness from the scenes we had left, and we ourselves essayed to sing. Ah, 'tis in vain the peaceful din that wakes the ignoble town, not thus did braver spirits win a patriot's renown. There is one field beside this stream, wherein no foot does fall, but yet it beareth in my dream a richer crop than all. Let me believe a dream so dear, some heart beat high that day, above the petty province here, and Britain far away, some hero of the ancient mould, some arm of knightly worth, of strength unbought, and faith unsold, honored this spot of earth, who sought the prize his heart described, and did not ask release, whose free-born valour was not bribed by prospect of a peace. The men who stood on yonder height that day are long since gone, not the same hand directs the fight and monumental stone. Ye were the Grecian cities then, the Romes of modern birth, where the New England husbandmen have shown a Roman worth. In vain I search a foreign land to find our Bunker Hill, and Lexington and Concord stand by no Laconian rill. With such thoughts we swept gently by this now peaceful pasture ground, on waves of Concord, in which was long since drowned the din of war. But since we sailed some things have failed, and many a dream gone down the stream. Here then an aged shepherd dwelt, who to his flock his substance dealt, and ruled them with a vigorous crook, by precept of the sacred book. But he the peerless bridge passed o'er, and solitary left the shore. Anon a youthful pastor came, whose crook was not unknown to fame. His lambs he viewed with gentle glance, spread o'er the country's wide expanse, and fed with mosses from the manse. Here was our hawthorn in the dale, and here the shepherd told his tale. That slight shaft had now sunk behind the hills, and we had floated round the neighbouring bend, and under the new North Bridge between Concord Seat and the Poplar Hill, into the great meadows, which, like a broad moccasin print, have levelled a fertile and juicy place in nature. On Concord Seat, since we took our way down this still stream to far Billericay, a poet wise has settled, whose fine ray doth often shine on Concord's twilight day. Like those first stars, whose silver beams on high, shining more brightly as the day goes by, most travellers cannot at first descry, but eyes that wont to range the evening sky, and know celestial lights, do plainly see, and gladly hail them, numbering 2 or 3, for lore that's deep must deeply studied be, as from deep wells men read star poetry. These stars are never paled, though out of sight, but like the sun they shine forever bright. They are suns, though earth must in its flight put out its eyes that it may see their light. Who would neglect the least celestial sound, or faintest light that falls on earthly ground, if he could know it one day would be found that star in Cygnus whither we are bound, and pale our sun with heavenly radiance round. Gradually the village murmur subsided, and we seemed to be embarked on the placid current of our dreams, floating from past to future as silently as one awakes to fresh morning or evening thoughts. We glided noiselessly down the stream, occasionally driving a pickerel or a bream from the covert of the pads, and the smaller bittern now and then sailed away on sluggish wings from some recess in the shore, or the larger lifted itself out of the long grass at our approach, and carried its precious legs away to deposit them in a place of safety. The tortoises also rapidly dropped into the water, as our boat ruffled the surface amid the willows, breaking the reflections of the trees. The banks had passed the height of their beauty, and some of the brighter flowers showed by their faded tints that the season was verging towards the afternoon of the year, but this sombre tinge enhanced their sincerity, and in the still unabated heats they seemed like the mossy brink of some cool well. The narrow-leaved willow, Salix persiana, lay along the surface of the water in masses of light green foliage, interspersed with the large balls of the button bush. The small rose-colored polygonum raised its head proudly above the water on either hand, and flowering at this season and in these localities, in front of dense fields of the white species which skirted the sides of the stream, its little streak of red looked very rare and precious. The pure white blossoms of the arrowhead stood in the shallower parts, and a few cardinals on the margin still proudly surveyed themselves reflected in the water, though the latter, as well as the pickerel weed, was now nearly out of blossom. The snakehead, Chelone glabra, grew close to the shore, while a kind of coreopsis, turning its brazen face to the sun, full and rank, and a tall dull red flower, Eupatorium purpureum, or trumpet weed, formed the rear rank of the fluvial array. The bright blue flowers of the soapwort gentian were sprinkled here and there in the adjacent meadows, like flowers which Proserpine had dropped, and still farther in the fields or higher on the bank were seen the purple Gerardia, the Virginian Rexia, and drooping Neotia or ladies' tresses, while from the more distant waysides which we occasionally passed, and banks where the sun had lodged, was reflected still a dull yellow beam from the ranks of tansy, now past its prime. In short, Nature seemed to have adorned herself for our departure with a profusion of fringes and curls, mingled with the bright tints of flowers, reflected in the water. But we missed the white water lily, which is the queen of river flowers, its reign being over for this season. He makes his voyage too late, perhaps, by a true water clock who delays so long. Many of this species inhabit our Concord water. I have passed down the river before sunrise on a summer morning between fields of lilies still shut in sleep, and when, at length, the flakes of sunlight from over the bank fell on the surface of the water, whole fields of white blossoms seemed to flash open before me, as I floated along, like the unfolding of a banner, so sensible is this flower to the influence of the sun's rays. As we were floating through the last of these familiar meadows, we observed the large and conspicuous flowers of the hibiscus, covering the dwarf willows, and mingled with the leaves of the grape, and wished that we could inform one of our friends behind of the locality of this somewhat rare and inaccessible flower before it was too late to pluck it, but we were just gliding out of sight of the village spire before it occurred to us that the farmer in the adjacent meadow would go to church on the morrow, and would carry this news for us, and so by the Monday, while we should be floating on the Merrimack, our friend would be reaching to pluck this blossom on the bank of the Concord. After a pause at Ball's Hill, the St. Anne's of Concord voyagers, not to say any prayer for the success of our voyage, but to gather the few berries which were still left on the hills, hanging by very slender threads, we weighed anchor again, and were soon out of sight of our native village. The land seemed to grow fairer as we withdrew from it. Far away to the southwest lay the quiet village, left alone under its elms and buttonwoods in mid-afternoon, and the hills, notwithstanding their blue, ethereal faces, seemed to cast a saddened eye on their old playfellows, but, turning short to the north, we bade adieu to their familiar outlines, and addressed ourselves to new scenes and adventures. Naught was familiar but the heavens, from under whose roof the voyager never passes, but with their countenance, and the acquaintance we had with river and wood, we trusted to fare well under any circumstances. From this point, the river runs perfectly straight for a mile or more to Carlisle Bridge, which consists of 20 wooden piers, and when we looked back over it, its surface was reduced to a line's breadth, and appeared like a cobweb gleaming in the sun. Here and there might be seen a pole sticking up, to mark the place where some fisherman had enjoyed unusual luck, and in return had consecrated his rod to the deities who preside over these shallows. It was full twice as broad as before, deep and tranquil, with a muddy bottom, and bordered with willows, beyond which spread broad lagoons covered with pads, bulrushes, and flags. Late in the afternoon we passed a man on the shore fishing with a long birch pole, its silvery bark left on, and a dog at his side, rowing so near as to agitate his cork with our oars, and drive away luck for a season, and when we had rowed a mile as straight as an arrow, with our faces turned towards him, and the bubbles in our wake still visible on the tranquil surface, there stood the fisher still with his dog, like statues under the other side of the heavens, the only objects to relieve the eye in the extended meadow, and there would he stand abiding his luck, till he took his way home through the fields at evening with his fish. Thus, by one bait or another, nature allures inhabitants into all her recesses. This man was the last of our townsmen whom we saw, and we silently through him bade adieu to our friends. The characteristics and pursuits of various ages and races of men are always existing in epitome in every neighborhood. The pleasures of my earliest youth have become the inheritance of other men. This man is still a fisher, and belongs to an era in which I myself have lived. Perchance he is not confounded by many knowledges, and has not sought out many inventions, but how to take many fishes before the sun sets, with his slender birchen pole and flaxen line, that is invention enough for him. It is good even to be a fisherman in summer and in winter. Some men are judges these August days, sitting on benches, even till the court rises. They sit judging there honorably, between the seasons and between meals, leading a civil politic life, arbitrating in the case of Spalding versus Cummings, it may be, from highest noon till the red vesper sinks into the west. The fisherman, meanwhile, stands in 3 feet of water, under the same summer's sun, arbitrating in other cases between muckworm and shiner, amid the fragrance of water lilies, mint, and pontederia, leading his life many rods from the dry land, within a pole's length of where the larger fishes swim. Human life is to him very much like a river, running i.e. downward to the sea. This was his observation. His Honor made a great discovery in bailments. I can just remember an old brown-coated man who was the Walton of this stream, who had come over from Newcastle, England, with his son, the latter a stout and hearty man who had lifted an anchor in his day. A straight old man he was who took his way in silence through the meadows, having passed the period of communication with his fellows, his old experienced coat, hanging long and straight and brown as the yellow pine bark, glittering with so much smothered sunlight, if you stood near enough, no work of art but naturalized at length. I often discovered him unexpectedly amid the pads and the grey willows when he moved, fishing in some old country method, for youth and age then went a-fishing together, full of incommunicable thoughts, perchance about his own Tyne and Northumberland. He was always to be seen in serene afternoons haunting the river, and almost rustling with the sedge, so many sunny hours in an old man's life, entrapping silly fish, almost grown to be the sun's familiar. What need had he of hat or raiment any, having served out his time, and seen through such thin disguises? I have seen how his coeval fates rewarded him with the yellow perch, and yet I thought his luck was not in proportion to his years, and I have seen when, with slow steps and weighed down with aged thoughts, he disappeared with his fish under his low-roofed house on the skirts of the village. I think nobody else saw him, nobody else remembers him now, for he soon after died, and migrated to new Tyne streams. His fishing was not a sport, nor solely a means of subsistence, but a sort of solemn sacrament and withdrawal from the world, just as the aged read their Bibles. Whether we live by the seaside, or by the lakes and rivers, or on the prairie, it concerns us to attend to the nature of fishes, since they are not phenomena confined to certain localities only, but forms and phases of the life in nature universally dispersed. The countless shoals which annually coast the shores of Europe and America are not so interesting to the student of nature, as the more fertile law itself, which deposits their spawn on the tops of mountains, and on the interior plains, the fish principle in nature, from which it results that they may be found in water in so many places, in greater or less numbers. The natural historian is not a fisherman, who prays for cloudy days and good luck merely, but as fishing has been styled a contemplative man's recreation introducing him profitably to woods and water, so the fruit of the naturalist's observations is not in new genera or species, but in new contemplations still, and science is only a more contemplative man's recreation. The seeds of the life of fishes are everywhere disseminated, whether the winds waft them, or the waters float them, or the deep earth holds them. Wherever a pond is dug, straightway it is stocked with this vivacious race. They have a lease of nature, and it is not yet out. The Chinese are bribed to carry their ova from province to province in jars or in hollow reeds, or the waterbirds to transport them to the mountain tarns and interior lakes. There are fishes wherever there is a fluid medium, and even in clouds and in melted metals we detect their semblance. Think how in winter you can sink a line down straight in a pasture through snow and through ice, and pull up a bright, slippery, dumb, subterranean silver or golden fish. It is curious, also, to reflect how they make one family, from the largest to the smallest. The least minnow that lies on the ice as bait for pickerel looks like a huge sea fish cast up on the shore. In the waters of this town there are about a dozen distinct species, though the inexperienced would expect many more. It enhances our sense of the grand security and serenity of nature, to observe the still undisturbed economy and content of the fishes of this century, their happiness a regular fruit of the summer. The freshwater sunfish, bream, or ruff, Pomotis vulgaris, as it were, without ancestry, without posterity, still represents the freshwater sunfish in nature. It is the most common of all, and seen on every urchin's string, a simple and inoffensive fish, whose nests are visible all along the shore, hollowed in the sand, over which it is steadily poised through the summer hours on waving fin. Sometimes there are 20 or 30 nests in the space of a few rods, 2 feet wide by half a foot in depth, and made with no little labor, the weeds being removed, and the sand shoved up on the sides, like a bowl. Here it may be seen early in summer assiduously brooding, and driving away minnows and larger fishes, even its own species, which would disturb its ova, pursuing them a few feet, and circling round swiftly to its nest again, the minnows, like young sharks, instantly entering the empty nests, meanwhile, and swallowing the spawn, which is attached to the weeds and to the bottom, on the sunny side. The spawn is exposed to so many dangers, that a very small proportion can ever become fishes, for beside being the constant prey of birds and fishes, a great many nests are made so near the shore, in shallow water, that they are left dry in a few days, as the river goes down. These and the lampreys are the only fishes' nests that I have observed, though the ova of some species may be seen floating on the surface. The breams are so careful of their charge that you may stand close by in the water and examine them at your leisure. I have thus stood over them half an hour at a time, and stroked them familiarly without frightening them, suffering them to nibble my fingers harmlessly, and seen them erect their dorsal fins in anger when my hand approached their ova, and have even taken them gently out of the water with my hand, though this cannot be accomplished by a sudden movement, however dexterous, for instant warning is conveyed to them through their denser element, but only by letting the fingers gradually close about them as they are poised over the palm, and with the utmost gentleness raising them slowly to the surface. Though stationary, they keep up a constant sculling or waving motion with their fins, which is exceedingly graceful, and expressive of their humble happiness, for unlike ours, the element in which they live is a stream which must be constantly resisted. From time to time they nibble the weeds at the bottom or overhanging their nests, or dart after a fly or a worm. The dorsal fin, besides answering the purpose of a keel, with the anal, serves to keep the fish upright, for in shallow water, where this is not covered, they fall on their sides. As you stand thus stooping over the bream in its nest, the edges of the dorsal and caudal fins have a singular dusty golden reflection, and its eyes, which stand out from the head, are transparent and colorless. Seen in its native element, it is a very beautiful and compact fish, perfect in all its parts, and looks like a brilliant coin fresh from the mint. It is a perfect jewel of the river, the green, red, coppery, and golden reflections of its mottled sides being the concentration of such rays as struggle through the floating pads and flowers to the sandy bottom, and in harmony with the sunlit brown and yellow pebbles. Behind its watery shield it dwells far from many accidents inevitable to human life. There is also another species of bream found in our river, without the red spot on the operculum, which, according to Ermagasites, is undescribed. The common perch, Perca flavescens, which name describes well the gleaming, golden reflections of its scales as it is drawn out of the water, its red gills standing out in vain in the thin element, is one of the handsomest and most regularly formed of our fishes, and at such a moment as this reminds us of the fish in the picture which wished to be restored to its native element until it had grown larger, and indeed most of this species that are caught are not half grown. In the ponds there is a light-colored and slender kind, which swim in shoals of many hundreds in the sunny water, in company with the shiner, averaging not more than 6 or 7 inches in length, while only a few larger specimens are found in the deepest water, which prey upon their weaker brethren. I have often attracted these small perch to the shore at evening, by rippling the water with my fingers, and they may sometimes be caught while attempting to pass inside your hands. It is a tough and heedless fish, biting from impulse, without nibbling, and from impulse refraining to bite, and sculling indifferently past. It rather prefers the clear water and sandy bottoms, though here it has not much choice. It is a true fish, such as the angler loves to put into his basket or hang at the top of his willow twig, in shady afternoons along the banks of the stream. So many unquestionable fishes he counts, and so many shiners, which he counts and then throws away. Old Jocelyn in his New England's Rarities published in 1672, mentions the perch or river partridge. The chivin, dace, roach, cousin trout, or whatever else it is called, Leuciscus pulchellus, white and red, always an unexpected prize, which, however, any angler is glad to hook for its rarity. A name that reminds us of many an unsuccessful ramble by swift streams, when the wind rose to disappoint the fisher. It is commonly a silvery soft-scaled fish, of graceful, scholarlike, and classical look, like many a picture in an English book. It loves a swift current and a sandy bottom, and bites inadvertently, yet not without appetite for the bait. The minnows are used as bait for pickerel in the winter. The red chivin, according to some, is still the same fish, only older, or with its tints deepened as they think by the darker water it inhabits, as the red clouds swim in the twilight atmosphere. He who has not hooked the red chivin is not yet a complete angler. Other fishes, methinks, are slightly amphibious, but this is a denizen of the water wholly. The cork goes dancing down the swift rushing stream, amid the weeds and sands, when suddenly, by a coincidence never to be remembered, emerges this fabulous inhabitant of another element, a thing heard of but not seen, as if it were the instant creation of an eddy, a true product of the running stream. And this bright cupreous dolphin was spawned and has passed its life beneath the level of your feet in your native fields. Fishes too, as well as birds and clouds, derive their armor from the mine. I have heard of mackerel visiting the copper banks at a particular season. This fish, perchance, has its habitat in the Coppermine River. I have caught white chivin of great size in the Aboljacnagizik, where it empties into the Penobscot, at the base of Mount Ktaadn, but no red ones there. The latter variety seems not to have been sufficiently observed. The dace, Leuciscus argenteus, is a slight silvery minnow, found generally in the middle of the stream, where the current is most rapid, and frequently confounded with the last named. The shiner, Leuciscus chrysalucus, is a soft-scaled and tender fish, the victim of its stronger neighbors, found in all places, deep and shallow, clear and turbid, generally the first nibbler at the bait, but, with its small mouth and nibbling propensities, not easily caught. It is a gold or silver bit that passes current in the river, its limber tail dimpling the surface in sport or flight. I have seen the fry, when frightened by something thrown into the water, leap out by dozens, together with the dace, and wreck themselves upon a floating plank. It is the little light infant of the river, with body armor of gold or silver spangles, slipping, gliding its life through with a quirk of the tail, half in the water, half in the air, upward and ever upward with flitting fin to more crystalline tides, yet still abreast of us dwellers on the bank. It is almost dissolved by the summer heats. A slighter and lighter colored shiner is found in one of our ponds. The pickerel, Esox reticulatus, the swiftest, wariest, and most ravenous of fishes, which Jocelyn calls the freshwater or river wolf, is very common in the shallow and weedy lagoons along the sides of the stream. It is a solemn, stately, ruminant fish, lurking under the shadow of a pad at noon, with still, circumspect, voracious eye, motionless as a jewel set in water, or moving slowly along to take up its position, darting from time to time at such unlucky fish or frog or insect as comes within its range, and swallowing it at a gulp. I have caught one which had swallowed a brother pickerel half as large as itself, with the tail still visible in its mouth, while the head was already digested in its stomach. Sometimes a striped snake, bound to greener meadows across the stream, ends its undulatory progress in the same receptacle. They are so greedy and impetuous that they are frequently caught by being entangled in the line the moment it is cast. Fishermen also distinguish the brook pickerel, a shorter and thicker fish than the former. The horned pout, Pymlodus nebulosus, sometimes called minister, from the peculiar squeaking noise it makes when drawn out of the water, is a dull and blundering fellow, and like the eel vespertinal in his habits, and fond of the mud. It bites deliberately as if about its business. They are taken at night with a mass of worms strung on a thread, which catches in their teeth, sometimes 3 or 4, with an eel, at one pull. They are extremely tenacious of life, opening and shutting their mouths for half an hour after their heads have been cut off. A bloodthirsty and bullying race of rangers, inhabiting the fertile river bottoms, with ever a lance in rest, and ready to do battle with their nearest neighbor. I have observed them in summer, when every other one had a long and bloody scar upon his back, where the skin was gone, the mark, perhaps, of some fierce encounter. Sometimes the fry, not an inch long, are seen darkening the shore with their myriads. The suckers, Catastome bostoniensis and tuberculati, common and horned, perhaps on an average the largest of our fishes, may be seen in shoals of 100 or more, stemming the current in the sun, on their mysterious migrations, and sometimes sucking in the bait which the fisherman suffers to float toward them. The former, which sometimes grow to a large size, are frequently caught by the hand in the brooks, or like the red chivin, are jerked out by a hook fastened firmly to the end of a stick, and placed under their jaws. They are hardly known to the mere angler, however, not often biting at his baits, though the spearer carries home many a mess in the spring. To our village eyes, these shoals have a foreign and imposing aspect, realizing the fertility of the seas. The common eel, too, Murena bostoniensis, the only species of eel known in the state, a slimy, squirming creature, informed of mud, still squirming in the pan, is speared and hooked up with various success. Methinks it too occurs in picture, left after the deluge, in many a meadow high and dry. In the shallow parts of the river, where the current is rapid, and the bottom pebbly, you may sometimes see the curious circular nests of the lamprey eel, Petromizon americanus, The American stonesucker, as large as a cartwheel, a foot or two in height, and sometimes rising half a foot above the surface of the water. They collect these stones, of the size of a hen's egg, with their mouths, as their name implies, and are said to fashion them into circles with their tails. They ascend falls by clinging to the stones, which may sometimes be raised, by lifting the fish by the tail. As they are not seen on their way down the streams, it is thought by fishermen that they never return, but waste away and die, clinging to rocks and stumps of trees for an indefinite period, a tragic feature in the scenery of the river bottoms worthy to be remembered with Shakespeare's description of the sea floor. They are rarely seen in our waters at present, on account of the dams, though they are taken in great quantities at the mouth of the river in Lowell. Their nests, which are very conspicuous, look more like art than anything in the river. If we had leisure this afternoon, we might turn our prow up the brooks in quest of the classical trout and the minnows. Of the last alone, according to Agassiz, several of the species found in this town are yet undescribed. These would, perhaps, complete the list of our finny contemporaries in the Concord waters. Salmon, shad, and alewives were formerly abundant here, and taken in weirs by the Indians, who taught this method to the whites, by whom they were used as food and as manure, until the dam, and afterward the canal at Billerica, and the factories at Lowell, put an end to their migrations hitherward, though it is thought that a few more enterprising shad may still occasionally be seen in this part of the river. It is said, to account for the destruction of the fishery, that those who at that time represented the interests of the fishermen and the fishes, remembering between what dates they were accustomed to take the grown shad, stipulated that the dams should be left open for that season only, and the fry, which go down a month later, were consequently stopped and destroyed by myriads. Others say that the fishways were not properly constructed. Perchance, after a few thousands of years, if the fishes will be patient, and pass their summers elsewhere, meanwhile, nature will have leveled the Billerica Dam, and the Lowell factories, and the grass-ground river run clear again, to be explored by new migratory shoals, even as far as the Hopkinton Pond and Westboro Swamp. One would like to know more of that race, now extinct, whose saints lie rotting in the garrets of their children, who openly professed the trade of fishermen, and even fed their townsmen creditably, not skulking through the meadows to a rainy afternoon's sport. Dim visions we still get of miraculous draughts of fishes, and heaps uncountable by the riverside, from the tales of our seniors sent on horseback in their childhood from the neighboring towns, perched on saddle-bags, with instructions to get the one bag filled with shad, the other with alewives. At least one memento of those days may still exist in the memory of this generation, in the familiar appellation of a celebrated train band of this town, whose untrained ancestors stood creditably at Concord North Bridge. Their captain, a man of piscatory tastes, having duly warned his company to turn out on a certain day, they, like obedient soldiers, appeared promptly on parade at the appointed time, but, unfortunately, they went undrilled, except in the maneuvers of a soldier's wit and unlicensed jesting, that May Day, for their captain, forgetting his own appointment, and warned only by the favorable aspect of the heavens, as he had often done before, went a-fishing that afternoon, and his company thenceforth was known to old and young, grave and gay, as the Shad, and by the youths of this vicinity this was long regarded as the proper name of all the irregular militia in Christendom. But, alas! no record of these fishers' lives remains that we know, unless it be one brief page of hard but unquestionable history, which occurs in Day Book No. 4, of an old trader of this town, long since dead, which shows pretty plainly what constituted a fisherman's stock in trade in those days. It purports to be a fisherman's account current, probably for the fishing season of the year 1805, during which months he purchased daily rum and sugar, sugar and rum, NE and WI, one cod line, one brown mug and a line for the seine, rum and sugar, sugar and rum, good loaf sugar and good brown WI and NE, in short and uniform entries to the bottom of the page, all carried out in pounds, shillings, and pence, from the 25th of March to the 5th of June, and promptly settled by receiving cash in full at the last date. But perhaps not so settled altogether. These were the necessaries of life in those days, with salmon, shad, and alewives, fresh and pickled. He was thereafter independent on the groceries. Rather a preponderance of the fluid elements, but such is the fisherman's nature. I can faintly remember to have seen this same fisher in my earliest youth, still as near the river as he could get, with uncertain undulatory step, after so many things had gone downstream, swinging a scythe in the meadow, his bottle like a serpent hid in the grass, himself as yet not cut down by the great mower. Surely the fates are forever kind. Though nature's laws are more immutable than any despot's, yet to man's daily life they rarely seem rigid, but permit him to relax with license in summer weather. He is not harshly reminded of the things he may not do. She is very kind and liberal to all men of vicious habits, and certainly does not deny them quarter. They do not die without priest. Still they maintain life along the way, keeping this side the styx, still hearty, still resolute, never better in their lives, and again, after a dozen years have elapsed, they start up from behind a hedge, asking for work and wages for able-bodied men. Who has not met such a beggar on the way, who sturdily could gang? Who cared neither for wind nor wet, in lands where'er he passed? That bold adopts each house he views, his own, makes every pulse his checker, and, at pleasure, walks forth, and taxes all the world, like Caesar, as if consistency were the secret of health. While the poor inconsistent aspirant man, seeking to live a pure life, feeding on air, divided against himself, cannot stand, but pines and dies after a life of sickness, on beds of down. The unwise are accustomed to speak as if some were not sick, but methinks the difference between men in respect to health is not great enough to lay much stress upon. Some are reputed sick and some are not. It often happens that the sicker man is the nurse to the sounder. Shad are still taken in the basin of Concord River at Lowell, where they are said to be a month earlier than the Merrimack shad, on account of the warmth of the water. Still patiently, almost pathetically, with instinct not to be discouraged, not to be reasoned with, revisiting their old haunts, as if their stern fates would relent, and still met by the corporation with its dam. Poor shad! Where is thy redress? When nature gave thee instinct, gave she thee the heart to bear thy fate? Still wandering the sea in thy scaly armor to inquire humbly at the mouths of rivers if man has perchance left them free for thee to enter? By countless shoals loitering uncertain meanwhile, merely stemming the tide there, in danger from sea foes in spite of thy bright armor, awaiting new instructions, until the sands, until the water itself, tell thee if it be so or not. Thus by whole migrating nations, full of instinct, which is thy faith, in this backward spring, turned adrift, and perchance knowest not where men do not dwell, where there are not factories, in these days. Armed with no sword, no electric shock, but mere shad, armed only with innocence and a just cause, with tender dumb mouth only forward, and scales easy to be detached. I for one am with thee, and who knows what may avail a crowbar against that Belarusia dam, not despairing when whole myriads have gone to feed those sea monsters during thy suspense, but still brave, indifferent, on easy fin there, like shad reserved for higher destinies. Willing to be decimated for man's behoof after the spawning season. Away with the superficial and selfish philanthropy of men, who knows what admirable virtue of fishes may be below low water mark, bearing up against a hard destiny, not admired by that fellow creature who alone can appreciate it. Who hears the fishes when they cry? It will not be forgotten by some memory that we were contemporaries. Thou shalt ere long have thy way up the rivers, up all the rivers of the globe, if I am not mistaken. Yea, even thy dull watery dream shall be more than realized. If it were not so, but thou wert to be overlooked at first and at last, then would not I take their heaven. Yes, I say so, who think I know better than thou canst. Keep a stiff fin then, and stem all the tides thou mayst meet. At length it would seem that the interests, not of the fishes only, but of the men of Wayland, of Sudbury, of Concord, demand the levelling of that dam. Innumerable acres of meadow are waiting to be made dry land, wild native grass to give place to English. The farmers stand with scythes wet, waiting the subsiding of the waters, by gravitation, by evaporation or otherwise, but sometimes their eyes do not rest, their wheels do not roll, on the quaking meadow ground during the haying season at all. So many sources of wealth inaccessible. They rate the loss hereby incurred in the single town of Wayland alone as equal to the expense of keeping 100 yoke of oxen the year round. One year, as I learn, not long ago, the farmers standing ready to drive their teams afield as usual, the water gave no signs of falling, without new attraction in the heavens, without freshet or visible cause, still standing stagnant at an unprecedented height. All hydrometers were at fault, some trembled for their English even. But speedy emissaries revealed the unnatural secret, in the new floatboard, wholly a foot in width, added to their already too high privileges by the dam proprietors. The 100 yoke of oxen, meanwhile, standing patient, gazing wishfully meadowward, at that inaccessible waving native grass, uncut but by the great mower Time, who cuts so broad a swathe, without so much as a wisp to wind about their horns. That was a long pull from Ball's Hill to Carlisle Bridge, sitting with our faces to the south, a slight breeze rising from the north, but nevertheless water still runs and grass grows, for now, having passed the bridge between Carlisle and Bedford, we see men haying far off in the meadow, their heads waving like the grass which they cut. In the distance the wind seemed to bend all alike. As the night stole over, such a freshness was wafted across the meadow that every blade of cut grass seemed to teem with life. Faint purple clouds began to be reflected in the water, and the cowbells tinkled louder along the banks, while, like sly water rats, we stole along nearer the shore, looking for a place to pitch our camp. At length, when we had made about 7 miles, as far as Billirshire, we moored our boat on the west side of a little rising ground which in the spring forms an island in the river. Here we found huckleberries still hanging upon the bushes, where they seemed to have slowly ripened for our especial use. Bread and sugar, and cocoa boiled in river water, made our repast, and as we had drank in the fluvial prospect all day, so now we took a draught of the water with our evening meal to propitiate the river gods, and whet our vision for the sights it was to behold. The sun was setting on the one hand, while our eminence was contributing its shadow to the night, on the other. It seemed insensibly to grow lighter as the night shut in, and a distant and solitary farmhouse was revealed, which before lurked in the shadows of the noon. There was no other house in sight, nor any cultivated field. To the right and left, as far as the horizon, were straggling pine woods with their plumes against the sky, and across the river were rugged hills, covered with shrub oaks, tangled with grapevines and ivy, with here and there a grey rock jutting out from the maze. The sides of these cliffs, though a quarter of a mile distant, were almost heard to rustle while we looked at them. It was such a leafy wilderness, a place for fawns and satyrs, and where bats hung all day to the rocks, and at evening flitted over the water, and fireflies husbanded their light under the grass and leaves against the night. When we had pitched our tent on the hillside, a few rods from the shore, we sat looking through its triangular door in the twilight at our lonely mast on the shore, just seen above the alders, and hardly yet come to a standstill from the swaying of the stream, the first encroachment of commerce on this land. There was our port, our Ostia. That straight geometrical line against the water and the sky stood for the last refinements of civilized life, and what of sublimity there is in history was there symbolized. For the most part, there was no recognition of human life in the night, no human breathing was heard, only the breathing of the wind. As we sat up, kept awake by the novelty of our situation, we heard at intervals foxes stepping about over the dead leaves, and brushing the dewy grass close to our tent, and once a musquash fumbling among the potatoes and melons in our boat, but when we hastened to the shore we could detect only a ripple in the water ruffling the disk of a star. At intervals we were serenaded by the song of a dreaming sparrow or the throttled cry of an owl, But after each sound which near at hand broke the stillness of the night, each crackling of the twigs, or rustling among the leaves, there was a sudden pause, and deeper and more conscious silence, as if the intruder were aware that no life was rightfully abroad at that hour. There was a fire in Lowell, as we judged, this night, and we saw the horizon blazing, and heard the distant alarm bells, as it were a faint tinkling music borne to these woods. But the most constant and memorable sound of a summer's night, which we did not fail to hear every night afterward, though at no time so incessantly and so favorably as now, was the barking of the house dogs, from the loudest and hoarsest bark to the faintest aerial palpitation under the eaves of heaven, from the patient but anxious mastiff to the timid and wakeful terrier, at first loud and rapid, then faint and slow, to be imitated only in a whisper, wow 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 wow, whoa, whoa, w. Even in a retired and uninhabited district like this, it was a sufficiency of sound for the ear of night, and more impressive than any music. I have heard the voice of a hound, just before daylight, while the stars were shining, from over the woods and river, far in the horizon, when it sounded as sweet and melodious as an instrument. The hounding of a dog pursuing a fox or other animal in the horizon, may have first suggested the notes of the hunting horn to alternate with and relieve the lungs of the dog. This natural bugle long resounded in the woods of the ancient world before the horn was invented. The very dogs that sullenly bay the moon from farmyards in these nights excite more heroism in our breasts than all the civil exhortations or war sermons of the age. I would rather be a dog, and bay the moon than many a Roman that I know. The night is equally indebted to the clarion of the cock, with wakeful hope, from the very setting of the sun, prematurely ushering in the dawn. All these sounds, the crowing of cocks, the baying of dogs, and the hum of insects at noon, are the evidence of nature's health or sound state. Such is the never-failing beauty and accuracy of language, the most perfect art in the world. The chisel of 1,000 years retouches it. At length the antepenultimate and drowsy hours drew on, and all sounds were denied entrance to our ears. Who sleeps by day and walks by night, will meet no spirit but some sprite. Sunday the river calmly flows, through shining banks, through lonely glen, where the owl shrieks, though ne'er the cheer of men has stirred its mute repose. Still if you should walk there, you would go there again. Channing. The Indians tell us of a beautiful river lying far to the south, which they call Merrimack. Siedemonts, Relations of the Jesuits, 1604. In the morning the river and adjacent country were covered with a dense fog, through which the smoke of our fire curled up like a still subtiler mist, but before we had rowed many rods, the sun arose and the fog rapidly dispersed, leaving a slight steam only to curl along the surface of the water. It was a quiet Sunday morning, with more of the auroral rosy and white than of the yellow light in it, as if it dated from earlier than the fall of man, and still preserved a heathenish integrity, an early unconverted saint, free from noontide or evening taint, heathen without reproach, that did upon the civil day encroach, and ever since its birth had trod the outskirts of the earth. but the impressions which the morning makes vanish with its dews, and not even the most persevering mortal can preserve the memory of its freshness to midday. As we passed the various islands, or what were islands in the spring, rowing with our backs downstream, we gave names to them. The one on which we had camped we called Fox Island, and one fine densely wooded island surrounded by deep water and overrun by grapevines, which looked like a mass of verdure and of flowers cast upon the waves, we named Grape Island. From Ball's Hill to Billa Meeting House, the river was still twice as broad as in Concord, a deep, dark, and dead stream, flowing between gentle hills and sometimes cliffs, and well wooded all the way. It was a long woodland lake bordered with willows. For long reaches we could see neither house nor cultivated field, nor any sign of the vicinity of man. Now we coasted along some shallow shore by the edge of a dense palisade of bulrushes, which straightly bounded the water as if clipped by art, reminding us of the reed forts of the East Indians, of which we had read, and now the bank slightly raised was overhung with graceful grasses and various species of brake, whose downy stems stood closely grouped and naked as in a vase, while their heads spread several feet on either side. The dead limbs of the willow were rounded and adorned by the climbing Mechinea scandens, which filled every crevice in the leafy bank, contrasting agreeably with the grey bark of its supporter and the balls of the button bush. The water willow, Salix persiana, when it is of large size and entire, is the most graceful and ethereal of our trees. Its masses of light green foliage, piled one upon another to the height of 20 or 30 feet, seemed to float on the surface of the water, while the slight grey stems and the shore were hardly visible between them. No tree is so wedded to the water, and harmonizes so well with still streams. It is even more graceful than the weeping willow, or any pendulous trees, which dip their branches in the stream instead of being buoyed up by it. Its limbs curved outward over the surface as if attracted by it. It had not a New England but an Oriental character, reminding us of trim Persian gardens, of Haroun al-Raschid, and the artificial lakes of the East. As we thus dipped our way along between fresh masses of foliage overrun with the grape and smaller flowering vines, the surface was so calm, and both air and water so transparent, that the flight of a kingfisher or robin over the river was as distinctly seen reflected in the water below as in the air above. The birds seemed to flit through submerged groves, alighting on the yielding sprays, and their clear notes to come up from below. We were uncertain whether the water floated the land, or the land held the water in its bosom. It was such a season, in short, as that in which one of our Concord poets sailed on its stream, and sung its quiet glories. There is an inward voice, that in the stream sends forth its spirit to the listening ear, and in a calm content it floweth on, like wisdom, welcome with its own respect. Clear in its breast lie all these beauteous thoughts, it doth receive the green and graceful trees, and the grey rocks smile in its peaceful arms. And more he sung, but too serious for our page. For every oak and birch too growing on the hilltop, as well as for these elms and willows, we knew that there was a graceful ethereal and ideal tree making down from the roots, and sometimes nature in high tides brings her mirror to its foot and makes it visible. The stillness was intense and almost conscious, as if it were a natural Sabbath, and we fancied that the morning was the evening of a celestial day. The air was so elastic and crystalline that it had the same effect on the landscape that a glass has on a picture, to give it an ideal remoteness and perfection. The landscape was clothed in a mild and quiet light, in which the woods and fences checkered and partitioned it with new regularity, and rough and uneven fields stretched away with lawn-like smoothness to the horizon, and the clouds, finely distinct and picturesque, seemed a fit drapery to hang over fairyland. The world seemed decked for some holiday or prouder pageantry, with silken streamers flying, and the course of our lives to wind on before us like a green lane into a country maze, at the season when fruit trees are in blossom. Why should not our whole life and its scenery be actually thus fair and distinct? All our lives want a suitable background. They should at least, like the life of the anchorite, be as impressive to behold as objects in the desert, a broken shaft or crumbling mound against a limitless horizon. Character always secures for itself this advantage, and is thus distinct and unrelated to near or trivial objects, whether things or persons. On this same stream a maiden once sailed in my boat, thus unattended but by invisible guardians, and as she sat in the prow there was nothing but herself between the steersman and the sky. I could then say with the poet, "Sweet falls the summer air over her frame who sails with me, her way like that is beautifully free, her nature far more rare, and is her constant heart of virgin purity." At evening still the very stars seem but this maiden's emissaries and reporters of her progress. Low in the eastern sky is set thy glancing eye, and though its gracious light ne'er riseth to my sight, yet every star that climbs above the gnarled limbs of yonder hill, conveys thy gentle will. Believe I knew thy thought, and that the zephyrs brought thy kindest wishes through, as mine they bear to you, that some attentive cloud did pause amid the crowd over my head, while gentle things were said. Believe the thrushes sung, and that the flower bells rung, that herbs exhaled their scent, and beasts knew what was meant, the trees a welcome waved, and lakes their margins laved, when thy free mind to my retreat did wind. It was a summer eve, the air did gently heave while yet a low-hung cloud thy eastern skies did shroud, the lightning's silent gleam, startling my drowsy dream, seemed like the flash under thy dark eyelash. Still will I strive to be as if thou wert with me, whatever path I take, it shall be for thy sake, of gentle slope and wide, as thou wert by my side, without a root to trip thy gentle foot. I'll walk with gentle pace, and choose the smoothest place and careful dip the oar, and shun the winding shore, and gently steer my boat where water lilies float, and cardinal flowers stand in their sylvan bowers. It required some rudeness to disturb with our boat the mirror-like surface of the water, in which every twig and blade of grass was so faithfully reflected, too faithfully indeed for art to imitate, for only nature may exaggerate herself. The shallowest still water is unfathomable. Wherever the trees and skies are reflected, there is more than Atlantic depth, and no danger of fancy running aground. we notice that it required a separate intention of the eye, a more free and abstracted vision, to see the reflected trees and the sky, than to see the river bottom merely, and so are there manifold visions in the direction of every object, and even the most opaque reflect the heavens from their surface. Some men have their eyes naturally intended to the one and some to the other object. A man that looks on glass, on it may stay his eye, or, if he pleaseth, through it pass, and the heavens espy. 2 men in a skiff, whom we passed hereabouts, floating buoyantly amid the reflections of the trees, like a feather in mid-air, or a leaf which is wafted gently from its twig to the water without turning over, seemed still in their element, and to have very delicately availed themselves of the natural laws. Their floating there was a beautiful and successful experiment in natural philosophy, and it served to ennoble in our eyes the art of navigation, for as birds fly and fishes swim, so these men sailed. It reminded us how much fairer and nobler all the actions of man might be, and that our life in its whole economy might be as beautiful as the fairest works of art or nature. The sun lodged on the old grey cliffs, and glanced from every pad. The bulrushes and flags seemed to rejoice in the delicious light and air. The meadows were drinking at their leisure. The frogs sat meditating, all Sabbath thoughts, summing up their week, with one eye out on the golden sun, and one toe upon a reed, eyeing the wondrous universe in which they act their part. The fishes swam more staid and soberly, as maidens go to church. Shoals of golden and silver minnows rose to the surface, to behold the heavens, and then sheered off into more somber isles. They swept by as if moved by one mind, continually gliding past each other, and yet preserving the form of their battalion unchanged, as if they were still embraced by the transparent membrane which held the spawn, a young band of brethren and sisters trying their new fins. Now they wheeled, now shot ahead, and when we drove them to the shore and cut them off, they dexterously tacked and passed underneath the boat. Over the old wooden bridges no traveller crossed, and neither the river nor the fishes avoided to glide between the abutments. Here was a village not far off behind the woods, Billa, settled not long ago, and the children still bear the names of the first settlers in this late howling wilderness, yet to all intents and purposes it is as old as Ferney or as Mantua, an old grey town where men grow old and sleep already under moss-grown monuments, outgrow their usefulness. This is ancient Billa, Villarica, now in its dotage, named from the English Billa, and whose Indian name was Shoreshine. I never heard that it was young. See, is not nature here gone to decay, farms all run out, meeting house grown grey and racked with age? If you would know of its early youth, ask those old grey rocks in the pasture. It has a bell that sounds sometimes as far as Concord woods. I have heard that, hear it now. No wonder that such a sound startled the dreaming Indian, and frightened his game, when the first bells were swung on trees, and sounded through the forest beyond the plantations of the white man. But today I like best the echo amid these cliffs and woods. It is no feeble imitation, but rather its original, or as if some rural Orpheus played over the strain again to show how it should sound. Dawn, sounds the brass in the east, as if to a funeral feast, but I like that sound the best out of the fluttering west. The steeple ringeth a knell, but the fairies' silvery bell is the voice of that gentle folk, or else the horizon that spoke. Its metal is not of brass, but air, and water, and glass, and under a cloud it is swung, and by the wind it is rung. When the steeple tolleth the noon, it soundeth not so soon, yet it rings a far earlier hour, and the sun has not reached its tower. On the other hand, the road runs up to Carlisle, city of the woods, which, if it is less civil, is the more natural. It does well hold the earth together. It gets laughed at because it is a small town, I know, but nevertheless it is a place where great men may be born any day, for fair winds and foul blow right on over it without distinction. It has a meeting house and horse sheds, a tavern and a blacksmith's shop, for centre, and a good deal of wood to cut and cord yet. And Bedford, most noble Bedford, I shall not thee forget. History has remembered thee, especially that meek and humble petition of thy old planters, like the wailing of the Lord's own people, to the gentlemen, the select men of Concord, praying to be erected into a separate parish. We can hardly credit that so plaintive a psalm resounded but little more than a century ago along these Babylonish waters. In the extreme difficult seasons of heat and cold said they, we were ready to say of the Sabbath, behold what a weariness is it. Gentlemen, if our seeking to draw off proceed from any disaffection to our present reverend pastor, or the Christian society with whom we have taken such sweet counsel together, and walked unto the house of God in company, then hear us not this day, but we greatly desire, if God please, to be eased of our burden on the Sabbath, the travel and fatigue thereof, that the word of God may be nigh to us, near to our houses and in our hearts, that we and our little ones may serve the Lord. We hope that God, who stirred up the spirit of Cyrus to set forward temple work, has stirred us up to ask, and will stir you up to grant, the prayer of our petition. So shall your humble petitioners ever pray, as in duty bound, and so the temple work went forward here to a happy conclusion. Yonder in Carlisle the building of the temple was many wearisome years delayed, not that there was wanting of shittim wood, or the gold of Ophir, but a site therefore convenient to all the worshippers, whether on Buttrick's plain or rather on Poplar Hill. It was a tedious question. In this Billershire solid men must have lived, select from year to year, a series of town clerks, at least, and there are old records that you may search. Some spring the white man came, built him a house, and made a clearing here, letting in the sun, dried up a farm, piled up the old grey stones in fences, cut down the pines around his dwelling, planted orchard seeds brought from the old country, and persuaded the civil apple tree to blossom next to the wild pine and the juniper, shedding its perfume in the wilderness. Their old stocks still remain. He culled the graceful elm from out the woods and from the riverside, and so refined and smoothed his village plot. He rudely bridged the stream, and drove his team afield into the river meadows, cut the wild grass, and laid bare the homes of beaver, otter, muskrat, and with the whetting of his scythe scared off the deer and bear. He set up a mill, and fields of English grain sprang in the virgin soil. And with his grain he scattered the seeds of the dandelion and the wild trefoil over the meadows, mingling his English flowers with the wild native ones. The bristling burdock, the sweet-scented catnip, and the humble yarrow planted themselves along his woodland road, they too seeking freedom to worship God in their way. And thus he plants a town. The white man's mullein soon reigned in Indian cornfields, and sweet-scented English grasses clothed the new soil. Where, then, could the red man set his foot? The honeybee hummed through the Massachusetts woods, and sipped the wild flowers round the Indian's wigwam, perchance unnoticed, when, with prophetic warning, it stung the red child's hand, forerunner of that industrious tribe that was to come and pluck the wild flower of his race up by the root. The white man comes, pale as the dawn, with a load of thought, with a slumbering intelligence as a fire raked up, knowing well what he knows, not guessing but calculating, strong in community, yielding obedience to authority, of experienced race, of wonderful, wonderful common sense, dull but capable, slow but persevering, severe but just, of little humor but genuine, a laboring man, despising game and sport, building a house that endures, a framed house. He buys the Indian's moccasins and baskets, then buys his hunting grounds, and at length forgets where he is buried and plows up his bones. And here town records, old, tattered, time-worn, weather-stained chronicles, contain the Indian Sakem's mark perchance, an arrow or a beaver, and the few fatal words by which he deeded his hunting grounds away. He comes with a list of ancient Saxon, Norman, and Celtic names, and strews them up and down this river, Framingham, Sudbury, Bedford, Carlisle, Billerish, Chelmsford, and this is New Angle land, and these are the New West Saxons whom the red men call, not Anglish or English, but Yankees, and so at last they are known for Yankees. When we were opposite to the middle of Billerish, the fields on either hand had a soft and cultivated English aspect, the village spire being seen over the copses which skirt the river, and sometimes an orchard straggled down to the waterside, though, generally, our course this forenoon was the wildest part of our voyage. It seemed that men led a quiet and very civil life there. The inhabitants were plainly cultivators of the earth, and lived under an organized political government. The schoolhouse stood with a meek aspect, entreating a long truce to war and savage life. Every one finds by his own experience, as well as in history, that the era in which men cultivate the apple, and the amenities of the garden, is essentially different from that of the hunter and forest life, and neither can displace the other without loss. We have all had our daydreams, as well as more prophetic nocturnal vision, but as for farming, I am convinced that my genius dates from an older era than the agricultural. I would at least strike my spade into the earth with such careless freedom but accuracy as the woodpecker his bill into a tree. There is in my nature, methinks, a singular yearning toward all wildness. I know of no redeeming qualities in myself but a sincere love for some things, and when I am reproved I fall back onto this ground. What have I to do with plows? I cut another furrow than you see. Where the ox treads, there is it not, it is farther off. Where the nigh ox walks, it will not be, it is nigher still. If corn fails, my crop fails not, and what are drought and rain to me? The rude Saxon pioneer will sometimes pine for that refinement and artificial beauty which are English, and love to hear the sound of such sweet and classical names as the Pentland and Malvern Hills, the cliffs of Dover and the Trossachs, Richmond, Derwent, and Windermere, which are to him now instead of the Acropolis and Parthenon, of B, and Athens with its sea walls, and Arcadia and Tempe. Greece, who am I that should remember thee, thy Marathon and thy Thermopylae? Is my life vulgar, my fate mean, which on these golden memories can lean? We are apt enough to be pleased with such books as Evelyn's Silver, Acetarium, and Calendrium Hortense, but they imply a relaxed nerve in the reader. Gardening is civil and social, but it wants the vigor and freedom of the forest and the outlaw. There may be an excess of cultivation as well as of anything else, until civilization becomes pathetic. A highly cultivated man, all whose bones can be bent, whose heaven-born virtues are but good manners. The young pines springing up in the cornfields from year to year are to me a refreshing fact. We talk of civilizing the Indian, but that is not the name for his improvement. By the wary independence and aloofness of his dim forest life he preserves his intercourse with his native gods, and is admitted from time to time to a rare and peculiar society with nature. He has glances of starry recognition to which our saloons are strangers. The steady illumination of his genius, dim only because distant, is like the faint but satisfying light of the stars compared with the dazzling but ineffectual and short-lived blaze of candles. The Society Islanders had their day-born gods, but they were not supposed to be of equal antiquity with the Atuo or Po, or night-born gods. It is true, there are the innocent pleasures of country life, and it is sometimes pleasant to make the earth yield her increase, and gather the fruits in their season. But the heroic spirit will not fail to dream of remoter retirements and more rugged paths. It will have its garden plots and its parterres elsewhere than on the earth, and gather nuts and berries by the way for its subsistence, or orchard fruits with such heedlessness as berries. We would not always be soothing and taming nature, breaking the horse and the ox, but sometimes ride the horse wild and chase the buffalo. The Indian's intercourse with nature is at least such as admits of the greatest independence of each. If he is somewhat of a stranger in her midst, the gardener is too much of a familiar. There is something vulgar and foul in the latter's closeness to his mistress, something noble and cleanly in the former's distance. In civilization, as in a southern latitude, man degenerates at length, and yields to the incursion of more northern tribes, some nation yet shut in with hills of ice. There are other, savager, and more primeval aspects of nature than our poets have sung. It is only white man's poetry. Homer and Ossian even can never revive in London or Boston. And yet behold how these cities are refreshed by the mere tradition, or the imperfectly transmitted fragrance and flavor of these wild fruits. If we could listen but for an instant to the chant of the Indian muse, we should understand why he will not exchange his savageness for civilization. Nations are not whimsical. Steel and blankets are strong temptations, but the Indian does well to continue Indian. After sitting in my chamber many days, reading the poets, I have been out early on a foggy morning, and heard the cry of an owl in a neighboring wood as from a nature behind the common, unexplored by science or by literature. None of the feathered race has yet realized my youthful conceptions of the woodland depths. I had seen the red election bird brought from their recesses on my comrade's string, and fancied that their plumage would assume stranger and more dazzling colors, like the tints of evening, in proportion as I advanced farther into the darkness and solitude of the forest. Still less have I seen such strong and wilderness tints on any poet's string. These modern ingenious sciences and arts do not affect me as those more venerable arts of hunting and fishing, and even of husbandry in its primitive and simple form, as ancient and honorable trades as the sun and moon and winds pursue, coeval with the faculties of man, and invented when these were invented. We do not know their John Gutenberg, or Richard Arkwright, though the poets would fain make them to have been gradually learned and taught. According to Gower, and Iredale, as Seth the Boak, first made net, and fish's toke. Of hunting eke he fond the chase, which now is now in many place, a tent of cloth, with cord and stake, he set up first, and did it make. Also, Lygate says, Jason first sailed, in story it is told, toward Colchos, to win the fleece of gold. Ceres the goddess fond first the tilth of Lond, asterisk 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 also, Aristus fond first the usage of mylke, and cruddies, and of honey swat, periods, for Greta vantage, from flints smote fui, daring in the root. We read that Aristus obtained of Jupiter and Neptune, that the pestilential heat of the dog days, wherein was great mortality, should be mitigated with wind. This is one of those dateless benefits conferred on man, which have no record in our vulgar day, though we still find some similitude to them in our dreams, in which we have a more liberal and juster apprehension of things, unconstrained by habit, which is then in some measure put off, and divested of memory, which we call history. According to fable, when the island of Aegina was depopulated by sickness, at the instance of Aeacus, Jupiter turned the ants into men, that is, as some think, he made men of the inhabitants who lived meanly like ants. This is perhaps the fullest history of those early days extant. The fable which is naturally and truly composed, so as to satisfy the imagination, ere it addresses the understanding, beautiful though strange as a wild flower, is to the wise man an apothegm, and admits of his most generous interpretation. When we read that Bacchus made the Tyrrhenian mariners mad, so that they leapt into the sea, mistaking it for a meadow full of flowers, and so became dolphins, we are not concerned about the historical truth of this, but rather a higher poetical truth. We seem to hear the music of a thought, and care not if the understanding be not gratified. For their beauty, consider the fables of Narcissus, of Endymion, of Memnon son of Morning, the representative of all promising youths who have died a premature death, and whose memory is melodiously prolonged to the latest morning, the beautiful stories of Phaeton, and of the sirens whose isle shone afar off white with the bones of unburied men, and the pregnant ones of Pan, Prometheus, and the Sphinx, and that long list of names which have already become part of the universal language of civilized men, and from proper are becoming common names or nouns, the Sibyls, the Eumenides, the Parcae, the Graces, the Muses, Nemesis, and C. It is interesting to observe with what singular unanimity the farthest sundered nations and generations consent to give completeness and roundness to an ancient fable, of which they indistinctly appreciate the beauty or the truth. By a faint and dream-like effort, though it be only by the vote of a scientific body, the dullest posterity slowly adds some trait to the mythus. As when astronomers call the lately discovered planet Neptune, or the asteroid Astraea, that the Virgin who was driven from earth to heaven at the end of the Golden Age, may have her local habitation in the heavens more distinctly assigned her, for the slightest recognition of poetic worth is significant. By such slow aggregation has mythology grown from the first. The very nursery tales of this generation were the nursery tales of primeval races. They migrate from east to west, and again from west to east, now expanded into the tale divine of bards, now shrunk into a popular rhyme. This is an approach to that universal language which men have sought in vain. This fond reiteration of the oldest expressions of truth by the latest posterity, content with slightly and religiously retouching the old material, is the most impressive proof of a common humanity. All nations love the same jests and tales, Jews, Christians, and Mahometans, and the same translated suffice for all. All men are children, and of one family. The same tale sends them all to bed, and wakes them in the morning. Joseph Wolfe, the missionary, distributed copies of Robinson Crusoe, translated into Arabic, among the Arabs, and they made a great sensation. Robinson Crusoe's adventures and wisdom, says he, were read by Mahometans in the marketplaces of Sana'a, Hodeidah, and Lohia, and admired and believed. On reading the book, the Arabians exclaimed, "Oh, that Robinson Crusoe must have been a great prophet." To some extent, mythology is only the most ancient history and biography. So far from being false or fabulous in the common sense, it contains only enduring and essential truth, the I and you, the here and there, the now and then, being omitted. Either time or rare wisdom writes it. Before printing was discovered, a century was equal to 1,000 years. The poet is he who can write some pure mythology today without the aid of posterity. In how few words, for instance, the Greeks would have told the story of Abelard and Helos, making but a sentence for our classical dictionary, and then, perchance, have stuck up their names to shine in some corner of the firmament. We moderns, on the other hand, collect only the raw materials of biography and history, memoirs to serve for a history which itself is but materials to serve for a mythology. how many volumes folio would the life and labors of Prometheus have filled, if perchance it had fallen, as perchance it did first, in days of cheap printing. Who knows what shape the fable of Columbus will at length assume, to be confounded with that of Jason and the expedition of the Argonauts. And Franklin, there may be a line for him in the future classical dictionary, recording what that demigod did, and referring him to some new genealogy. Son of, and he aided the Americans to gain their independence, instructed mankind in economy, and drew down lightning from the clouds. The hidden significance of these fables, which is sometimes thought to have been detected, the ethics running parallel to the poetry and history, are not so remarkable as the readiness with which they may be made to express a variety of truths. As if they were the skeletons of still older and more universal truths than any whose flesh and blood they are for the time made to wear. It is like striving to make the sun, or the wind, or the sea symbols to signify exclusively the particular thoughts of our day. But what signifies it? In the mythos, a superhuman intelligence uses the unconscious thoughts and dreams of men as its hieroglyphics to address men unborn. In the history of the human mind, these glowing and ruddy fables precede the noonday thoughts of men, as aurora the sun's rays. The matutin intellect of the poet, keeping in advance of the glare of philosophy, always dwells in this auroral atmosphere. As we said before, the Concord is a dead stream, but its scenery is the more suggestive to the contemplative voyager, and this day its water was fuller of reflections than our pages even. Just before it reaches the falls in Billerica, it is contracted, and becomes swifter and shallower, with a yellow pebbly bottom, hardly passable for a canal boat, leaving the broader and more stagnant portion above like a lake among the hills. All through the Concord, Bedford, and Billerica meadows we had heard no murmur from its stream, except where some tributary runnel tumbled in, some tumultuous little rill, purling round its storied pebble, tinkling to the self-same tune, from September until June, which no drought doth e'er enfeeble. Silent flows the parent stream, and if rocks do lie below, smothers with her waves the din, as it were a youthful sin, just as still, and just as slow. But now at length we heard this staid and primitive river rushing to her fall, like any rill. We here left its channel, just above the Billerica Falls, and entered the canal, which runs, or rather is conducted, 6 miles through the woods to the Merrimack, at Middlesex, and as we did not care to loiter in this part of our voyage, while one ran along the towpath drawing the boat by a cord, the other kept it off the shore with a pole, so that we accomplished the whole distance in little more than an hour. This canal, which is the oldest in the country, and has even an antique look beside the more modern railroads, is fed by the Concord, so that we were still floating on its familiar waters. It is so much water which the river lets for the advantage of commerce. There appeared some want of harmony in its scenery, since it was not of equal date with the woods and meadows through which it is led, and we missed the conciliatory influence of time on land and water. But in the lapse of ages, nature will recover and indemnify herself, and gradually plant fit shrubs and flowers along its borders. Already the kingfishers sat upon a pine over the water, and the bream and pickerel swam below. Thus all works pass directly out of the hands of the architect into the hands of nature, to be perfected. It was a retired and pleasant route, without houses or travellers, except some young men who were lounging upon a bridge in Chelmsford, who leaned impudently over the rails to pry into our concerns, but we caught the eye of the most forward, and looked at him till he was visibly discomfited. Not that there was any peculiar efficacy in our look, but rather a sense of shame left in him which disarmed him. It is a very true and expressive phrase. He looked daggers at me, for the first pattern and prototype of all daggers must have been a glance of the eye. First, there was the glance of Jove's eye, then his fiery bolt, then, the material gradually hardening, tridents, spears, javelins, and finally, for the convenience of private men, daggers, krisses, and so forth, were invented. It is wonderful how we get about the streets without being wounded by these delicate and glancing weapons. A man can so nimbly whip out his rapier, or without being noticed carry it unsheathed. Yet it is rare that one gets seriously looked at. As we passed under the last bridge over the canal, just before reaching the Merrimack, the people coming out of church paused to look at us from above, and apparently, so strong is custom, indulged in some heathenish comparisons, but we were the truest observers of this sunny day. According to Hesiod, the 7th is a holy day, for then Latona brought forth golden-rayed Apollo, and by our reckoning this was the 7th day of the week, and not the 1st. I find among the papers of an old justice of the peace and deacon of the town of Concord, this singular memorandum, which is worth preserving as a relic of an ancient custom. After reforming the spelling and grammar, it runs as follows: men that travelled with teams on the Sabbath, the 18th of December, 1803, were Jeremiah Richardson and Jonas Parker, both of Shirley. They had teams with rigging such as is used to carry barrels, and they were travelling westward. Richardson was questioned by the Honourable Ephraim Wood, Esquire, and he said that Jonas Parker was his fellow traveller, and he further said that a Mr. Longley was his employer, who promised to bear him out. We were the men that were gliding northward, this the 1st of September, 1839, with still team, and rigging not the most convenient to carry barrels, unquestioned by any squire or church deacon, and ready to bear ourselves out if need were. In the latter part of the 17th century, according to the historian of Dunstable, towns were directed to erect a cage near the meeting house, and in this all offenders against the sanctity of the Sabbath were confined. Society has relaxed a little from its strictness, one would say, but I presume that there is not less religion than formerly. If the ligature is found to be loosened in one part, it is only drawn the tighter in another. You can hardly convince a man of an error in a lifetime, but must content yourself with the reflection that the progress of science is slow. If he is not convinced, his grandchildren may be. The geologists tell us that it took 100 years to prove that fossils are organic, and 150 more, to prove that they are not to be referred to the Noachian deluge. I am not sure, but I should betake myself in extremities to the liberal divinities of Greece, rather than to my country's God. Jehovah, though with us he has acquired new attributes, is more absolute and unapproachable, but hardly more divine, than Jove. He is not so much of a gentleman, not so gracious and catholic. He does not exert so intimate and genial an influence on nature, as many a god of the Greeks. I should fear the infinite power and inflexible justice of the almighty mortal, hardly as yet apotheosized, so wholly masculine, with no sister Juno, no Apollo, no Venus, nor Minerva, to intercede for me. The Grecian are youthful and erring and fallen gods, with the vices of men, but in many important respects essentially of the divine race. In my pantheon, Pan still reigns in his pristine glory, with his ruddy face, his flowing beard, and his shaggy body, his pipe and his crook, his nymph Echo, and his chosen daughter Iambe. For the great god Pan is not dead, as was rumored. No god ever dies. Perhaps of all the gods of New England and of ancient Greece, I am most constant at his shrine. It seems to me that the god that is commonly worshipped in civilized countries is not at all divine, though he bears a divine name, but is the overwhelming authority and respectability of mankind combined. Men reverence one another, not yet God. If I thought that I could speak with discrimination and impartiality of the nations of Christendom, I should praise them, but it tasks me too much. They seem to be the most civil and humane, but I may be mistaken. Every people have gods to suit their circumstances. The Society Islanders had a god called Toitu, in shape like a dog. He saved such as were in danger of falling from rocks and trees. I think that we can do without him, as we have not much climbing to do. Among them a man could make himself a god out of a piece of wood in a few minutes, which would frighten him out of his wits. I fancy that some indefatigable spinster of the old school, who had the supreme felicity to be born in days that tried men's souls, hearing this, may say with Nestor, another of the old school, but you are younger than I. For time was when I conversed with greater men than you. For not at any time have I seen such men, nor shall see them, as Perithous, and Dryas, and that is probably Washington, sole shepherd of the people. And when Apollo has now 6 times rolled westward, or seemed to roll, and now for the 7th time shows his face in the east, eyes well nigh glazed, long glassed, which have fluctuated only between lamb's wool and worsted, explore ceaselessly some good sermon book. For 6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy knitting, but on the 7th, forsooth, thy reading. Happy we who can bask in this warm September sun, which illumines all creatures, as well when they rest as when they toil, not without a feeling of gratitude, whose life is as blameless, how blameworthy soever it may be, on the Lord's Mona day as on his Suna day. There are various, nay, incredible faiths. Why should we be alarmed at any of them? What man believes, God believes. Long as I have lived, and many blasphemers as I have heard and seen, I have never yet heard or witnessed any direct and conscious blasphemy or irreverence, but of indirect and habitual, enough. Where is the man who is guilty of direct and personal insolence to him that made him? One memorable addition to the old mythology is due to this era, the Christian fable. With what pains, and tears, and blood these centuries have woven this and added it to the mythology of mankind. The new Prometheus. With what miraculous consent, and patience, and persistency has this mythus been stamped on the memory of the race. It would seem as if it were in the progress of our mythology to dethrone Jehovah, and crown Christ in his stead. If it is not a tragical life we live, then I know not what to call it. Such a story as that of Jesus Christ, the history of Jerusalem, say, being a part of the universal history. The naked, the embalmed, unburied death of Jerusalem amid its desolate hills, think of it. In Tasso's poem I trust some things are sweetly buried. Consider the snappish tenacity with which they preach Christianity still. What are time and space to Christianity, 1800 years, and a new world, that the humble life of a Jewish peasant should have forced to make a New York bishop so bigoted? 44 lamps, the gift of kings, now burning in a place called the Holy Sepulchre, a church bell ringing, some unaffected tears shed by a pilgrim on Mount Calvary within the week. Jerusalem, Jerusalem, when I forget thee, may my right hand forget her cunning. By the waters of Babylon there we sat down, and we wept when we remembered Zion. I trust that some may be as near and dear to Buddha, or Christ, or Swedenborg, who are without the pale of their churches. It is necessary not to be Christian to appreciate the beauty and significance of the life of Christ. I know that some will have hard thoughts of me, when they hear their Christ named beside my Buddha, yet I am sure that I am willing they should love their Christ more than my Buddha, for the love is the main thing, and I like him too. God is the letter Q, as well as Q. Why need Christians be still intolerant and superstitious? The simple-minded sailors were unwilling to cast overboard Jonah at his own request. Where is this love become in later age? Alas! 'Tis gone in endless pilgrimage from hence, and never to return, I doubt, till revolution wheel those times about. One man says, the world's a popular disease, that reigns within the froward heart and frantic brains of poor distempered mortals. Another, that all the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players. The world is a strange place for a playhouse to stand within it. Old Drayton thought that a man that lived here, and would be a poet, for instance, should have in him certain brave, translunary things, and a fine madness should possess his brain. Certainly it were as well, that he might be up to the occasion. That is a superfluous wonder, which Dr. Johnson expresses at the assertion of Sir Thomas Browne that his life has been a miracle of 30 years, which to relate, were not history but a piece of poetry, and would sound like a fable. The wonder is, rather, that all men do not assert as much. That would be a rare praise, if it were true, which was addressed to Francis Beaumont. Spectators take part in your tragedies. Think what a mean and wretched place this world is, that half the time we have to light a lamp that we may see to live in it. This is half our life. Who would undertake the enterprise if it were all? And, pray, what more has day to offer? A lamp that burns more clear, a purer oil, say winter strained, that so we may pursue our idleness with less obstruction. Bribed with a little sunlight and a few prismatic tints, we bless our Maker, and stave off his wrath with hymns. I make ye an offer, ye gods, hear the scoffer, the scheme will not hurt you, if ye will find goodness, I will find virtue. Though I am your creature, and child of your nature, I have pride still unbended, and blood undescended, some free independence, and my own descendants. I cannot toil blindly, though ye behave kindly, and I swear by the rood, I'll be slave to no God. If ye will deal plainly, I will strive mainly, if ye will discover great plans to your lover, and give him a sphere somewhat larger than here. Verily, my angels, I was abashed on account of my servant, who had no providence but me, therefore did I pardon him. The Gulistan of Sadie. Most people with whom I talk, men and women even of some originality and genius, have their scheme of the universe all cut and dried, very dry, I assure you, to hear, dry enough to burn, dry rotted and powder post, methinks, which they set up between you and them in the shortest intercourse, an ancient and tottering frame with all its boards blown off. They do not walk without their bed. Some, to me, seemingly very unimportant and unsubstantial things and relations, are for them everlastingly settled, as Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, and the like. These are like the everlasting hills to them. But in all my wanderings I never came across the least vestige of authority for these things. They have not left so distinct a trace as the delicate flower of a remote geological period on the coal in my grate. The wisest man preaches no doctrines, he has no scheme, he sees no rafter, not even a cobweb, against the heavens. It is clear sky. If I ever see more clearly at one time than at another, the medium through which I see is clearer. To see from earth to heaven, and see there standing, still a fixture, that old Jewish scheme. What right have you to hold up this obstacle to my understanding you, to your understanding me? You did not invent it, it was imposed on you. Examine your authority. Even Christ, we fear, had his scheme, his conformity to tradition, which slightly vitiates his teaching. He had not swallowed all formulas. He preached some mere doctrines. As for me, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob are now only the subtlest imaginable essences, which would not stain the morning sky. Your scheme must be the framework of the universe, all other schemes will soon be ruins. The perfect God in his revelations of himself has never got to the length of one such proposition as you, his prophets, state. Have you learned the alphabet of heaven and can count 3? Do you know the number of God's family? Can you put mysteries into words? Do you presume to fable of the ineffable? Pray, what geographer are you, that speak of heaven's topography? Whose friend are you that speak of God's personality? Do you, Miles Howard, think that he has made you his confidant. Tell me of the height of the mountains of the moon, or of the diameter of space, and I may believe you, but of the secret history of the Almighty, and I shall pronounce thee mad. Yet we have a sort of family history of our God, so have the Tahitians of theirs, and some old poet's grand imagination is imposed on us as adamantine everlasting truth, and God's own word. Pythagoras says, truly enough, a true assertion respecting God is an assertion of God, but we may well doubt if there is any example of this in literature. The New Testament is an invaluable book, though I confess to having been slightly prejudiced against it in my very early days by the church and the Sabbath school, so that it seemed, before I read it, to be the yellowest book in the catalogue. Yet I early escaped from their meshes. It was hard to get the commentaries out of one's head and taste its true flavor. I think that Pilgrim's Progress is the best sermon which has been preached from this text. Almost all other sermons that I have heard, or heard of, have been but poor imitations of this. It would be a poor story to be prejudiced against the life of Christ because the book has been edited by Christians. In fact, I love this book rarely, though it is a sort of castle in the air to me, which I am permitted to dream. Having come to it so recently and freshly, it has the greater charm, so that I cannot find any to talk with about it. I never read a novel, they have so little real life and thought in them. The reading which I love best is the scriptures of the several nations, though it happens that I am better acquainted with those of the Hindus, the Chinese, and the Persians, than of the Hebrews, which I have come to last. Give me one of these Bibles and you have silenced me for a while. When I recover the use of my tongue, I am wont to worry my neighbors with the new sentences, but commonly they cannot see that there is any wit in them. Such has been my experience with the New Testament. I have not yet got to the crucifixion, I have read it over so many times. I should love dearly to read it aloud to my friends, some of whom are seriously inclined. It is so good, and I am sure that they have never heard it. It fits their case exactly, and we should enjoy it so much together, but I instinctively despair of getting their ears. They soon show, by signs not to be mistaken, that it is inexpressibly wearisome to them. I do not mean to imply that I am any better than my neighbors, for, alas, I know that I am only as good, though I love better books than they. It is remarkable that, notwithstanding the universal favor with which the New Testament is outwardly received, and even the bigotry with which it is defended, there is no hospitality shown to, there is no appreciation of, the order of truth with which it deals. I know of no book that has so few readers. There is none so truly strange, and heretical, and unpopular. To Christians, no less than Greeks and Jews, it is foolishness and a stumbling block. There are, indeed, severe things in it which no man should read aloud more than once. Seek first the kingdom of heaven. Lay not up for yourselves treasures on earth. If thou wilt be perfect, go and sell that thou hast, and give to the poor, and thou shalt have treasure in heaven. For what is a man profited, if he shall gain the whole world, and lose his own soul? or what shall a man give in exchange for his soul? Think of this, Yankees, verily, I say unto you, if ye have faith as a grain of mustard seed, ye shall say unto this mountain, remove hence to yonder place, and it shall remove, and nothing shall be impossible unto you. Think of repeating these things to a New England audience. Thirdly, fourthly, 15thly, till there are 3 barrels of sermons. Who, without cant, can read them aloud? Who, without cant, can hear them, and not go out of the meeting house? They never were read, they never were heard. Let but one of these sentences be rightly read, from any pulpit in the land, and there would not be left one stone of that meeting house upon another. Yet the New Testament treats of man and man's so-called spiritual affairs too exclusively, and is too constantly moral and personal, to alone content me, who am not interested solely in man's religious or moral nature, or in man even. I have not the most definite designs on the future. Absolutely speaking, do unto others as you would that they should do unto you, is by no means a golden rule, but the best of current silver. An honest man would have but little occasion for it. It is golden not to have any rule at all in such a case. The book has never been written which is to be accepted without any allowance. Christ was a sublime actor on the stage of the world. He knew what he was thinking of when he said, "Heaven and earth shall pass away, but my words shall not pass away." I draw near to him at such a time. Yet he taught mankind but imperfectly how to live. His thoughts were all directed toward another world. There is another kind of success than his. Even here we have a sort of living to get, and must buffet it somewhat longer. There are various tough problems yet to solve, and we must make shift to live, betwixt spirit and matter, such a human life as we can. A healthy man, with steady employment, as wood chopping at 50 cents a cord, and a camp in the woods, will not be a good subject for Christianity. The New Testament may be a choice book to him on some, but not on all or most of his days. He will rather go a-fishing in his leisure hours. The apostles, though they were fishers too, were of the solemn race of sea fishers, and never trolled for pickerel on inland streams. Men have a singular desire to be good without being good for anything, because, perchance, they think vaguely that so it will be good for them in the end. The sort of morality which the priests inculcate is a very subtle policy, far finer than the politicians, and the world is very successfully ruled by them as the policeman. It is not worth the while to let our imperfections disturb us always. The conscience really does not, and ought not to monopolize the whole of our lives, any more than the heart or the head. It is as liable to disease as any other part. I have seen some whose consciences, owing undoubtedly to former indulgence, had grown to be as irritable as spoiled children, and at length gave them no peace. They did not know when to swallow their cud, and their lives of course yielded no milk. Conscience is instinct bred in the house. Feeling and thinking propagate the sin by an unnatural breeding in and in. I say, turn it outdoors, into the moors. I love a life whose plot is simple, and does not thicken with every pimple, a soul so sound no sickly conscience binds it, that makes the universe no worse than tea finds it. I love an earnest soul, whose mighty joy and sorrow are not drowned in a bowl, and brought to life tomorrow, that lives one tragedy, and not 70, a conscience worth keeping, laughing not weeping, a conscience wise and steady, and forever ready, not changing with events, dealing in compliments, a conscience exercised about large things, where one may doubt. I love a soul not all of wood, predestinated to be good, but true to the backbone unto itself alone, and false to none, born to its own affairs, its own joys and own cares, by whom the work which God begun is finished, and not undone, taken up where he left off, whether to worship or to scoff, if not good, why then evil, if not good God, good devil. Goodness, you hypocrite, come out of that, live your life, do your work, then take your hat. I have no patience towards such conscientious cowards. Give me simple laboring folk, who love their work, whose virtue is a song to cheer God along. I was once reproved by a minister who was driving a poor beast to some meeting-house horse sheds among the hills of New Hampshire, because I was bending my steps to a mountain top on the Sabbath, instead of a church, when I would have gone farther than he to hear a true word spoken on that or any day. He declared that I was breaking the Lord's fourth commandment and proceeded to enumerate, in a sepulchral tone, the disasters which had befallen him whenever he had done any ordinary work on the Sabbath. He really thought that a God was on the watch to trip up those men who followed any secular work on this day, and did not see that it was the evil conscience of the workers that did it. The country is full of this superstition, so that when one enters a village, the church, not only really but from association, is the ugliest looking building in it, because it is the one in which human nature stoops the lowest and is most disgraced. Certainly, such temples as these shall ere long cease to deform the landscape. There are few things more disheartening and disgusting than when you are walking the streets of a strange village on the Sabbath, to hear a preacher shouting like a boatswain in a gale of wind, and thus harshly profaning the quiet atmosphere of the day. You fancy him to have taken off his coat, as when men are about to do hot and dirty work. If I should ask the minister of Middlesex to let me speak in his pulpit on a Sunday, he would object, because I do not pray as he does, or because I am not ordained. What under the sun are these things? Really, there is no infidelity, nowadays, so great as that which prays, and keeps the Sabbath, and rebuilds the churches. The sealer of the South Pacific preaches a trill doctrine. The church is a sort of hospital for men's souls, and as full of quackery as the hospital for their bodies. Those who are taken into it live like pensioners in their retreat or sailors' sung harbor, where you may see a row of religious cripples sitting outside in sunny weather. Let not the apprehension that he may one day have to occupy a ward therein, discourage the cheerful labors of the able-souled man. While he remembers the sick in their extremities, let him not look thither as to his goal. One is sick at heart of this pagoda worship. It is like the beating of gongs in a Hindu subterranean temple. In dark places and dungeons the preacher's words might perhaps strike root and grow, but not in broad daylight in any part of the world that I know. The sound of the Sabbath bell far away, now breaking on these shores, does not awaken pleasing associations, but melancholy and somber ones rather. One involuntarily rests on his oar, to humor his unusually meditative mood. It is as the sound of many catechisms and religious books twanging a canting peal round the earth, seeming to issue from some Egyptian temple and echo along the shore of the Nile, right opposite to Pharaoh's palace and Moses in the bulrushes, startling a multitude of storks and alligators basking in the sun. Everywhere good men sound a retreat, and the word has gone forth to fall back on innocence. Fall forward rather on to whatever there is there. Christianity only hopes. It has hung its harp on the willows, and cannot sing a song in a strange land. It has dreamed a sad dream, and does not yet welcome the morning with joy. The mother tells her falsehoods to her child, but, thank heaven, the child does not grow up in its parent's shadow. Our mother's faith has not grown with her experience. Her experience has been too much for her. The lesson of life was too hard for her to learn. It is remarkable that almost all speakers and writers feel it to be incumbent on them, sooner or later, to prove or to acknowledge the personality of God. Some Earl of Bridgewater, thinking it better late than never, has provided for it in his will. It is a sad mistake. In reading a work on agriculture, we have to skip the author's moral reflections, and the words Providence and He scattered along the page, to come at the profitable level of what he has to say. What he calls his religion is for the most part offensive to the nostrils. He should know better than expose himself, and keep his foul sores covered till they are quite healed. There is more religion in men's science than there is science in their religion. Let us make haste to the report of the Committee on Swine. A man's real faith is never contained in his creed, nor is his creed an article of his faith. The last is never adopted. This it is that permits him to smile ever, and to live even as bravely as he does. And yet he clings anxiously to his creed, as to a straw, thinking that that does him good service because his sheet anchor does not drag. In most men's religion, the ligature, which should be its umbilical cord connecting them with divinity, is rather like that thread which the accomplices of Cylon held in their hands when they went abroad from the temple of Minerva, the other end being attached to the statue of the goddess. But frequently, as in their case, the thread breaks, being stretched, and they are left without an asylum. A good and pious man reclined his head on the bosom of contemplation, and was absorbed in the ocean of a reverie. At the instant when he awaked from his vision, one of his friends, by way of pleasantry, said, "What rare gift have you brought us from that garden, where you have been recreating?" He replied, "I fancied to myself and said, when I can reach the rose bower, I will fill my lap with the flowers, and bring them as a present to my friends. But when I got there, the fragrance of the roses so intoxicated me, that the skirt dropped from my hands. O bird of dawn, learn the warmth of affection from the moth, for that scorched creature gave up the ghost, and uttered not a groan. These vain pretenders are ignorant of him they seek after, for of him that knew him we never heard again. O thou, who towerest above the flights of conjecture, opinion, and comprehension, whatever has been reported of thee we have heard and read. The congregation is dismissed, and life drawn to a close, and we still rest at our first encomium of thee. Sadie. By noon we were let down into the Merrimack through the locks at Middlesex, just above Pawtucket Falls, by a serene and liberal-minded man, who came quietly from his book, though his duties, we supposed, did not require him to open the locks on Sundays. With him we had a just and equal encounter of the eyes, as between two honest men. The movements of the eyes express the perpetual and unconscious courtesy of the parties. It is said, that a rogue does not look you in the face, neither does an honest man look at you as if he had his reputation to establish. I have seen some who did not know when to turn aside their eyes in meeting yours. A truly confident and magnanimous spirit is wiser than to contend for the mastery in such encounters. Serpents alone conquer by the steadiness of their gaze. My friend looks me in the face and sees me, that is all. The best relations were at once established between us and this man, and though few words were spoken, he could not conceal a visible interest in us and our excursion. He was a lover of the higher mathematics, as we found, and in the midst of some vast sunny problem, when we overtook him and whispered our conjectures. By this man we were presented with the freedom of the Merrimack. We now felt as if we were fairly launched on the ocean stream of our voyage, and were pleased to find that our boat would float on Merrimack water. We began again busily to put in practice those old arts of rowing, steering, and paddling. It seemed a strange phenomenon to us that the two rivers should mingle their waters so readily, since we had never associated them in our thoughts. As we glided over the broad bosom of the Merrimack, between Chelmsford and Dracut, at noon, here 1/4 mile wide, the rattling of our oars was echoed over the water to those villages, and their slight sounds to us. Their harbors lay as smooth and fairy-like as the Lido, or Syracuse, or Rhodes, in our imagination, while, like some strange roving craft, we flitted past what seemed the dwellings of noble home-staying men, seemingly as conspicuous as if on an eminence, or floating upon a tide which came up to those villages' breasts. At 1/3 mile over the water we heard distinctly some children repeating their catechism in a cottage near the shore, while in the broad shallows between, a herd of cows stood lashing their sides, and waging war with the flies. 200 years ago other catechizing than this was going on here, for here came the Sakemwanalancet, and his people, and sometimes to Hitawan, our Concord Sakem, who afterwards had a church at home, to catch fish at the falls, and here also came John Eliot, with the Bible and Catechism, and Baxter's Call to the Unconverted, and other tracts, done into the Massachusetts tongue, and taught them Christianity meanwhile. This place, says Gookin, referring to Waimsett, being an ancient and capital seat of Indians, they come to fish, and this good man takes this opportunity to spread the net of the gospel, to fish for their souls. May 5, 1674. He continues, according to our usual custom, Mr. Elliot and myself took our journey to Wamesit, or Pawtucket, and arriving there that evening, Mr. Elliot preached to as many of them as could be got together, out of Matthew 1-14, the parable of the marriage of the king's son. We met at the wigwam of one called Wonalancet, about 2 miles from the town, near Pawtucket Falls, and bordering upon Merrimack River. This person, Wonalancet, is the eldest son of old Pacer Conaway, the chiefest Sachem of Pawtucket. He is a sober and grave person, and of years, between 50 and 60. He hath been always loving and friendly to the English. As yet, however, they had not prevailed on him to embrace the Christian religion. But at this time, says Gookin, May 6, 1674, after some deliberation and serious pause, he stood up, and made a speech to this effect: I must acknowledge I have, all my days, used to pass in an old canoe, alluding to his frequent custom to pass in a canoe upon the river, and now you exhort me to change and leave my old canoe, and embark in a new canoe, to which I have hitherto been unwilling, but now I yield up myself to your advice, and enter into a new canoe, and do engage to pray to God hereafter. One Mr. Richard Daniel, a gentleman that lived in Billerica, who with other persons of quality was present, desired Brother Elliot to tell the Sachem from him, that it may be, while he went in his old canoe, he passed in a quiet stream, but the end thereof was death and destruction to soul and body. But now he went into a new canoe, perhaps he would meet with storms and trials, but yet he should be encouraged to persevere, for the end of his voyage would be everlasting rest. Since that time, I hear this Sachem doth persevere, and is a constant and diligent hearer of God's word, and sanctifieth the Sabbath, though he doth travel to Wamesit meeting every Sabbath, which is above 2 miles, and though sundry of his people have deserted him, since he subjected to the gospel, yet he continues and persists. Gookin's Hist. Col. of the Indians in New England, 1674. Already, as appears from the records, at a general court held at Boston in New England, the 7th of the first month, 1643-4, Wassamequin, Nashunan, Cuchamarquin, Massaconamit, and Squaw Sachem, did voluntarily submit themselves to the English, and among other things did promise to be willing from time to time to be instructed in the knowledge of God. Being asked not to do any unnecessary work on the Sabbath day, especially within the gates of Christian towns, they answered, it is easy to them, they have not much to do on any day, and they can well take their rest on that day. So says Winthrop, in his journal, we causing them to understand the articles, and all the 10 commandments of God, and they freely assenting to all, they were solemnly received, and then presented the court with 26 fathom more of wampum, and the court gave each of them a coat of 2 yards of cloth, and their dinner, and to them and their men, every of them, a cup of sack at their departure. So they took leave and went away. What journeyings on foot and on horseback through the wilderness, to preach the gospel to these minks and muskrats, who first, no doubt, listened with their red ears out of a natural hospitality and courtesy, and afterward from curiosity or even interest, till at length there were praying Indians and, as the General Court wrote to Cromwell, the work is brought to this perfection, that some of the Indians themselves can pray and prophesy in a comfortable manner. It was in fact an old battle and hunting ground through which we had been floating, the ancient dwelling place of a race of hunters and warriors. Their weirs of stone, their arrowheads and hatchets, their pestles, and the mortars in which they pounded Indian corn before the white man had tasted it, lay concealed in the mud of the river bottom. Tradition still points out the spots where they took fish in the greatest numbers, by such arts as they possessed. It is a rapid story the historian will have to put together. Me Antonimo, Winthrop, Webster. Soon he comes from Montauk to Bunker Hill, from bearskins, parched corn, bows and arrows, to tiled roofs, wheat fields, guns and swords. Pawtucket and Wamesit, where the Indians resorted in the fishing season, are now Lowell, the city of spindles, and Manchester of America, which sends its cotton cloth round the globe. Even we youthful voyagers had spent a part of our lives in the village of Chelmsford, when the present city, whose bells we heard, was its obscure north district only, and the giant weaver was not yet fairly born. So old are we, so young is it. We were thus entering the state of New Hampshire on the bosom of the flood formed by the tribute of its innumerable valleys. The river was the only key which could unlock its maze, presenting its hills and valleys, its lakes and streams, in their natural order and position. The Merrimack, or Sturgeon River, is formed by the confluence of the Pemigewasset, which rises near the notch of the White Mountains, and the Winnipesaukee, which drains the lake of the same name, signifying the smile of the Great Spirit. From their junction it runs south 78 miles to Massachusetts, and thence east 35 miles to the sea. I have traced its stream from where it bubbles out of the rocks of the White Mountains above the clouds, to where it is lost amid the salt billows of the ocean on Plum Island Beach. At first it comes on murmuring to itself by the base of stately and retired mountains, through moist primitive woods whose juices it receives, where the bear still drinks it, and the cabins of settlers are far between, and there are few to cross its stream, enjoying in solitude its cascades still unknown to fame, by long ranges of mountains of Sandwich and of Squam, slumbering like tumuli of Titans, with the peaks of Moose Hillock, the Haystack, and Kearsarge reflected in its waters, where the maple and the raspberry, those lovers of the hills, flourish amid temperate dews, flowing long and full of meaning, but untranslatable as its name Pemigewasset, by many a pastured Pelion and Ossa, where unnamed muses haunt, tended by Oreads, Dryads, Naiads, and receiving the tribute of many an untasted hippocrene. There are earth, air, fire, and water, very well, this is water, and down it comes. Such water do the gods distill, and pour down every hill for their New England men, a draught of this wild nectar bring, and I'll not taste the spring of Helicon again. Falling all the way, and yet not discouraged by the lowest fall. By the law of its birth never to become stagnant, for it has come out of the clouds, and down the sides of precipices worn in the flood, through beaver dams broke loose, not splitting but splicing and mending itself, until it found a breathing place in this low land. There is no danger now that the sun will steal it back to heaven again before it reach the sea, for it has a warrant even to recover its own dues into its bosom again with interest at every eve. It was already the water of Squam and Newfound Lake and Winnipesaukee, and White Mountain snow dissolved, on which we were floating, and Smiths and Bakers and Mad Rivers, and Nashua and Suhagan and Piscataquag, and Suncook and Sucook and Contoocook, mingled in incalculable proportions, still fluid, yellowish, restless all, with an ancient, ineradicable inclination to the sea. So it flows on down by Lowell and Haverhill, at which last place it first suffers a sea change, and a few masts betray the vicinity of the ocean. Between the towns of Amesbury and Newbury it is a broad commercial river, from a third to half a mile in width, no longer skirted with yellow and crumbling banks, but backed by high green hills and pastures, with frequent white beaches on which the fishermen draw up their nets. I have passed down this portion of the river in a steamboat, and it was a pleasant sight to watch from its deck the fishermen dragging their seines on the distant shore, as in pictures of a foreign strand. At intervals you may meet with a schooner laden with lumber, standing up to Haverhill, or else lying at anchor or aground, waiting for wind or tide, until, at last, you glide under the famous chain bridge, and are landed at Newburyport. Thus she who at first was poor of waters, naked of renown having received so many fair tributaries, as was said of the fourth, doth grow the greater still, the further down, till that abounding both in power and fame, she long doth strive to give the sea her name, or if not her name, in this case, at least the impulse of her stream. From the steeples of Newburyport you may review this river stretching far up into the country, with many a white sail glancing over it like an inland sea, and behold, as one wrote who was born on its headwaters, down out at its mouth, the dark inky main blending with the blue above. Plum Island, its sand ridges scalloping along the horizon like the sea serpent, and the distant outline broken by many a tall ship, leaning, still, against the sky. Rising at an equal height with the Connecticut, the Merrimack reaches the sea by a course only half as long, and hence has no leisure to form broad and fertile meadows, like the former, but is hurried along rapids, and down numerous falls, without long delay. The banks are generally steep and high, with a narrow interval reaching back to the hills, which is only rarely or partially overflown at present, and is much valued by the farmers. Between Chelmsford and Concord, in New Hampshire, it varies from 20 to 75 rods in width. It is probably wider than it was formerly, in many places, owing to the trees having been cut down, and the consequent wasting away of its banks. The influence of the Pawtucket Dam is felt as far up as Cromwell's Falls, and many think that the banks are being abridged and the river filled up again by this cause. Like all our rivers, it is liable to freshes, and the Pemigewasset has been known to rise 25 feet in a few hours. It is navigable for vessels of burden about 20 miles, for canal boats, by means of locks, as far as Concord in New Hampshire, about 75 miles from its mouth, and for smaller boats to Plymouth, 113 miles. A small steamboat once plied between Lowell and Nashua, before the railroad was built, and one now runs from Newburyport to Haverhill. Unfitted to some extent for the purposes of commerce by the sandbar at its mouth, see how this river was devoted from the first to the service of manufactures. Issuing from the iron region of Franconia, and flowing through still uncut forests, by inexhaustible ledges of granite, with Squam, and Winnipesaukee, and Newfound, and Massabesic lakes for its mill ponds, it falls over a succession of natural dams, where it has been offering its privileges in vain for ages, until at last the Yankee race came to improve them. Standing at its mouth, look up its sparkling stream to its source, a silver cascade which falls all the way from the White Mountains to the sea, and behold a city on each successive plateau, a busy colony of human beaver around every fall. Not to mention Newburyport and Haverhill, see Lawrence, and Lowell, and Nashua, and Manchester, and Concord, gleaming one above the other. When at length it has escaped from under the last of the factories, it has a level and unmolested passage to the sea, a mere waste water, as it were, bearing little with it but its fame, its pleasant course revealed by the morning fog which hangs over it, and the sails of the few small vessels which transact the commerce of Haverhill and Newburyport. But its real vessels are railroad cars, and its true and main stream, flowing by an iron channel farther south, may be traced by a long line of vapor amid the hills, which no morning wind ever disperses, to where it empties into the sea at Boston. This side is the louder murmur now. Instead of the scream of a fish hawk scaring the fishes, is heard the whistle of the steam engine, arousing a country to its progress. This river too was at length discovered by the white man, trending up into the land he knew not how far, possibly an inlet to the South Sea. Its valley, as far as the Winnipesaukee, was first surveyed in 1652. The first settlers of Massachusetts supposed that the Connecticut, in one part of its course, ran northwest, so near the Great Lake as the Indians do pass their canoes into it overland. From which lake and the hideous swamps about it, as they supposed, came all the beaver that was traded between Virginia and Canada, and the Potomac was thought to come out of or from very near it. Afterward the Connecticut came so near the course of the Merrimack that, with a little pains, they expected to divert the current of the trade into the latter river, and its profits from their Dutch neighbors into their own pockets. Unlike the Concord, the Merrimack is not a dead but a living stream, though it has less life within its waters and on its banks. It has a swift current, and, in this part of its course, a clayey bottom, almost no weeds, and comparatively few fishes. We looked down into its yellow water with the more curiosity, who were accustomed to the Nile-like blackness of the former river. Shad and alewives are taken here in their season, but salmon, though at one time more numerous than shad, are now more rare. Bass, also, are taken occasionally, but locks and dams have proved more or less destructive to the fisheries. The shad make their appearance early in May, at the same time with the blossoms of the pyrus, one of the most conspicuous early flowers, which is for this reason called the shad blossom. An insect called the shad fly also appears at the same time, covering the houses and fences. We are told that their greatest run is when the apple trees are in full blossom. The old shad return in August, the young, 3 or 4 inches long, in September. These are very fond of flies. A rather picturesque and luxurious mode of fishing was formerly practiced on the Connecticut, at Bellows Falls, where a large rock divides the stream. On the steep sides of the island rock, says Belknap, hang several armchairs, fastened to ladders, and secured by a counterpoise, in which fishermen sit to catch salmon and shad with dipping nets. The remains of Indian weirs, made of large stones, are still to be seen in the Winnipesaukee, one of the headwaters of this river. It cannot but affect our philosophy favorably to be reminded of these shoals of migratory fishes, of salmon, shad, alewives, marsh bankers, and others, which penetrate up the innumerable rivers of our coast in the spring, even to the interior lakes, their scales gleaming in the sun, and again, of the fry which in still greater numbers wend their way downward to the sea. And is it not pretty sport, wrote Captain John Smith, who was on this coast as early as 1614, to pull up twopence, sixpence, and 12pence, as fast as you can haul and veer a line? And what sport doth yield a more pleasing content, and less hurt or charge, than angling with a hook, and crossing the sweet air from isle to isle, over the silent streams of a calm sea? On the sandy shore, opposite the glass house village in Chelmsford, at the great bend where we landed to rest us and gather a few wild plums, we discovered the Campanula rotundifolia, a new flower to us, the harebell of the poets, which is common to both hemispheres, growing close to the water. Here, in the shady branches of an apple tree on the sand, we took our no-warning, where there was not a zephyr to disturb the repose of this glorious Sabbath day, and we reflected serenely on the long past and successful labors of Latona. So silent is the sessile air, that every cry and call, the hills, and dales, and forest fair again repeats them all. The herds beneath some leafy trees, amidst the flowers they lie, the stable ships upon the seas tend up their sails to dry. As we thus rested in the shade, or rode leisurely along, we had recourse, from time to time, to the gazetteer, which was our navigator, and from its bald natural facts extracted the pleasure of poetry. Beaver River comes in a little lower down, draining the meadows of Pelham, Vintham, and Londonderry. The Scotch-Irish settlers of the latter town, according to this authority, were the first to introduce the potato into New England, as well as the manufacture of linen cloth. Everything that is printed and bound in a book contains some echo at least of the best that is in literature. Indeed, the best books have a use, like sticks and stones, which is above or beside their design, not anticipated in the preface, nor concluded in the appendix. Even Virgil's poetry serves a very different use to me today from what it did to his contemporaries. It has often an acquired and accidental value merely, proving that man is still man in the world. It is pleasant to meet with such still lines as, Jam lito turgent in palmite gemme, now the buds swell on the joyful stem. Or strata jacent passim swaquaric sub arboripama, the apples lie scattered everywhere, each under its tree. In an ancient and dead language, any recognition of living nature attracts us. These are such sentences as were written while grass grew and water ran. It is no small recommendation when a book will stand the test of mere unobstructed sunshine and daylight. What would we not give for some great poem to read now, which would be in harmony with the scenery, for if men read aright, methinks they would never read anything but poems. No history nor philosophy can supply their place. The wisest definition of poetry the poet will instantly prove false by setting aside its requisitions. We can, therefore, publish only our advertisement of it. There is no doubt that the loftiest written wisdom is either rhymed, or in some way musically measured, is, in form as well as substance, poetry, and a volume which should contain the condensed wisdom of mankind need not have one rhythmless line. Yet poetry, though the last and finest result, is a natural fruit. As naturally as the oak bears an acorn, and the vine a gourd, man bears a poem, either spoken or done. It is the chief and most memorable success, for history is but a prose narrative of poetic deeds. What else have the Hindus, the Persians, the Babylonians, the Egyptians done, that can be told? It is the simplest relation of phenomena, and describes the commonest sensations with more truth than science does, and the latter at a distance slowly mimics its style and methods. The poet sings how the blood flows in his veins. He performs his functions, and is so well that he needs such stimulus to sing only as plants to put forth leaves and blossoms. He would strive in vain to modulate the remote and transient music which he sometimes hears, since his song is a vital function like breathing, and an integral result like weight. It is not the overflowing of life but its subsidence rather, and is drawn from under the feet of the poet. It is enough if Homer but say the sun sets. He is as serene as nature, and we can hardly detect the enthusiasm of the bard. It is as if nature spoke. He presents to us the simplest pictures of human life, so the child itself can understand them, and the man must not think twice to appreciate his naturalness. Each reader discovers for himself that, with respect to the simpler features of nature, succeeding poets have done little else than copy his similes. His more memorable passages are as naturally bright as gleams of sunshine in misty weather. Nature furnishes him not only with words, but with stereotyped lines and sentences from her mint. As from the clouds appears the full moon, all shining, and then again it goes behind the shadowy clouds, so Hector, at one time appeared among the foremost, and at another in the rear, commanding, and all with brass he shone, like to the lightning of aegis-bearing Zeus. He conveys the least information, even the hour of the day, with such magnificence and vast expense of natural imagery, as if it were a message from the gods. While it was dawn, and sacred day was advancing. For that space the weapons of both flew fast, and the people fell. But when now the woodcutter was preparing his morning meal, in the recesses of the mountain, and had wearied his hands with cutting lofty trees, and satiety came to his mind, and the desire of sweet food took possession of his thoughts, then the Danants, by their valor, broke the phalanxes, shouting to their companions from rank to rank. When the army of the Trojans passed the night under arms, keeping watch lest the enemy should re-embark under cover of the dark, they, thinking great things, upon the neutral ground of war sat all the night, and many fires burned for them. As when in the heavens the stars round the bright moon appear beautiful, and the air is without wind, and all the heights, and the extreme summits, and the wooded sides of the mountains appear, and from the heavens an infinite ether is diffused, and all the stars are seen, and the shepherd rejoices in his heart, so between the ships and the streams of Xanthus appeared the fires of the Trojans before Ilium. 1,000 fires burned on the plain, and by each sat 50, in the light of the blazing fire, and horses eating white barley and corn, standing by the chariots, awaited fair-throned Aurora. The white-armed goddess Juno, sent by the father of gods and men for Iris and Apollo, went down the Idaean mountains to far Olympus, as when the mind of a man, who has come over much earth, sallies forth, and he reflects with rapid thoughts, there was I, and there, and remembers many things, so swiftly the august Juno hastening flew through the air, and came to high Olympus. His scenery is always true, and not invented. He does not leap in imagination from Asia to Greece, through mid-air. For there are very many shady mountains and resounding seas between. If his messengers repair but to the tent of Achilles, we do not wonder how they got there, but accompany them step by step along the shore of the resounding sea. Nestor's account of the march of the Pylians against the Epians is extremely lifelike. Then rose up to them sweet-worded Nestor, the shrill orator of the Pylians, and words sweeter than honey flowed from his tongue. This time, however, he addresses Patroclus alone. A certain river, Menyeus by name, leaps seaward near to Arene, where we Pylians wait the dawn, both horse and foot. Thence with all haste we sped us on the morrow ere 'twas noonday, accoutred for the fight, even to Alpheus's sacred source and sea. We fancy that we hear the subdued murmuring of the Menyeus discharging its waters into the main the livelong night, and the hollow sound of the waves breaking on the shore, until at length we are cheered at the close of a toilsome march by the gurgling fountains of Alpheus. There are few books which are fit to be remembered in our wisest hours, but the Iliad is brightest in the serenest days, and embodies still all the sunlight that fell on Asia Minor. No modern joy or ecstasy of ours can lower its height or dim its luster, but there it lies in the east of literature, as it were the earliest and latest production of the mind. The ruins of Egypt oppress and stifle us with their dust, foulness preserved in cassia and pitch, and swathed in linen, the death of that which never lived. But the rays of Greek poetry struggle down to us, and mingle with the sunbeams of the recent day. The statue of Memnon is cast down, but the shaft of the Iliad still meets the sun in his rising. Homer is gone, and where is Jove, and where the rival cities 7. His song outlives time, tower, and God, all that then was, save heaven. So too, no doubt, Homer had his Homer, and Orpheus his Orpheus, in the dim antiquity which preceded them. The mythological system of the ancients, and it is still the mythology of the moderns, the poem of mankind, interwoven so wonderfully with their astronomy, and matching in grandeur and harmony the architecture of the heavens themselves, seems to point to a time when a mightier genius inhabited the earth. But, after all, man is the great poet, and not Homer nor Shakespeare, and our language itself, and the common arts of life, are his work. Poetry is so universally true and independent of experience, that it does not need any particular biography to illustrate it, but we refer it sooner or later to some Orpheus or Linus, and after ages to the genius of humanity and the gods themselves. It would be worth the while to select our reading, for books are the society we keep, to read only the serenely true, never statistics, nor fiction, nor news, nor reports, nor periodicals, but only great poems, and when they failed, read them again, or perchance write more. Instead of other sacrifice, we might offer up our perfect thoughts to the gods daily, in hymns or psalms. For we should be at the helm at least once a day. The whole of the day should not be daytime, there should be 1 hour, if no more, which the day did not bring forth. Scholars are wont to sell their birthright for a mess of learning. But is it necessary to know what the speculator prints, or the thoughtless study, or the idle read, the literature of the Russians and the Chinese, or even French philosophy and much of German criticism? Read the best books first, or you may not have a chance to read them at all. There are the worshippers with offerings, and the worshippers with mortifications, and again the worshippers with enthusiastic devotion. So there are those the wisdom of whose reading is their worship, men of subdued passions and severe manners. This world is not for him who doth not worship, and where, O Arjun, is there another? Certainly, we do not need to be soothed and entertained always like children. He who resorts to the easy novel, because he is languid, does no better than if he took a nap. The front aspect of great thoughts can only be enjoyed by those who stand on the side whence they arrive. Books, not which afford us a cowering enjoyment, but in which each thought is of unusual daring, such as an idle man cannot read, and a timid one would not be entertained by, which even make us dangerous to existing institutions, such call I good books. All that are printed and bound are not books, they do not necessarily belong to letters, but are oftener to be ranked with the other luxuries and appendages of civilized life. Base wares are palmed off under 1,000 disguises. The way to trade, as a peddler once told me, is to put it right through no matter what it is, anything that is agreed on. You groveling worldlings, you whose wisdom trades where light ne'er shot his golden ray. By dint of able writing and pencraft, books are cunningly compiled, and have their run and success even among the learned, as if they were the result of a new man's thinking, and their birth were attended with some natural throes. But in a little while their covers fall off, for no binding will avail, and it appears that they are not books or Bibles at all. There are new and patented inventions in this shape, purporting to be for the elevation of the race, which many a pure scholar and genius who has learned to read is for a moment deceived by, and finds himself reading a horse rake, or spinning jenny, or wooden nutmeg, or oak leaf cigar, or steam power press, or kitchen range, perchance, when he was seeking serene and biblical truths. Merchants, arise, and mingle conscience with your merchandise. Paper is cheap, and authors need not now erase one book before they write another. Instead of cultivating the earth for wheat and potatoes, they cultivate literature, and fill a place in the Republic of Letters. Or they would fain write for fame merely, as others actually raise crops of grain to be distilled into brandy. Books are for the most part willfully and hastily written, as parts of a system, to supply a want real or imagined. Books of natural history aim commonly to be hasty schedules, or inventories of God's property, by some clerk. They do not in the least teach the divine view of nature, but the popular view, or rather the popular method of studying nature, and make haste to conduct the persevering pupil only into that dilemma where the professors always dwell. To Athens bound he goes, and from that school returns unsped, a more instructed fool. They teach the elements really of ignorance, not of knowledge, for, to speak deliberately and in view of the highest truths, it is not easy to distinguish elementary knowledge. There is a chasm between knowledge and ignorance which the arches of science can never span. A book should contain pure discoveries, glimpses of terra firma, though by shipwrecked mariners, and not the art of navigation by those who have never been out of sight of land. They must not yield wheat and potatoes, but must themselves be the unconstrained and natural harvest of their authors' lives. What I have learned is mine, I've had my thought, and me the Muses noble truths have taught. We do not learn much from learned books, but from true, sincere, human books, from frank and honest biographies. The life of a good man will hardly improve us more than the life of a freebooter, for the inevitable laws appear as plainly in the infringement as in the observance, and our lives are sustained by a nearly equal expense of virtue of some kind. The decaying tree, while yet it lives, demands sun, wind, and rain no less than the green one. It secretes sap and performs the functions of health. If we choose, we may study the alburnum only. The gnarled stump has as tender a bud as the sapling. At least let us have healthy books, a stout horse rake or a kitchen range which is not cracked. Let not the poet shed tears only for the public weal. He should be as vigorous as a sugar maple, with sap enough to maintain his own verdure, beside what runs into the troughs, and not like a vine, which being cut in the spring bears no fruit, but bleeds to death in the endeavor to heal its wounds. The poet is he that hath fat enough, like bears and marmots, to suck his claws all winter. He hibernates in this world, and feeds on his own marrow. We love to think in winter, as we walk over the snowy pastures, of those happy dreamers that lie under the sod, of dormice and all that race of dormant creatures, which have such a superfluity of life enveloped in thick folds of fur, impervious to cold. Alas, the poet too is, in one sense, a sort of dormouse gone into winter quarters of deep and serene thoughts, insensible to surrounding circumstances. His words are the relation of his oldest and finest memory, a wisdom drawn from the remotest experience. Other men lead a starved existence, meanwhile, like hawks, that would fain keep on the wing, and trust to pick up a sparrow now and then. There are already essays and poems, the growth of this land, which are not in vain, all which, however, we could conveniently have stowed in the till of our chest. If the gods permitted their own inspiration to be breathed in vain, these might be overlooked in the crowd, but the accents of truth are as sure to be heard at last on earth as in heaven. They already seem ancient, and in some measure have lost the traces of their modern birth. Here are they who ask for that which is our whole life's light, for the perpetual, true and clear insight. I remember a few sentences which spring like the sward in its native pasture, where its roots were never disturbed, and not as if spread over a sandy embankment, answering to the poet's prayer, "Let us set so just a rate on knowledge, that the world may trust the poet's sentence, and not still aver each art is to itself a flatterer." But, above all, in our native port, did we not frequent the peaceful games of the Lyceum, from which a new era will be dated to New England, as from the games of Greece? For if Herodotus carried his history to Olympia to read, after the Cistus and the race, have we not heard such histories recited there, which since our countrymen have read, as made Greece sometimes to be forgotten? Philosophy, too, has there her grove and portico, not wholly unfrequented in these days. Lately the victor, whom all Pindars praised, has won another palm, contending with Olympian bards who sung divine ideas below, which always find us young, and always keep us so. What earth or sea, mountain or stream, or muse's spring or grove, is safe from his all-searching ardent eye, who drives off beaten track, visits unwanted zones, makes the gelid Hyperboreans glow, and the old polar serpent writhe, and many a Nile flow back and hide his head. That Phaeton of our day, who'd make another Milky Way, and burn the world up with his ray, by us an undisputed seer, who'd drive his flaming car so near unto our shuddering mortal sphere, disgracing all our slender worth, and scorching up the living earth, to prove his heavenly birth. The silver spokes, the golden tire, are glowing with unwonted fire, and ever nigher roll and nigher. The pins and axle melted are, the silver radii fly afar. Ah, he will spoil his father's car. Who let him have the steeds he cannot steer? Henceforth the sun will not shine for a year, and we shall Ethiops all appear. From his lips of cunning fell the thrilling Delphic oracle. And yet, sometimes, we should not mind if on our ear there fell some less of cunning, more of oracle. It is Apollo shining in your face. O rare contemporary, let us have far-off heats. Give us the subtler, the heavenlier though fleeting beauty, which passes through, and dwells not in the verse, even pure water, which but reflects those tints which wine wears in its grain. Let epic trade winds blow, and cease this waltz of inspirations. Let us oftener feel even the gentle southwest wind upon our cheeks blowing from the Indian's heaven. What though we lose 1,000 meteors from the sky, if sky depths, if stardust and undissolvable nebulae remain? What though we lose 1,000 wise responses of the oracle, if we may have instead some natural acres of Ionian earth? Though we know well, that 'tis not in the power of kings, or presidents, to raise a spirit for verse that is not born thereto, nor are they born in every prince's days, yet spite of all they sang in praise of their Eliza's reign, we have evidence that poets may be born and sing in our day, in the presidency of James K. Polk, and that the utmost powers of English rhyme were not within her peaceful reign confined. The prophecy of the poet Daniel is already how much more than fulfilled. And who in time knows whither we may vent the treasure of our tongue? To what strange shores this gain of our best glory shall be sent, to enrich unknowing nations with our stores? What worlds in th yet unformed Occident, may come refined with the accents that are ours? Enough has been said in these days of the charm of fluent writing. We hear it complained of some works of genius, that they have fine thoughts, but are irregular and have no flow. But even the mountain peaks in the horizon are, to the eye of science, parts of one range. We should consider that the flow of thought is more like a tidal wave than a prone river, and is the result of a celestial influence, not of any declivity in its channel. The river flows because it runs downhill, and flows the faster it descends. The reader who expects to float downstream for the whole voyage, may well complain of nauseating swells and choppings of the sea when his frail shore craft gets amidst the billows of the ocean stream, which flows as much to sun and moon as lesser streams to it. But if we would appreciate the flow that is in these books, we must expect to feel it rise from the page like an exhalation, and wash away our critical brains like burr millstones, flowing to higher levels above and behind ourselves. There is many a book which ripples on like a freshet, and flows as glibly as a mill stream sucking under a causeway, and when their authors are in the full tide of their discourse, Pythagoras and Plato and Jamblichus halt beside them. Their long, stringy, slimy sentences are of that consistency that they naturally flow and run together. They read as if written for military men, for men of business, there is such a dispatch in them. Compared with these, the grave thinkers and philosophers seem not to have got their swaddling clothes off. They are slower than a Roman army in its march, the rear camping tonight where the van camped last night. The wise Jamblichus eddies and gleams like a watery slough. How many thousands never heard the name of Sidney, or of Spencer, or their books? And yet brave fellows, and presume of fame, and seem to bear down all the world with looks. The ready writer seizes the pen, and shouts, "Forward!" Alamo and Fanning. And after rolls the tide of war. The very walls and fences seem to travel. But the most rapid trot is no flow after all, and thither, reader, you and I, at least, will not follow. A perfectly healthy sentence, it is true, is extremely rare. For the most part we miss the hue and fragrance of the thought, as if we could be satisfied with the dews of the morning or evening without their colors, or the heavens without their azure. The most attractive sentences are, perhaps, not the wisest, but the surest and roundest. They are spoken firmly and conclusively, as if the speaker had a right to know what he says, and if not wise, they have at least been well learned. Sir Walter Raleigh might well be studied if only for the excellence of his style, for he is remarkable in the midst of so many masters. There is a natural emphasis in his style, like a man's tread, and a breathing space between the sentences, which the best of modern writing does not furnish. His chapters are like English parks, or say rather like a western forest, where the larger growth keeps down the underwood, and one may ride on horseback through the openings. All the distinguished writers of that period possess a greater vigor and naturalness than the more modern, for it is allowed to slander our own time, and when we read a quotation from one of them in the midst of a modern author, we seem to have come suddenly upon a greener ground, a greater depth and strength of soil. It is as if a green bough were laid across the page, and we are refreshed as by the sight of fresh grass in midwinter or early spring. You have constantly the warrant of life and experience in what you read. The little that is said is eked out by implication of the much that was done. The sentences are verdurous and blooming as evergreen and flowers, because they are rooted in fact and experience. But our false and florid sentences have only the tints of flowers without their sap or roots. All men are really most attracted by the beauty of plain speech, and they even write in a florid style in imitation of this. They prefer to be misunderstood rather than to come short of its exuberance. Hussein Effendi praised the epistolary style of Ibrahim Pasha to the French traveller Botta, because of the difficulty of understanding it. There was, he said, but one person at Jeddah, who was capable of understanding and explaining the Pasha's correspondence. A man's whole life is taxed for the least thing well done. It is its net result. Every sentence is the result of a long probation. Where shall we look for standard English, but to the words of a standard man? The word which is best said came nearest to not being spoken at all, for it is cousin to a deed which the speaker could have better done. Nay, almost it must have taken the place of a deed by some urgent necessity, even by some misfortune, so that the truest writer will be some captive knight, after all. And perhaps the fates had such a design, when, having stored Raleigh so richly with the substance of life and experience, they made him a fast prisoner, and compelled him to make his words his deeds, and transfer to his expression the emphasis and sincerity of his action. Men have a respect for scholarship and learning greatly out of proportion to the use they commonly serve. We are amused to read how Ben Jonson engaged, that the dull masks with which the royal family and nobility were to be entertained should be grounded upon antiquity and solid learning. Can there be any greater reproach than an idle learning? Learn to split wood, at least. The necessity of labor and conversation with many men and things, to the scholar is rarely well remembered. Steady labor with the hands, which engrosses the attention also, is unquestionably the best method of removing palaver and sentimentality out of one's style, both of speaking and writing. If he has worked hard from morning till night, though he may have grieved that he could not be watching the train of his thoughts during that time, yet the few hasty lines which at evening record his day's experience will be more musical and true than his freest but idle fancy could have furnished. Surely the writer is to address a world of laborers, and such therefore must be his own discipline. He will not idly dance at his work who has wood to cut and cord before nightfall in the short days of winter, but every stroke will be husband, and ring soberly through the wood, and so will the strokes of that scholar's pen, which at evening record the story of the day, ring soberly, yet cheerily, on the ear of the reader, long after the echoes of his axe have died away. The scholar may be sure that he writes the tougher truth for the calluses on his palms. They give firmness to the sentence. Indeed, the mind never makes a great and successful effort, without a corresponding energy of the body. We are often struck by the force and precision of style to which hard-working men, unpracticed in writing, easily attain when required to make the effort. As if plainness, and vigor, and sincerity, the ornaments of style, were better learned on the farm and in the workshop, than in the schools. The sentences written by such rude hands are nervous and tough, like hardened thongs, the sinews of the deer, or the roots of the pine. As for the graces of expression, a great thought is never found in a mean dress, but though it proceed from the lips of the Wolofs, the 9 Muses and the 3 Graces will have conspired to clothe it in fit phrase. Its education has always been liberal, and its implied wit can endow a college. The world, which the Greeks called beauty, has been made such by being gradually divested of every ornament which was not fitted to endure. The Sibyl, speaking with inspired mouth, smileless, inornate, and unperfumed, pierces through centuries by the power of the god. The scholar might frequently emulate the propriety and emphasis of the farmer's call to his team, and confess that if that were written it would surpass his lay-bought sentences. Whose are the truly lay-bought sentences? From the weak and flimsy periods of the politician and literary man, we are glad to turn even to the description of work, the simple record of the month's labor in the farmer's almanac, to restore our tone and spirits. A sentence should read as if its author, had he held a plough instead of a pen, could have drawn a furrow deep and straight to the end. The scholar requires hard and serious labor to give an impetus to his thought. He will learn to grasp the pen firmly so, and wield it gracefully and effectively, as an axe or a sword. When we consider the weak and nerveless periods of some literary men, who perchance in feet and inches come up to the standard of their race, and are not deficient in girth also, we are amazed at the immense sacrifice of thews and sinews. What? These proportions, these bones, and this their work. Hands which could have felled an ox have hewed this fragile matter which would not have tasked a lady's fingers. Can this be a stalwart man's work, who has a marrow in his back and a tendon Achilles in his heel? They who set up the blocks of Stonehenge did somewhat, if they only laid out their strength for once, and stretched themselves. Yet, after all, the truly efficient laborer will not crowd his day with work, but will saunter to his task surrounded by a white halo of ease and leisure, and then do but what he loves best. He is anxious only about the fruitful kernels of time. Though the hen should sit all day, she could lay only one egg, and, besides, would not have picked up materials for another. Let a man take time enough for the most trivial deed, though it be but the paring of his nails. The buds swell imperceptibly, without hurry or confusion, as if the short spring days were an eternity. Then spend an age in whetting thy desire, thou needst not hasten if thou dost stand fast. Some hours seem not to be occasion for any deed, but for resolves to draw breath in. We do not directly go about the execution of the purpose that thrills us, but shut our doors behind us and ramble with prepared mind, as if the half were already done. Our resolution is taking root or hold on the earth then, as seeds first send a shoot downward which is fed by their own albumen, ere they send one upward to the light. There is a sort of homely truth and naturalness in some books which is very rare to find, and yet looks cheap enough. There may be nothing lofty in the sentiment, or fine in the expression, but it is careless country talk. Homeliness is almost as great a merit in a book as in a house, if the reader would abide there. It is next to beauty, and a very high art. Some have this merit only. The scholar is not apt to make his most familiar experience come gracefully to the aid of his expression. Very few men can speak of nature, for instance, with any truth. They overstep her modesty, somehow or other, and confer no favor. They do not speak a good word for her. Most cry better than they speak, and you can get more nature out of them by pinching than by addressing them. The surliness with which the woodcopper speaks of his woods, handling them as indifferently as his axe, is better than the mealy-mouthed enthusiasm of the lover of nature. Better that the primrose by the river's brim be a yellow primrose, and nothing more, than that it be something less. Aubrey relates of Thomas Fuller that his was a very working head, insomuch that, walking and meditating before dinner, he would eat up a penny loaf, not knowing that he did it. His natural memory was very great, to which he added the art of memory. He would repeat to you forwards and backwards all the signs from Ludgate to Charing Cross. He says of Mr. John Hales, that he loved Canary and was buried under an altar monument of black marble, with a too long epitaph, of Edmund Halley, that he at 16 could make a dial, and then, he said, he thought himself a brave fellow, of William Holder, who wrote a book upon his curing one Popham who was deaf and dumb. He was beholding to no author, did only consult with nature. For the most part, an author consults only with all who have written before him upon a subject, and his book is but the advice of so many. But a good book will never have been forestalled, but the topic itself will in one sense be new, and its author, by consulting with nature, will consult not only with those who have gone before, but with those who may come after. There is always room and occasion enough for a true book on any subject, as there is room for more light the brightest day and more rays will not interfere with the first. We thus worked our way up this river, gradually adjusting our thoughts to novelties, beholding from its placid bosom a new nature and new works of men, and, as it were with increasing confidence, finding nature still habitable, genial, and propitious to us, not following any beaten path, but the windings of the river, as ever the nearest way for us. Fortunately we had no business in this country. The Concord had rarely been a river, or rivers, but barely fluvious, or between fluvius and lacus. This Merrimack was neither rivers nor fluvius nor lacus, but rather amnis here, a gently swelling and stately rolling flood approaching the sea. We could even sympathize with its buoyant tide, going to seek its fortune in the ocean, and, anticipating the time when being received within the plane of its freer water it should beat the shores for banks, campoque recepta liberioris aqua, pro rapis litera pulsant. At length we doubled a low shrubby islet, called Rabbit Island, subjected alternately to the sun and to the waves, as desolate as if it lay some leagues within the icy sea, and found ourselves in a narrower part of the river, near the sheds and yards for picking the stone known as the Chelmsford granite, which is quarried in Westford and the neighbouring towns. We passed Wickasack Island, which contains 70 acres or more, on our right, between Chelmsford and Tingsboro. This was a favorite residence of the Indians. According to the history of Dunstable, about 1663, the eldest son of Passaconaway, chief of the Penacooks, was thrown into jail for a debt of £45, due to John Tinker, by one of his tribe, and which he had promised verbally should be paid. To relieve him from his imprisonment, his brother Wanalancet and others, who owned Wickasack Island, sold it and paid the debt. It was, however, restored to the Indians by the General Court in 1665. After the departure of the Indians in 1683, it was granted to Jonathan Tyng in payment for his services to the colony, in maintaining a garrison at his house. Tyngs' house stood not far from Wickasack Falls. Gookin, who, in his epistle dedicatory to Robert Boyle, apologizes for presenting his matter clothed in a wilderness dress, says that on the breaking out of Philip's War in 1675, there were taken up by the Christian Indians and the English in Marlborough, and sent to Cambridge, 7 Indians belonging to Narragansett, Long Island, and Peckard, who had all been at work about 7 weeks with one Mr. Jonathan Tyng, of Dunstable, upon Merrimack River, and, hearing of the war, they reckoned with their master, and getting their wages, conveyed themselves away without his privity, and, being afraid, marched secretly through the woods, designing to go to their own country. However, they were released soon after. Such were the hired men in those days. Tyng was the first permanent settler of Dunstable, which then embraced what is now Tingsboro and many other towns. In the winter of 1675, in Philip's War, every other settler left the town. But he says the historian of Dunstable, fortified his house, and, although obliged to send to Boston for his food, sat himself down in the midst of his savage enemies, alone, in the wilderness, to defend his home. Deeming his position an important one for the defense of the frontiers, in February 1676, he petitioned the colony for aid, humbly showing, as his petition runs, that, as he lived in the uppermost house on Merrimack River, lying open to ye enemy, yet being so seated that it is, as it were, a watch house to the neighboring towns, he could render important service to his country if only he had some assistance, there being, he said, never an inhabitant left in the town but myself. Wherefore he requests that their honours would be pleased to order him 3 or 4 men to help garrison his said house, which they did. But methinks that such a garrison would be weakened by the addition of a man. Make bandog thy scout watch to bark at a thief, make courage for life, to be captain chief, make trapdoor thy bulwark, make bell to begin, make gustone and arrow show who is within. Thus he earned the title of first permanent settler. In 1694 a law was passed that every settler who deserted a town for fear of the Indians should forfeit all his rights therein. But now, at any rate, as I have frequently observed, a man may desert the fertile frontier territories of truth and justice, which are the state's best lands, for fear of far more insignificant foes, without forfeiting any of his civil rights therein. Nay, townships are granted to deserters, and the general court, as I am sometimes inclined to regard it, is but a deserter's camp itself. As we rode along near the shore of Wickasack Island, which was then covered with wood, in order to avoid the current, 2 men, who looked as if they had just run out of Lowell, where they had been waylaid by the Sabbath, meaning to go to Nashua, and who now found themselves in the strange, natural, uncultivated, and unsettled part of the globe which intervenes, full of walls and barriers, a rough and uncivil place to them, seeing our boat moving so smoothly up the stream, called out from the high bank above our heads to know if we would take them as passengers, as if this were the street they had missed, that they might sit and chat and drive away the time, and so at last find themselves in Nashua. This smooth way they much preferred. But our boat was crowded with necessary furniture, and sunk low in the water, and moreover required to be worked, for even it did not progress against the stream without effort, so we were obliged to deny them passage. As we glided away with even sweeps, while the fates scattered oil in our course, the sun now sinking behind the alders on the distant shore, we could still see them far off over the water, running along the shore and climbing over the rocks and fallen trees like insects, for they did not know any better than we that they were on an island, the unsympathizing river ever flowing in an opposite direction, until, having reached the entrance of the island brook, which they had probably crossed upon the locks below, they found a more effectual barrier to their progress. They seemed to be learning much in a little time. They ran about like ants on a burning brand, and once more they tried the river here, and once more there, to see if water still indeed was not to be walked on, as if a new thought inspired them, and by some peculiar disposition of the limbs they could accomplish it. At length sober common sense seemed to have resumed its sway, and they concluded that what they had so long heard must be true, and resolved to ford the shallower stream. When nearly a mile distant we could see them stripping off their clothes and preparing for this experiment, yet it seemed likely that a new dilemma would arise. They were so thoughtlessly throwing away their clothes on the wrong side of the stream, as in the case of the countryman with his corn, his fox, and his goose, which had to be transported one at a time. Whether they got safely through, or went round by the locks, we never learned. We could not help being struck by the seeming, though innocent indifference of nature to these men's necessities, while elsewhere she was equally serving others. Like a true benefactress, the secret of her service is unchangeableness. Thus is the busiest merchant, though within sight of his Lowell, put to pilgrim's shifts, and soon comes to staff and scrip and scallop shell. We, too, who held the middle of the stream, came near experiencing a pilgrim's fate, being tempted to pursue what seemed a sturgeon or larger fish, for we remembered that this was the Sturgeon River, its dark and monstrous back alternately rising and sinking in midstream. We kept falling behind, but the fish kept his back well out, and did not dive, and seemed to prefer to swim against the stream, so, at any rate, he would not escape us by going out to sea. At length, having got as near as was convenient, and looking out not to get a blow from his tail, now the bowgunner delivered his charge, while the stern man held his ground. But the halibut-skinned monster, in one of these swift-gliding pregnant moments, without ever ceasing his bobbing up and down, saw fit, without a chuckle or other prelude, to proclaim himself a huge imprisoned spar, placed there as a buoy, to warn sailors of sunken rocks. So, each casting some blame upon the other, we withdrew quickly to safer waters. The scene shifter saw fit here to close the drama of this day, without regard to any unities which we mortals prize. Whether it might have proved tragedy, or comedy, or tragicomedy, or pastoral, we cannot tell. This Sunday ended by the going down of the sun, leaving us still on the waves. But they who are on the water enjoy a longer and brighter twilight than they who are on the land, for here the water, as well as the atmosphere, absorbs and reflects the light, and some of the day seems to have sunk down into the waves. The light gradually forsook the deep water, as well as the deeper air, and the gloaming came to the fishes as well as to us, and more dim and gloomy to them, whose day is a perpetual twilight, though sufficiently bright for their weak and watery eyes. Vespers had already rung in many a dim and watery chapel down below, where the shadows of the weeds were extended in length over the sandy floor. The vespertinal pout had already begun to flit on Leathern Fin, and the finny gossips withdrew from the fluvial street to creeks and coves, and other private haunts, excepting a few of stronger fin, which anchored in the stream, stemming the tide even in their dreams. Meanwhile, like a dark evening cloud, we were wafted over the cope of their sky, deepening the shadows on their deluged fields. Having reached a retired part of the river where it spread out to 60 rods in width, we pitched our tent on the east side, in Tingsborough, just above some patches of the beach plum, which was now nearly ripe, where the sloping bank was a sufficient pillow, and with the bustle of sailors making the land, we transferred such stores as were required from boat to tent, and hung a lantern to the tent pole, and so our house was ready. With a buffalo spread on the grass, and a blanket for our covering, our bed was soon made. A fire crackled merrily before the entrance, so near that we could tend it without stepping abroad, and when we had supped, we put out the blaze, and closed the door, and with the semblance of domestic comfort, sat up to read the gazetteer, to learn our latitude and longitude, and write the journal of the voyage, or listened to the wind and the rippling of the river till sleep overtook us. There we lay under an oak on the bank of the stream, near to some farmer's cornfield, getting sleep, and forgetting where we were, a great blessing, that we are obliged to forget our enterprises every 12 hours. Minks, muskrats, meadow mice, woodchucks, squirrels, skunks, rabbits, foxes, and weasels, all inhabit near, but keep very close while you are there. The river sucking and eddying away all night down toward the marts and the seaboard, a great wash and freshet, and no small enterprise to reflect on. Instead of the Scythian vastness of the Belarusian night, and its wild musical sounds, we were kept awake by the boisterous sport of some Irish labourers on the railroad, wafted to us over the water, still unwearied and unresting on this seventh day, who would not have done with whirling up and down the track with ever-increasing velocity and still reviving shouts, till late in the night. One sailor was visited in his dreams this night by the evil destinies, and all those powers that are hostile to human life, which constrain and oppress the minds of men, and make their path seem difficult and narrow, and beset with dangers, so that the most innocent and worthy enterprises appear insolent and a tempting of fate, and the gods go not with us. But the other happily passed a serene and even ambrosial or immortal night, and his sleep was dreamless, or only the atmosphere of pleasant dreams remained, a happy natural sleep until the morning, and his cheerful spirit soothed and reassured his brother, for whenever they meet, the good genius is sure to prevail. Monday I think for to touch also the world which kneweth every day, so as I can, so as I may. Gower. The High Sheriff of Nottingham, H.Y.M. hold in your MYND. Robin Hood Ballads. His shoot it was but loosely shot, yet flew not the arrow in vain, for it met one of the sheriff's men, and William a Trent was slain. Robin Hood Ballads gazed on the heavens for what he missed on earth. Britannia's pastorals when the first light dawned on the earth and the birds awoke, and the brave river was heard rippling confidently seaward, and the nimble early rising wind rustled the oak leaves about our tent, all men having reinforced their bodies and their souls with sleep, and cast aside doubt and fear, were invited to unattempted adventures. All courageous nictis against the day ditis the breastplate that Brit is, to fet with their foo. The stone steed stampis thro' Curge and Krampus, sign on the land Lampis, the night is nigh gone. One of us took the boat over to the opposite shore, which was flat and accessible, a quarter of a mile distant, to empty it of water and wash out the clay, while the other kindled a fire and got breakfast ready. At an early hour we were again on our way, rowing through the fog as before, the river already awake, and a million crisped waves come forth to meet the sun when he should show himself. The countrymen, recruited by their day of rest, were already stirring, and had begun to cross the ferry on the business of the week. This ferry was as busy as a beaver dam, and all the world seemed anxious to get across the Merrimack River at this particular point, waiting to get set over. Children with their 2 cents done up in paper, jailbirds broke loose and constable with warrant, travelers from distant lands to distant lands, men and women to whom the Merrimack River was a bar. There stands a gig in the grey morning, in the mist, the impatient traveller pacing the wet shore with whip in hand, and shouting through the fog after the regardless Charon and his retreating ark, as if he might throw that passenger overboard and return forthwith for himself. He will compensate him. He is to break his fast at some unseen place on the opposite side. It may be Ledyard or the Wandering Jew. Whence, pray, did he come out of the foggy night? And whither through the sunny day will he go? We observe only his transit, important to us, forgotten by him, transiting all day. There are 2 of them. Maybe, they are Virgil and Dante. But when they crossed the Styx, none were seen bound up or down the stream, that I remember. It is only a transjectus, a transitory voyage, like life itself, none but the long-lived gods bound up or down the stream. Many of these Monday men are ministers, no doubt, risking their parishes with hired horses, with sermons in their valises all read and gutted, the day after never with them. They cross each other's routes all the country over like woof and warp, making a garment of loose texture, vacation now for 6 days. They stop to pick nuts and berries, and gather apples by the wayside at their leisure. Good religious men, with the love of men in their hearts, and the means to pay their toll in their pockets. We got over this ferry chain without scraping, rowing athwart the tide of travel, no toll for us that day. The fog dispersed and we rode leisurely along through Tingsboro, with a clear sky and a mild atmosphere, leaving the habitations of men behind and penetrating yet farther into the territory of ancient Dunstable. It was from Dunstable, then a frontier town, that the famous Captain Lovejoy, with his company, marched in quest of the Indians on the 18th of April, 1725. He was the son of an ensign in the army of Oliver Cromwell, who came to this country, and settled at Dunstable, where he died at the great age of 120 years. In the words of the old nursery tale, sung about 100 years ago, he and his valiant soldiers did range the woods full wide, and hardships they endured to quell the Indians' pride. In the shaggy pine forest of Pequawket they met the rebel Indians and prevailed, after a bloody fight, and a remnant returned home to enjoy the fame of their victory. A township called Lovejoy's Town, but now, for some reason, or perhaps without reason, Pembroke, was granted them by the state. Of all our valiant English, there were but 34, and of the rebel Indians, there were about 80, and 16 of our English did safely home return, the rest were killed and wounded, for which we all must mourn. Our worthy Captain Lovejoy among them there did die, they killed Leut. Robbins, and wounded good young Fry, who was our English chaplain. He many Indians slew, and some of them he scalped while bullets round him flew. Our brave forefathers have exterminated all the Indians, and their degenerate children no longer dwell in garrisoned houses nor hear any war whoop in their path. It would be well, perchance, if many an English chaplain in these days could exhibit as unquestionable trophies of his valor as did good young Fry. We have need to be as sturdy pioneers still as Miles Standish, or Church, or Lovejoy. We are to follow on another trail, it is true, but one as convenient for ambushes. What if the Indians are exterminated? Are not savages as grim prowling about the clearings today, and braving many dangers and hardships in the way? They safe arrived at Dunstable the 13th day of May. But they did not all safe arrive in Dunstable the 13th or the 15th, or the 30th day of May. Eleazar Davis and Josiah Jones, both of Concord, for our native town had 7 men in this fight, Lieutenant Farewell, of Dunstable, and Jonathan Fry, of Andover, who were all wounded, were left behind, creeping toward the settlements. After traveling several miles, Fry was left and lost, though a more recent poet has assigned him company in his last hours. A man he was of comely form, polished and brave, well learned and kind. Old Harvard's learned halls he left far in the wilds a grave to find. Ah, now his blood-red arm he lifts, his closing lids he tries to raise, and speak once more before he dies, in supplication and in praise. He prays kind heaven to grant success, brave Lovejoy's men to guide and bless, and when they've shed their heart blood true, to raise them all to happiness. Lieutenant Farewell took his hand, his arm around his neck he threw, and said, "Brave chaplain, I could wish that heaven had made me die for you." Farewell held out 11 days. A tradition says, as we learn from the history of Concord, that arriving at a pond with Leut. Farewell, Davis pulled off one of his moccasins, cut it in strings, on which he fastened a hook, caught some fish, fried and ate them. They refreshed him, but were injurious to Farewell, who died soon after. Davis had a ball lodged in his body, and his right hand shot off, but on the whole, he seems to have been less damaged than his companion. He came into Berwick after being out 14 days. Jones also had a ball lodged in his body, but he likewise got into Saco after 14 days, though not in the best condition imaginable. He had subsisted, says an old journal, on the spontaneous vegetables of the forest, and cranberries which he had eaten came out of wounds he had received in his body. This was also the case with Davis. The last 2 reached home at length, safe if not sound, and lived many years in a crippled state to enjoy their pension. But alas! Of the crippled Indians, and their adventures in the woods, for as we are informed, so thick and fast they fell, scarce 20 of their number at night did get home well. How many balls lodged with them, how fared their cranberries, what Berwick or Saco they got into, and finally what pension or township was granted them, there is no journal to tell. It is stated in the history of Dunstable, that just before his last march, Lovejoy was warned to beware of the ambuscades of the enemy, but he replied, that he did not care for them, and bending down a small elm beside which he was standing into a bow, declared that he would treat the Indians in the same way. This elm is still standing, in Nashua, a venerable and magnificent tree. Meanwhile, having passed the horseshoe interval in Tingsboro, where the river makes a sudden bend to the northwest, for our reflections have anticipated our progress somewhat, we were advancing farther into the country and into the day, which last proved almost as golden as the preceding, though the slight bustle and activity of the Monday seemed to penetrate even to this scenery. Now and then we had to muster all our energy to get round a point, where the river broke rippling over rocks, and the maples trailed their branches in the stream, but there was generally a backwater or eddy on the side, of which we took advantage. The river was here about 40 rods wide and 15 feet deep. Occasionally one ran along the shore, examining the country, and visiting the nearest farmhouses, while the other followed the windings of the stream alone, to meet his companion at some distant point, and hear the report of his adventures, how the farmer praised the coolness of his well, and his wife offered the stranger a draught of milk, or the children quarreled for the only transparency in the window that they might get sight of the man at the well. For though the country seemed so new, and no house was observed by us, shut in between the banks that sunny day, we did not have to travel far to find where men inhabited, like wild bees, and had sunk wells in the loose sand and loam of the Merrimack. There dwelled the subject of the Hebrew Scriptures, and the Esprit des Lois, where a thin vaporous smoke curled up through the noon. All that is told of mankind, of the inhabitants of the Upper Nile, and the Sundarbans, and Timbuktu, and the Orinoco, was experience here. Every race and class of men was represented. According to Belknap, the historian of New Hampshire, who wrote 60 years ago, here too, perchance, dwelled new lights and free-thinking men even then. The people in general throughout the state, it is written, are professors of the Christian religion in some form or other. There is, however, a sort of wise men who pretend to reject it, but they have not yet been able to substitute a better in its place. The other voyager, perhaps, would in the meanwhile have seen a brown hawk, or a woodchuck, or a musquash creeping under the alders. We occasionally rested in the shade of a maple or a willow, and drew forth a melon for our refreshment, while we contemplated at our leisure the lapse of the river and of human life, and as that current, with its floating twigs and leaves, so did all things pass in review before us, while far away in cities and marts on this very stream, the old routine was proceeding still. There is, indeed, a tide in the affairs of men, as the poet says, and yet as things flow they circulate, and the ebb always balances the flow. All streams are but tributary to the ocean, which itself does not stream, and the shores are unchanged, but in longer periods than man can measure. Go where we will, we discover infinite change in particulars only, not in generals. When I go into a museum and see the mummies wrapped in their linen bandages, I see that the lives of men began to need reform as long ago as when they walked the earth. I come out into the streets, and meet men who declare that the time is near at hand for the redemption of the race. But as men lived in Thebes, so do they live in Dunstable today. time drinketh up the essence of every great and noble action which ought to be performed, and is delayed in the execution. So says Vishnu Sama, and we perceive that the schemers return again and again to common sense and labor. Such is the evidence of history. Yet I doubt not through the ages one increasing purpose runs, and the thoughts of men are widened with the process of the suns. There are secret articles in our treatise with the gods, of more importance than all the rest, which the historian can never know. There are many skillful apprentices, but few master workmen. On every hand we observe a truly wise practice, in education, in morals, and in the arts of life, the embodied wisdom of many an ancient philosopher. Who does not see that heresies have some time prevailed, that reforms have already taken place? All this worldly wisdom might be regarded as the once unamiable heresy of some wise man. Some interests have got a footing on the earth which we have not made sufficient allowance for. Even they who first built these bonds and cleared the land thus, had some valor. The abrupt epochs and chasms are smoothed down in history as the inequalities of the plain are concealed by distance. But unless we do more than simply learn the trade of our time, we are but apprentices, and not yet masters of the art of life. Now that we are casting away these melon seeds, how can we help feeling reproach? He who eats the fruit, should at least plant the seed, if possible, a better seed than that whose fruit he has enjoyed. Seeds. There are seeds enough which need only to be stirred in with the soil where they lie, by an inspired voice or pen, to bear fruit of a divine flavor. O thou spendthrift! Defray thy debt to the world, eat not the seed of institutions, as the luxurious do, but plant it rather, while thou devourest the pulp and tuber for thy subsistence, that so, perchance, one variety may at last be found worthy of preservation. There are moments when all anxiety and stated toil are becalmed in the infinite leisure and repose of nature. All laborers must have their no warning, and at this season of the day, we are all, more or less, Asiatics, and give over all work and reform. While lying thus on our oars by the side of the stream, in the heat of the day, our boat held by an osier put through the staple in its prow, and slicing the melons, which are a fruit of the East, our thoughts reverted to Arabia, Persia, and Hindustan, the lands of contemplation and dwelling places of the ruminant nations. In the experience of this noontide we could find some apology even for the instinct of the opium, beetle, and tobacco chewers. Mount Sabre, according to the French traveller and naturalist, Botta, is celebrated for producing the cat tree, of which the soft tops of the twigs and tender leaves are eaten, says his reviewer, and produce an agreeable soothing excitement, restoring from fatigue, banishing sleep, and disposing to the enjoyment of conversation. We thought that we might lead a dignified Oriental life along this stream as well, and the maple and alders would be our cat trees. It is a great pleasure to escape sometimes from the restless class of reformers. What if these grievances exist? So do you and I. Think you that sitting hens are troubled with ennui these long summer days, sitting on and on in the crevice of a hayloft, without active employment? by the faint cackling in distant barns, I judge that Dame Nature is interested still to know how many eggs her hens lay. The universal soul, as it is called, has an interest in the stacking of hay, the foddering of cattle, and the draining of peat meadows. Away in Scythia, away in India, it makes butter and cheese. Suppose that all farms are run out, and we youths must buy old land and bring it to, still everywhere the relentless opponents of reform bear a strange resemblance to ourselves, or, perchance, they are a few old maids and bachelors, who sit round the kitchen hearth and listen to the singing of the kettle. The oracles often give victory to our choice, and not to the order alone of the mundane periods. As, for instance, when they say that our voluntary sorrows germinate in us as the growth of the particular life we lead. The reform which you talk about can be undertaken any morning before unbarring our doors. We need not call any convention. When two neighbors begin to eat corn bread, who before ate wheat, then the gods smile from ear to ear, for it is very pleasant to them. Why do you not try it? Don't let me hinder you. There are theoretical reformers at all times, and all the world over, living on anticipation. Wolfe, traveling in the deserts of Bokhara, says, another party of dervishes came to me and observed, the time will come when there shall be no difference between rich and poor, between high and low, when property will be in common, even wives and children. But forever I ask of such, what then? The dervishes in the deserts of Bokhara and the reformers in Marlborough Chapel sing the same song. There's a good time coming, boys, but, asked one of the audience, in good faith, can you fix the date? Said I, will you help it along? The nonchalance and dolce-far-niente air of nature and society hint at infinite periods in the progress of mankind. The states have leisure to laugh from Maine to Texas at some newspaper joke, and New England shakes at the double entendres of Australian circles, while the poor reformer cannot get a hearing. Men do not fail commonly for want of knowledge, but for want of prudence to give wisdom the preference. What we need to know in any case is very simple. It is but too easy to establish another durable and harmonious routine. Immediately all parts of nature consent to it. Only make something to take the place of something, and men will behave as if it was the very thing they wanted. They must behave, at any rate, and will work up any material. There is always a present and extant life, be it better or worse, which all combine to uphold. We should be slow to mend, my friends, as slow to require mending, not hurling, according to the oracle, a transcendent foot towards piety. The language of excitement is at best picturesque merely. You must be calm before you can utter oracles. What was the excitement of the Delphic priestess compared with the calm wisdom of Socrates, or whoever it was that was wise. Enthusiasm is a supernatural serenity. Men find that action is another thing than what they in discoursing papers read. The world's affairs require in managing more arts than those wherein you clerks proceed. As in geology, so in social institutions, we may discover the causes of all past change in the present invariable order of society. The greatest appreciable physical revolutions are the work of the light-footed air, the stealth-paced water, and the subterranean fire. Aristotle said, as time never fails, and the universe is eternal, neither the Tanais nor the Nile can have flowed forever. We are independent of the change we detect. The longer the lever, the less perceptible its motion. It is the slowest pulsation which is the most vital. The hero then will know how to wait, as well as to make haste. All good abides with him who waiteth wisely. We shall sooner overtake the dawn by remaining here than by hurrying over the hills of the west. Be assured that every man's success is in proportion to his average ability. The meadow flowers spring and bloom where the waters annually deposit their slime, not where they reach in some freshet only. A man is not his hope, nor his despair, nor yet his past deed. We know not yet what we have done, still less what we are doing. Wait till evening, and other parts of our day's work will shine than we had thought at noon, and we shall discover the real purport of our toil. As when the farmer has reached the end of the furrow and looks back, he can tell best where the pressed earth shines most. To one who habitually endeavors to contemplate the true state of things, the political state can hardly be said to have any existence whatever. It is unreal, incredible, and insignificant to him, and for him to endeavor to extract the truth from such lean material is like making sugar from linen rags, when sugar cane may be had. Generally speaking, the political news, whether domestic or foreign, might be written today for the next 10 years, with sufficient accuracy. Most revolutions in society have not power to interest, still less alarm us, but tell me that our rivers are drying up, or the genus pine dying out in the country, and I might attend. Most events recorded in history are more remarkable than important, like eclipses of the sun and moon, by which all are attracted, but whose effects no one takes the trouble to calculate. But will the government never be so well administered, inquired one, that we private men shall hear nothing about it? The king answered, at all events, I require a prudent and able man, who is capable of managing the state affairs of my kingdom. The ex-minister said, the criterion, O sire, of a wise and competent man is, that he will not meddle with such like matters. Alas, that the ex-minister should have been so nearly right. In my short experience of human life, the outward obstacles, if there were any such, have not been living men, but the institutions of the dead. It is grateful to make one's way through this latest generation as through dewy grass. Men are as innocent as the morning to the unsuspicious. And round about good morrows fly, as if day taught humanity. Not being rev of this shire, the early pilgrim blithe he hailed, that o'er the hills did stray, and many an early husbandman, that he met on the way, thieves and robbers all, nevertheless. I have not so surely foreseen that any Cossack or Chippewa would come to disturb the honest and simple commonwealth, as that some monster institution would at length embrace and crush its free members in its scaly folds, for it is not to be forgotten, that while the law holds fast the thief and murderer, it lets itself go loose. When I have not paid the tax which the state demanded for that protection which I did not want, itself has robbed me. When I have asserted the liberty it presumed to declare, itself has imprisoned me. Poor creature! If it knows no better I will not blame it. If it cannot live but by these means, I can. I do not wish, it happens, to be associated with Massachusetts, either in holding slaves or in conquering Mexico. I am a little better than herself in these respects. As for Massachusetts, that huge she-brearious, Argus and Colchian dragon conjoined, set to watch the heifer of the Constitution and the Golden Fleece, we would not warrant our respect for her, like some compositions, to preserve its qualities through all weathers. Thus it has happened, that not the arch-fiend himself has been in my way, but these toils which tradition says were originally spun to obstruct him. They are cobwebs and trifling obstacles in an earnest man's path, it is true, and at length one even becomes attached to his unswept and undusted garret. I love mankind, but I hate the institutions of the dead kind. Men execute nothing so faithfully as the wills of the dead, to the last codicil and letter. They rule this world, and the living are but their executors. Such foundation too have our lectures and our sermons, commonly. They are all Dudleyan, and piety derives its origin still from that exploit of Piacinnes, who bore his father, Anchises, on his shoulders from the ruins of Troy. Or rather, like some Indian tribes, we bear about with us the mouldering relics of our ancestors on our shoulders. If, for instance, a man asserts the value of individual liberty over the merely political commonweal, his neighbor still tolerates him, that he who is living near him, sometimes even sustains him, but never the state. Its officer, as a living man, may have human virtues and a thought in his brain, but as the tool of an institution, a jailer or constable it may be, he is not a whit superior to his prison key or his staff. Herein is the tragedy, that men doing outrage to their proper natures, even those called wise and good, lend themselves to perform the office of inferior and brutal ones. Hence come war and slavery in, and what else may not come in by this opening. But certainly there are modes by which a man may put bread into his mouth which will not prejudice him as a companion and neighbor. Now turn again, said the Pindar, for a wrong way you have gone, for you have forsaken the king's highway, and made a path over the corn. Undoubtedly, countless reforms are called for, because society is not animated, or instinct enough with life, but in the condition of some snakes which I have seen in early spring, with alternate portions of their bodies torpid and flexible, so that they could wriggle neither way. All men are partially buried in the grave of custom, and of some we see only the crown of the head above ground. Better are the physically dead, for they more lively rot. Even virtue is no longer such if it be stagnant. A man's life should be constantly as fresh as this river. It should be the same channel, but a new water every instant. Virtues as rivers pass, but still remains that virtuous man there was. Most men have no inclination, no rapids, no cascades, but marshes, and alligators, and miasma instead. We read that when in the expedition of Alexander, once Acritus was sent forward to meet certain of the Indian sect of Gemosophists, and he had told them of those new philosophers of the West, Pythagoras, Socrates, and Diogenes, and their doctrines. One of them named Dandamis answered, that they appeared to him to have been men of genius, but to have lived with too passive a regard for the laws. The philosophers of the West are liable to this rebuke still. They say that Liao-Hiahoya and Keoleon did not sustain to the end their resolutions, and that they dishonored their character. Their language was in harmony with reason and justice, while their acts were in harmony with the sentiments of men. Chateaubriand said, "There are two things which grow stronger in the breast of man, in proportion as he advances in years, the love of country and religion. Let them be never so much forgotten in youth, they sooner or later present themselves to us arrayed in all their charms, and excite in the recesses of our hearts an attachment justly due to their beauty." It may be so. But even this infirmity of noble minds marks the gradual decay of youthful hope and faith. It is the allowed infidelity of age. There is a saying of the Yolafs, "He who was born first has the greatest number of old clothes, consequently M. Chateaubriand has more old clothes than I have." It is comparatively a faint and reflected beauty that is admired, not an essential and intrinsic one. It is because the old are weak, feel their mortality, and think that they have measured the strength of man. They will not boast, they will be frank and humble. Well, let them have the few poor comforts they can keep. Humility is still a very human virtue. They look back on life, and so see not into the future. The prospect of the young is forward and unbounded, mingling the future with the present. In the declining day the thoughts make haste to rest in darkness, and hardly look forward to the ensuing morning. The thoughts of the old prepare for night and slumber. The same hopes and prospects are not for him who stands upon the rosy mountain tops of life, and him who expects the setting of his earthly day. I must conclude that conscience, if that be the name of it, was not given us for no purpose, or for a hindrance. However flattering order and expediency may look, it is but the repose of a lethargy, and we will choose rather to be awake, though it be stormy, and maintain ourselves on this earth and in this life, as we may, without signing our death warrant. Let us see if we cannot stay here, where He has put us, on His own conditions. Does not His law reach as far as His light? The expedients of the nations clash with one another, only the absolutely right is expedient for all. There are some passages in the Antigone of Sophocles, well known to scholars, of which I am reminded in this connection. Antigone has resolved to sprinkle sand on the dead body of her brother Polyeuces, notwithstanding the edict of King Creon condemning to death that one who should perform this service, which the Greeks deemed so important, for the enemy of his country, but as men, who is of a less resolute and noble spirit, declines taking part with her sister in this work, and says, I, therefore, asking those under the earth to consider me, that I am compelled to do thus, will obey those who are placed in office, for to do extreme things is not wise. Antigone. I would not ask you, nor would you, if you still wished, do it joyfully with me. Be such as seems good to you. But I will bury him. It is glorious for me doing this to die. I beloved will lie with him beloved, having, like a criminal, done what is holy, since the time is longer which it is necessary for me to please those below, than those here, for there I shall always lie. But if it seems good to you, hold in dishonor things which are honored by the gods. Is men. I indeed do not hold them in dishonor, but to act in opposition to the citizens I am by nature unable. Antigone being at length brought before King Creon, he asks, Did you then dare to transgress these laws? Antigone. For it was not Zeus who proclaimed these to me, nor Justice who dwells with the gods below, it was not they who established these laws among men. Nor did I think that your proclamations were so strong, as, being immortal, to be able to transcend the unwritten and immovable laws of the gods. For not something now and yesterday, but forever these live, and no one knows from what time they appeared. I was not about to pay the penalty of violating these to the gods, fearing the presumption of any man. For I well knew that I should die, and why not? Even if you had not proclaimed it. This was concerning the burial of a dead body. The wisest conservatism is that of the Hindus. Immemorial custom is transcendent law, says Menu. That is, it was the custom of the gods before men used it. The fault of our New England custom is that it is memorial. What is morality but immemorial custom? Conscience is the chief of conservatives. Perform the settled functions, says Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita, action is preferable to inaction. The journey of thy mortal frame may not succeed from inaction. A man's own calling with all its faults, ought not to be forsaken. Every undertaking is involved in its faults as the fire in its smoke. The man who is acquainted with the whole, should not drive those from their works who are slow of comprehension, and less experienced than himself. Wherefore, O Arjuna, resolve to fight is the advice of the god to the irresolute soldier who fears to slay his best friends. It is a sublime conservatism, as wide as the world, and as unwearied as time, preserving the universe with Asiatic anxiety, in that state in which it appeared to their minds. These philosophers dwell on the inevitability and unchangeableness of laws, on the power of temperament and constitution, the three guna or qualities, and the circumstances of birth and affinity. The end is an immense consolation, eternal absorption in Brahma. Their speculations never venture beyond their own tablelands, though they are high and vast as they. Buoyancy, freedom, flexibility, variety, possibility, which also are qualities of the unnamed, they deal not with. The undeserved reward is to be earned by an everlasting moral drudgery. The incalculable promise of the morrow is, as it were, weighed. And who will say that their conservatism has not been effectual? Assuredly, says a French translator, speaking of the antiquity and durability of the Chinese and Indian nations, and of the wisdom of their legislators, there are there some vestiges of the eternal laws which govern the world. Christianity, on the other hand, is humane, practical, and, in a large sense, radical. So many years and ages of the gods those Eastern sages sat contemplating Brahm, uttering in silence the mystic being absorbed into the essence of the Supreme Being, never going out of themselves, but subsiding farther and deeper within, so infinitely wise, yet infinitely stagnant, until, at last, in that same Asia, but in the western part of it, appeared a youth, wholly unforetold by them, not being absorbed into Brahm, but bringing Brahm down to earth and to mankind, in whom Brahm had awaked from his long sleep, and exerted himself, and the day began, a new avatar. The Brahman had never thought to be a brother of mankind as well as a child of God. Christ is the Prince of reformers and radicals. Many expressions in the New Testament come naturally to the lips of all Protestants, and it furnishes the most pregnant and practical texts. There is no harmless dreaming, no wise speculation in it, but everywhere a substratum of good sense. It never reflects, but it repents. There is no poetry in it, we may say nothing regarded in the light of beauty merely, but moral truth is its object. All mortals are convicted by its conscience. The New Testament is remarkable for its pure morality, the best of the Hindu scripture, for its pure intellectuality. The reader is nowhere raised into and sustained in a higher, purer, or rarer region of thought than in the Bhagavad Gita. Warren Hastings, in his sensible letter recommending the translation of this book to the chairman of the East India Company, declares the original to be of a sublimity of conception, reasoning, and diction almost unequalled, and that the writings of the Indian philosophers will survive when the British dominion in India shall have long ceased to exist, and when the sources which it once yielded of wealth and power are lost to remembrance. It is unquestionably one of the noblest and most sacred scriptures which have come down to us. Books are to be distinguished by the grandeur of their topics, even more than by the manner in which they are treated. The Oriental philosophy approaches, easily, loftier themes than the modern aspires to, and no wonder if it sometimes prattle about them. It only assigns their due rank respectively to action and contemplation, or rather does full justice to the latter. Western philosophers have not conceived of the significance of contemplation in their sense. Speaking of the spiritual discipline to which the Brahmins subjected themselves, and the wonderful power of abstraction to which they attained, instances of which had come under his notice, Hastings says, to those who have never been accustomed to the separation of the mind from the notices of the senses, it may not be easy to conceive by what means such a power is to be attained, since even the most studious men of our hemisphere will find it difficult so to restrain their attention, but that it will wander to some object of present sense or recollection, and even the buzzing of a fly will sometimes have the power to disturb it. But if we are told that there have been men who were successively, for ages past, in the daily habit of abstracted contemplation, begun in the earliest period of youth, and continued in many to the maturity of age, each adding some portion of knowledge to the store accumulated by his predecessors, it is not assuming too much to conclude that as the mind ever gathers strength, like the body, by exercise, so in such an exercise it may in each have acquired the faculty to which they aspired, and that their collective studies may have led them to the discovery of new tracts and combinations of sentiment, totally different from the doctrines with which the learned of other nations are acquainted, doctrines which, however speculative and subtle, still as they possess the advantage of being derived from a source so free from every adventitious mixture, may be equally founded in truth with the most simple of our own. The forsaking of works was taught by Krishna to the most ancient of men, and handed down from age to age, until at length, in the course of time, the mighty art was lost. In wisdom is to be found every work without exception, says Krishna. Although thou art the greatest of all offenders, thou shalt be able to cross the gulf of sin with the bark of wisdom. There is not anything in this world to be compared with wisdom for purity. The action stands at a distance inferior to the application of wisdom. The wisdom of a Muni is confirmed, when, like the tortoise, he can draw in all his members, and restrain them from their wonted purposes. Children only, and not the learned, speak of the speculative and the practical doctrines as two. They are but one. For both obtain the self-same end, and the place which is gained by the followers of the one is gained by the followers of the other. The man enjoyeth not freedom from action, from the non-commencement of that which he hath to do, nor doth he obtain happiness from a total inactivity. No one ever resteth a moment inactive. Every man is involuntarily urged to act by those principles which are inherent in his nature. The man who restraineth his active faculties, and sitteth down with his mind attentive to the objects of his senses, is called one of an astray soul, and the practicer of deceit. So the man is praised, who, having subdued all his passions, performeth with his active faculties all the functions of life, unconcerned about the event. Let the motive be in the deed and not in the event. Be not one whose motive for action is the hope of reward. Let not thy life be spent in inaction. For the man who doth that which he hath to do, without affection, obtaineth the supreme. He who may behold, as it were in action, and action in inaction, is wise amongst mankind. He is a perfect performer of all duty. Wise men call him a Pandit, whose every undertaking is free from the idea of desire, and whose actions are consumed by the fire of wisdom. He abandoneth the desire of a reward of his actions, he is always contented and independent, and although he may be engaged in a work, he, as it were, doth nothing. He is both a yogi and a sannyasi who performeth that which he hath to do independent of the fruit thereof, not he who liveth without the sacrificial fire and without action. He who enjoyeth but the amrita which is left of his offerings, obtaineth the eternal spirit of Brahm, the Supreme. What, after all, does the practicalness of life amount to? The things immediate to be done are very trivial. I could postpone them all to hear this locust sing. The most glorious fact in my experience is not anything that I have done or may hope to do, but a transient thought, or vision, or dream, which I have had. I would give all the wealth of the world, and all the deeds of all the heroes, for one true vision. But how can I communicate with the gods who am a pencil maker on the earth, and not be insane? I am the same to all mankind, says Krishna. There is not one who is worthy of my love or hatred. This teaching is not practical in the sense in which the New Testament is. It is not always sound sense in practice. The Brahmin never proposes courageously to assault evil, but patiently to starve it out. His active faculties are paralyzed by the idea of caste, of impassable limits, of destiny and the tyranny of time. Krishna's argument, it must be allowed, is defective. No sufficient reason is given why Arjuna should fight. Arjuna may be convinced, but the reader is not, for his judgment is not formed upon the speculative doctrines of the Sankhya Sastra. Seek an asylum in wisdom alone, but what is wisdom to a Western mind? The duty of which he speaks is an arbitrary one. When was it established? The Brahman's virtue consists in doing, not right, but arbitrary things. What is that which a man hath to do? What is action? What are the settled functions? What is a man's own religion which is so much better than another's? What is a man's own particular calling? What are the duties which are appointed by one's birth? It is a defense of the institution of castes, of what is called the natural duty of the kshetri, or soldier, to attach himself to the discipline, not to flee from the field and the like. But they who are unconcerned about the consequences of their actions are not therefore unconcerned about their actions. Behold the difference between the Oriental and the Occidental. The former has nothing to do in this world, the latter is full of activity. The one looks in the sun till his eyes are put out, the other follows him prone in his westward course. There is such a thing as caste, even in the West, but it is comparatively faint, it is conservatism here. It says, forsake not your calling, outrage no institution, use no violence, rend no bonds, the state is thy parent. Its virtue or manhood is wholly filial. There is a struggle between the Oriental and Occidental in every nation, some who would be forever contemplating the sun, and some who are hastening toward the sunset. The former class says to the latter, when you have reached the sunset, you will be no nearer to the sun. To which the latter replies, but we so prolong the day. The former walketh but in that night, when all things go to rest, the night of time. The contemplative Muni sleepeth but in the day of time, when all things wake. To conclude these extracts, I can say, in the words of Sanjay, as, O mighty prince, I recollect again and again this holy and wonderful dialogue of Krishna and Arjuna, I continue more and more to rejoice, and as I recall to my memory the more than miraculous form of Hari, my astonishment is great, and I marvel and rejoice again and again. Wherever Krishna the god of devotion may be, wherever Arjuna the mighty bowman may be, there too, without doubt, are fortune, riches, victory, and good conduct. This is my firm belief. I would say to the readers of scriptures, if they wish for a good book, read the Bhagavad Gita, an episode to the Mahabharata, said to have been written by Krishna Dwipayan Vise, known to have been written by, more than 4,000 years ago. It matters not whether 3 or 4, or when, translated by Charles Wilkins. It deserves to be read with reverence even by Yankees, as a part of the sacred writings of a devout people, and the intelligent Hebrew will rejoice to find in it a moral grandeur and sublimity akin to those of his own scriptures. To an American reader, who, by the advantage of his position, can see over that strip of Atlantic coast to Asia and the Pacific, who, as it were, sees the shore slope upward over the Alps to the Himalaya mountains, the comparatively recent literature of Europe often appears partial and clannish, and, notwithstanding the limited range of his own sympathies and studies, the European writer who presumes that he is speaking for the world, is perceived by him to speak only for that corner of it which he inhabits. One of the rarest of England's scholars and critics, in his classification of the worthies of the world, betrays the narrowness of his European culture and the exclusiveness of his reading. None of her children has done justice to the poets and philosophers of Persia or of India. They have even been better known to her merchant scholars than to her poets and thinkers by profession. You may look in vain through English poetry for a single memorable verse inspired by these themes. Nor is Germany to be excepted, though her philological industry is indirectly serving the cause of philosophy and poetry. Even Goethe wanted that universality of genius which could have appreciated the philosophy of India, if he had more nearly approached it. His genius was more practical, dwelling much more in the regions of the understanding, and was less native to contemplation than the genius of those sages. It is remarkable that Homer and a few Hebrews are the most oriental names which modern Europe, whose literature has taken its rise since the decline of the Persian, has admitted into her list of worthies, and perhaps the worthiest of mankind, and the fathers of modern thinking, for the contemplations of those Indian sages have influenced, and still influence, the intellectual development of mankind, whose works even yet survive in wonderful completeness, are, for the most part, not recognized as ever having existed. If the lions had been the painters, it would have been otherwise. In everyone's youthful dreams, philosophy is still vaguely but inseparably, and with singular truth, associated with the East, nor do after years discover its local habitation in the Western world. In comparison with the philosophers of the East, we may say that modern Europe has yet given birth to none. Beside the vast and cosmogonal philosophy of the Bhagavad Gita, even our Shakespeare seems sometimes youthfully green and practical merely. Some of these sublime sentences, as the Chaldean oracles of Zoroaster, still surviving after 1,000 revolutions and translations, alone make us doubt if the poetic form and dress are not transitory, and not essential to the most effective and enduring expression of thought. Ex orient lux may still be the motto of scholars, for the Western world has not yet derived from the East all the light which it is destined to receive thence. It would be worthy of the age to print together the collected scriptures or sacred writings of the several nations, the Chinese, the Hindus, the Persians, the Hebrews, and others, as the scripture of mankind. The New Testament is still, perhaps, too much on the lips and in the hearts of men to be called a scripture in this sense. Such a juxtaposition and comparison might help to liberalize the faith of men. This is a work which time will surely edit, reserved to crown the labors of the printing press. This would be the Bible, or book of books, which let the missionaries carry to the uttermost parts of the earth. While engaged in these reflections, thinking ourselves the only navigators of these waters, suddenly a canal boat, with its sail set, glided round a point before us, like some huge river beast, and changed the scene in an instant, and then another and another glided into sight, and we found ourselves in the current of commerce once more. So we threw our rinds in the water for the fishes to nibble, and added our breath to the life of living men. Little did we think, in the distant garden in which we had planted the seed and reared this fruit, where it would be eaten. Our melons lay at home on the sandy bottom of the Merrimack, and our potatoes in the sun and water at the bottom of the boat looked like a fruit of the country. Soon, however, we were delivered from this fleet of junks, and possessed the river in solitude, once more rowing steadily upward through the noon, between the territories of Nashua on the one hand, and Hudson, once Nottingham, on the other. From time to time we scared up a kingfisher or a summer duck, the former flying rather by vigorous impulses than by steady and patient steering with that short rudder of his, sounding his rattle along the fluvial street. Ere long another scow hove in sight, creeping down the river, and hailing it, we attached ourselves to its side, and floated back in company, chatting with the boatmen, and obtaining a draught of cooler water from their jug. They appeared to be green hands from far among the hills, who had taken this means to get to the seaboard, and see the world, and would possibly visit the Falkland Isles, and the China Seas, before they again saw the waters of the Merrimack, or, perchance, they would not return this way forever. They had already embarked the private interests of the landsmen in the larger venture of the race, and were ready to mess with mankind, reserving only the till of a chest to themselves. But they too were soon lost behind a point, and we went croaking on our way alone. What grievance has its root among the New Hampshire hills? We asked. What is wanting to human life here, that these men should make such haste to the Antipodes? We prayed that their bright anticipations might not be rudely disappointed. Though all the fates should prove unkind, leave not your native land behind. The ship, becalmed, at length stands still. The steed must rest beneath the hill, but swiftly still our fortunes pace to find us out in every place. The vessel, though her masts be firm, beneath her copper bears a worm, around the cape, across the line, till fields of ice her course confine. It matters not how smooth the breeze, how shallow or how deep the seas, whether she bears Manila twine, or in her hold Madeira wine, or China teas, or Spanish hides, in port or quarantine she rides, far from New England's blustering shore. New England's worm her hulk shall bore, and sink her in the Indian seas, twine, wine, and hides, and China teas. We passed a small desert here on the east bank, between Tingsboro and Hudson, which was interesting and even refreshing to our eyes in the midst of the almost universal greenness. This sand was indeed somewhat impressive and beautiful to us. A very old inhabitant, who was at work in a field on the Nashua side, told us that he remembered when corn and grain grew there, and it was a cultivated field. But at length the fishermen, for this was a fishing place, pulled up the bushes on the shore, for greater convenience in hauling their seines, and when the bank was thus broken, the wind began to blow up the sand from the shore, until at length it had covered about 15 acres several feet deep. We saw near the river, where the sand was blown off down to some ancient surface, the foundation of an Indian wigwam exposed, a perfect circle of burnt stones, 4 or 5 feet in diameter, mingled with fine charcoal, and the bones of small animals which had been preserved in the sand. The surrounding sand was sprinkled with other burnt stones on which their fires had been built, as well as with flakes of arrowhead stone, and we found one perfect arrowhead. In one place we noticed where an Indian had sat to manufacture arrowheads out of quartz, and the sand was sprinkled with a quart of small glass-like chips about as big as a fourpence, which he had broken off in his work. Here, then, the Indians must have fished before the whites arrived. There was another similar sandy tract about half a mile above this. Still the noon prevailed, and we turned the prow aside to bathe, and recline ourselves under some buttonwoods, by a ledge of rocks, in a retired pasture sloping to the water's edge, and skirted with pines and hazels, in the town of Hudson. Still had India, and that old noontide philosophy, the better part of our thoughts. It is always singular, but encouraging, to meet with common sense in very old books, as the Hitapades of Vishnu Soma, a playful wisdom which has eyes behind as well as before, and oversees itself. It asserts their health and independence of the experience of later times. This pledge of sanity cannot be spared in a book, that it sometimes pleasantly reflect upon itself. The story and fabulous portion of this book winds loosely from sentence to sentence as so many oases in a desert, and is as indistinct as a camel's track between Morsuk and Darfur. It is a comment on the flow and freshet of modern books. The reader leaps from sentence to sentence, as from one stepping stone to another, while the stream of the story rushes past unregarded. The Bhagavad Gita is less sententious and poetic, perhaps, but still more wonderfully sustained and developed. Its sanity and sublimity have impressed the minds even of soldiers and merchants. It is the characteristic of great poems that they will yield of their sense in due proportion to the hasty and the deliberate reader. To the practical they will be common sense, and to the wise wisdom, as either the traveler may wet his lips, or an army may fill its water casks at a full stream. One of the most attractive of those ancient books that I have met with is The Laws of Menu. According to Sir William Jones, Vyasa, the son of Parasara, has decided that the Veda, with its angas, or the 6 compositions deduced from it, the revealed system of medicine, the Puranas or sacred histories, and the Code of Menu, were 4 works of supreme authority, which ought never to be shaken by arguments merely human. The last is believed by the Hindus to have been promulged in the beginning of time, by Menu, son or grandson of Brahma and first of created beings, and Brahma is said to have taught his laws to Menu in 100,000 verses, which Menu explained to the primitive world in the very words of the book now translated. Others affirm that they have undergone successive abridgments for the convenience of mortals, while the gods of the lower heaven and the band of celestial musicians are engaged in studying the primary code. A number of glosses or comments on Menu were composed by the Munis, or old philosophers, whose treatises, together with that before us, constitute the Dharma Sastra, in a collective sense, or body of law. Kalyuka Bhatta was one of the more modern of these. Every sacred book, successively, has been accepted in the faith that it was to be the final resting place of the sojourning soul, but after all, it was but a caravanserai which supplied refreshment to the traveller, and directed him farther on his way to Isfahan or Baghdad. Thank God, no Hindu tyranny prevailed at the framing of the world, but we are freemen of the universe, and not sentenced to any caste. I know of no book which has come down to us with grander pretensions than this, and it is so impersonal and sincere that it is never offensive nor ridiculous. Compare the modes in which modern literature is advertised with the prospectus of this book, and think what a reading public it addresses, what criticism it expects. It seems to have been uttered from some eastern summit, with a sober morning prescience in the dawn of time, and you cannot read a sentence without being elevated as upon the tableland of the Ghauts. It has such a rhythm as the winds of the desert, such a tide as the Ganges, and is as superior to criticism as the Himalaya mountains. Its tone is of such unrelaxed fiber, that even at this late day, unworn by time, it wears the English and the Sanskrit dress indifferently, and its fixed sentences keep up their distant fires still, like the stars, by whose dissipated rays this lower world is illumined. The whole book by noble gestures and inclinations renders many words unnecessary. English sense has toiled, but Hindu wisdom never perspired. Though the sentences open as we read them, unexpensively, and at first almost unmeaningly, as the petals of a flower, they sometimes startle us with that rare kind of wisdom which could only have been learned from the most trivial experience, but it comes to us as refined as the porcelain earth which subsides to the bottom of the ocean. They are clean and dry as fossil truths, which have been exposed to the elements for thousands of years, so impersonally and scientifically true that they are the ornament of the parlor and the cabinet. Any moral philosophy is exceedingly rare. This of Menu addresses our privacy more than most. It is a more private and familiar, and, at the same time, a more public and universal word, than is spoken in parlor or pulpit nowadays. As our domestic fowls are said to have their original in the wild pheasant of India, so our domestic thoughts have their prototypes in the thoughts of her philosophers. We are dabbling in the very elements of our present conventional and actual life, as if it were the primeval conventicle where how to eat, and to drink, and to sleep, and maintain life with adequate dignity and sincerity, were the questions to be decided. It is later and more intimate with us even than the advice of our nearest friends. And yet it is true for the widest horizon, and read out of doors has relation to the dim mountain line, and is native and aboriginal there. Most books belong to the house and street only, and in the fields their leaves feel very thin. They are bare and obvious, and have no halo nor haze about them. Nature lies far and fair behind them all. But this, as it proceeds from, so it addresses, what is deepest and most abiding in man. It belongs to the noontide of the day, the midsummer of the year, and after the snows have melted, and the waters evaporated in the spring, still its truth speaks freshly to our experience. It helps the sun to shine, and his rays fall on its page to illustrate it. It spends the mornings and the evenings, and makes such an impression on us overnight as to awaken us before dawn, and its influence lingers around us like a fragrance late into the day. It conveys a new gloss to the meadows and the depths of the wood, and its spirit, like a more subtile ether, sweeps along with the prevailing winds of a country. The very locusts and crickets of a summer day are but later or earlier glosses on the Dharma Sastra of the Hindus, a continuation of the sacred code. As we have said, there is an Orientalism in the most restless pioneer, and the farthest west is but the farthest east. While we are reading these sentences, this fair modern world seems only a reprint of the laws of Menu with the gloss of Kalyuga. Tried by a New England eye, or the mere practical wisdom of modern times, they are the oracles of a race already in its dotage, but held up to the sky, which is the only impartial and incorruptible ordeal. They are of a piece with its depth and serenity, and I am assured that they will have a place and significance as long as there is a sky to test them by. Give me a sentence which no intelligence can understand. There must be a kind of life and palpitation to it, and under its words a kind of blood must circulate forever. It is wonderful that this sound should have come down to us from so far, when the voice of man can be heard so little way, and we are not now within earshot of any contemporary. The woodcutters have here felled an ancient pine forest, and brought to light to these distant hills a fair lake in the southwest, and now in an instant it is distinctly shown to these woods as if its image had travelled hither from eternity. Perhaps these old stumps upon the knoll remember when anciently this lake gleamed in the horizon. One wonders if the bare earth itself did not experience emotion at beholding again so fair a prospect. That fair water lies there in the sun thus revealed, so much the prouder and fairer because its beauty needed not to be seen. It seems yet lonely, sufficient to itself, and superior to observation. So are these old sentences like serene lakes in the southwest, at length revealed to us, which have so long been reflecting our own sky in their bosom. The great plain of India lies as in a cup between the Himalaya and the ocean on the north and south, and the Brahmaputra and Indus, on the east and west, wherein the primeval race was received. We will not dispute the story. We are pleased to read in the natural history of the country, of the pine, larch, spruce, and silver fir which cover the southern face of the Himalaya range, of the gooseberry, raspberry, strawberry which from an eminent temperate zone overlook the torrid plains. So did this active modern life have even then a foothold and lurking place in the midst of the stateliness and contemplativeness of those eastern plains. In another era the lily of the valley, cowslip, dandelion were to work their way down into the plain, and bloom in a level zone of their own reaching round the earth. Already has the era of the temperate zone arrived, the era of the pine and the oak, for the palm and the banyan do not supply the wants of this age. The lichens on the summits of the rocks will perchance find their level ere long. As for the tenets of the Brahmins, we are not so much concerned to know what doctrines they held, as that they were held by any. We can tolerate all philosophies, atomists, pneumatologists, atheists, theists, Plato, Aristotle, Leucippus, Democritus, Pythagoras, Zoroaster, and Confucius. It is the attitude of these men, more than any communication which they make, that attracts us. Between them and their commentators, it is true, there is an endless dispute. But if it comes to this, that you compare notes, then you are all wrong. As it is, each takes us up into the serene heavens, whither the smallest bubble rises as surely as the largest, and paints earth and sky for us. Any sincere thought is irresistible. The very austerity of the Brahmins is tempting to the devotional soul, as a more refined and nobler luxury. Wants so easily and gracefully satisfied seem like a more refined pleasure. Their conception of creation is peaceful as a dream. When that power awakes, then has this world its full expansion, but when he slumbers with a tranquil spirit, then the whole system fades away. In the very indistinctness of their theogony a sublime truth is implied. It hardly allows the reader to rest in any supreme first cause, but directly it hints at a supremer still which created the last, and the Creator is still behind in create. Nor will we disturb the antiquity of this scripture, from fire, from air, and from the sun it was milked out. One might as well investigate the chronology of light and heat. Let the sun shine. Menu understood this matter best, when he said, "Those best know the divisions of days and nights who understand that the day of Brahma, which endures to the end of 1,000 such ages, infinite ages, nevertheless, according to mortal reckoning, gives rise to virtuous exertions, and that his night endures as long as his day." Indeed, the Musulman and Tartar dynasties are beyond all dating. Methinks I have lived under them myself. In every man's brain is the Sanskrit. The Vedas and their Angas are not so ancient as serene contemplation. Why will we be imposed on by antiquity? Is the babe young? When I behold it, it seems more venerable than the oldest man, it is more ancient than Nestor or the Sibyls, and bears the wrinkles of Father Saturn himself. And do we live but in the present? How broad a line is that! I sit now on a stump whose rings number centuries of growth. If I look around I see that the soil is composed of the remains of just such stumps, ancestors to this. The earth is covered with mold. I thrust this stick many eons deep into its surface, and with my heel make a deeper furrow than the elements have ploughed here for 1,000 years. If I listen, I hear the peep of frogs which is older than the slime of Egypt, and the distant drumming of a partridge on a log, as if it were the pulse beat of the summer air. I raise my fairest and freshest flowers in the old mould. Why, what we would fain call new is not skin deep, the earth is not yet stained by it. It is not the fertile ground which we walk on, but the leaves which flutter over our heads. The newest is but the oldest made visible to our senses. When we dig up the soil from 1,000 feet below the surface, we call it new, and the plants which spring from it, and when our vision pierces deeper into space, and detects a remoter star, we call that new also. The place where we sit is called Hudson, once it was Nottingham. Once, we should read history as little critically as we consider the landscape, and be more interested by the atmospheric tints and various lights and shades which the intervening spaces create, than by its groundwork and composition. It is the morning now turned evening and seen in the west, the same sun, but a new light and atmosphere. Its beauty is like the sunset, not a fresco painting on a wall, flat and bounded, but atmospheric and roving or free. In reality, history fluctuates as the face of the landscape from morning to evening. What is of moment is its hue and color. Time hides no treasures, we want not its then, but its now. We do not complain that the mountains in the horizon are blue and indistinct, they are the more like the heavens. Of what moment are facts that can be lost, which need to be commemorated? The monument of death will outlast the memory of the dead. The pyramids do not tell the tale which was confided to them, the living fact commemorates itself. Why look in the dark for light? Strictly speaking, the historical societies have not recovered one fact from oblivion, but are themselves, instead of the fact, that is lost. The researcher is more memorable than the researched. The crowd stood admiring the mist and the dim outlines of the trees seen through it, when one of their number advanced to explore the phenomenon, and with fresh admiration all eyes were turned on his dimly retreating figure. It is astonishing with how little cooperation of the societies the past is remembered. Its story has indeed had another muse than has been assigned it. There is a good instance of the manner in which all history began, in al-Waqid's Arabian Chronicle. I was informed by Ahmed al-Matin al-Jawhami, who had it from Rifa ibn Qais al-Amayri, who had it from Saif ibn Fabala al-Chatqwami, who had it from Thabit ibn al-Qamar, who said he was present at the action. These fathers of history were not anxious to preserve, but to learn the fact, and hence it was not forgotten. Critical acumen is exerted in vain to uncover the past. The past cannot be presented, we cannot know what we are not. But one veil hangs over past, present, and future, and it is the province of the historian to find out, not what was, but what is. Where a battle has been fought, you will find nothing but the bones of men and beasts. Where a battle is being fought, there are hearts beating. We will sit on a mound and muse, and not try to make these skeletons stand on their legs again. Does nature remember, think you, that they were men, or not rather that they are bones? Ancient history has an air of antiquity. It should be more modern. It is written as if the spectator should be thinking of the backside of the picture on the wall, or as if the author expected that the dead would be his readers, and wished to detail to them their own experience. Men seem anxious to accomplish an orderly retreat through the centuries, earnestly rebuilding the works behind, as they are battered down by the encroachments of time, but while they loiter, they and their works both fall a prey to the arch-enemy. History has neither the venerableness of antiquity, nor the freshness of the modern. It does as if it would go to the beginning of things, which natural history might with reason assume to do, but consider the universal history, and then tell us, when did burdock and plantain sprout first? It has been so written for the most part, that the times it describes are with remarkable propriety called dark ages. They are dark, as one has observed, because we are so in the dark about them. The sun rarely shines in history, what with the dust and confusion, and when we meet with any cheering fact which implies the presence of this luminary, we excerpt and modernize it. As when we read in the history of the Saxons that Edwin of Northumbria caused stakes to be fixed in the highways where he had seen a clear spring, and brazen dishes were chained to them to refresh the weary sojourner, whose fatigues Edwin had himself experienced. This is worth all Arthur's 12 battles. Through the shadow of the world we sweep into the younger day. Better 50 years of Europe than a cycle of Cathay. Than 50 years of Europe, better one New England ray. Biography, too, is liable to the same objection. It should be autobiography. Let us not, as the Germans advise, endeavor to go abroad and vex our bowels that we may be somebody else to explain him. If I am not I, who will be? But it is fit that the past should be dark, though the darkness is not so much a quality of the past as of tradition. It is not a distance of time, but a distance of relation, which makes thus dusky its memorials. What is near to the heart of this generation is fair and bright still. Greece lies outspread fair and sunshiny in floods of light, for there is the sun and daylight in her literature and art. Homer does not allow us to forget that the sun shone, nor Phidias, nor the Parthenon. Yet no era has been wholly dark, nor will we too hastily submit to the historian, and congratulate ourselves on a blaze of light. If we could pierce the obscurity of those remote years, we should find it light enough, only there is not our day. Some creatures are made to see in the dark. There has always been the same amount of light in the world. The new and missing stars, the comets and eclipses, do not affect the general illumination, for only our glasses appreciate them. The eyes of the oldest fossil remains, they tell us, indicate that the same laws of light prevailed then as now. Always the laws of light are the same, but the modes and degrees of seeing vary. The gods are partial to no era, but steadily shines their light in the heavens, while the eye of the beholder is turned to stone. There was but the sun and the eye from the first. The ages have not added a new ray to the one, nor altered a fiber of the other. If we will admit time into our thoughts at all, the mythologies, those vestiges of ancient poems, wrecks of poems, so to speak, the world's inheritance, still reflecting some of their original splendor, like the fragments of clouds tinted by the rays of the departed sun, reaching into the latest summer day, and allying this hour to the morning of creation, as the poet sings, fragments of the lofty strain float down the tide of years, as buoyant on the stormy main a parted wreck appears. These are the materials and hints for a history of the rise and progress of the race, how, from the condition of ants, it arrived at the condition of men, and arts were gradually invented. Let 1,000 surmises shed some light on this story. We will not be confined by historical, even geological periods which would allow us to doubt of a progress in human affairs. If we rise above this wisdom for the day, we shall expect that this morning of the race, in which it has been supplied with the simplest necessaries, with corn, and wine, and honey, and oil, and fire, and articulate speech, and agricultural and other arts, reared up by degrees from the condition of ants to men, will be succeeded by a day of equally progressive splendor, that, in the lapse of the divine periods, other divine agents and godlike men will assist to elevate the race as much above its present condition. But we do not know much about it. Thus did one voyager waking dream, while his companion slumbered on the bank. Suddenly a boatman's horn was heard echoing from shore to shore, to give notice of his approach to the farmer's wife with whom he was to take his dinner, though in that place only muskrats and kingfishers seemed to hear. The current of our reflections and our slumbers being thus disturbed, we weighed anchor once more. As we proceeded on our way in the afternoon, the western bank became lower, or receded farther from the channel in some places, leaving a few trees only to fringe the water's edge, while the eastern rose abruptly here and there into wooded hills 50 or 60 feet high. The base, Tilia americana, also called the lime or linden, which was a new tree to us, overhung the water with its broad and rounded leaf, interspersed with clusters of small hard berries now nearly ripe, and made an agreeable shade for us sailors. The inner bark of this genus is the bast, the material of the fisherman's matting, and the ropes and peasants' shoes of which the Russians make so much use, and also of nets and a coarse cloth in some places. According to poets, this was once Philyra, one of the Oceanids. The ancients are said to have used its bark for the roofs of cottages, for baskets, and for a kind of paper called Philyra. They also made bucklers of its wood, on account of its flexibility, lightness, and resiliency. It was once much used for carving, and is still in demand for sounding boards of pianofortes and panels of carriages, and for various uses for which toughness and flexibility are required. Baskets and cradles are made of the twigs. Its sap affords sugar, and the honey made from its flowers is said to be preferred to any other. Its leaves are in some countries given to cattle, a kind of chocolate has been made of its fruit, a medicine has been prepared from an infusion of its flowers, and finally, the charcoal made of its wood is greatly valued for gunpowder. The sight of this tree reminded us that we had reached a strange land to us. As we sailed under this canopy of leaves we saw the sky through its chinks, and, as it were, the meaning and idea of the tree stamped in 1,000 hieroglyphics on the heavens. The universe is so aptly fitted to our organization that the eye wanders and reposes at the same time. On every side there is something to soothe and refresh this sense. Look up at the treetops and see how finely nature finishes off her work there. See how the pines spire without end higher and higher, and make a graceful fringe to the earth. And who shall count the finer cobwebs that soar and float away from their utmost tops, and the myriad insects that dodge between them? Leaves are of more various forms than the alphabets of all languages put together. Of the oaks alone there are hardly two alike, and each expresses its own character. In all her products nature only develops her simplest germs. One would say that it was no great stretch of invention to create birds. The hawk, which now takes his flight over the top of the wood, was at first, perchance, only a leaf which fluttered in its aisles. From rustling leaves she came in the course of ages to the loftier flight and clear carol of the bird. Salmon Brook comes in from the west under the railroad, 1.5 miles below the village of Nashua. We rode up far enough into the meadows which border it to learn its piscatorial history from a haymaker on its banks. He told us that the silver eel was formerly abundant here, and pointed to some sunken creels at its mouth. This man's memory and imagination were fertile in fishermen's tales of floating isles in bottomless ponds, and of lakes mysteriously stocked with fishes, and would have kept us till nightfall to listen, but we could not afford to loiter in this roadstead, and so stood out to our sea again. Though we never trod in those meadows, but only touched their margin with our hands, we still retain a pleasant memory of them. Salmon Brook, whose name is said to be a translation from the Indian, was a favorite haunt of the Aborigines. Here, too, the first white settlers of Nashua planted, and some dents in the earth where their houses stood and the wrecks of ancient apple trees are still visible. About 1 mile up this stream stood the house of old John Lovuell, who was an ensign in the army of Oliver Cromwell, and the father of famous Captain Lovuell. He settled here before 1690, and died about 1754, at the age of 120 years. He is thought to have been engaged in the famous Narragansett Swamp fight, which took place in 1675, before he came here. The Indians are said to have spared him in succeeding wars on account of his kindness to them. Even in 1700 he was so old and grey-headed that his scalp was worth nothing, since the French governor offered no bounty for such. I have stood in the dent of his cellar on the bank of the brook, and talked there with one whose grandfather had, whose father might have, talked with Lovuell. Here also he had a mill in his old age, and kept a small store. He was remembered by some who were recently living, as a hale old man who drove the boys out of his orchard with his cane. Consider the triumphs of the mortal man, and what poor trophies it would have to show, to wit, he cobbled shoes without glasses at 100, and cut a handsome swath at 105. Lovel's house is said to have been the first which Mrs. Dustan reached on her escape from the Indians. Here probably the hero of Pequawket was born and bred. Close by may be seen the cellar and the gravestone of Joseph Hassell, who, as is elsewhere recorded, with his wife Anna, and son Benjamin, and Mary Marks, were slain by our Indian enemies on September 2d, 1691, in the evening. As Gookin observed on a previous occasion, the Indian rod upon the English backs had not yet done God's errand. Salmon Brook near its mouth is still a solitary stream, meandering through woods and meadows, while the then uninhabited mouth of the Nashua now resounds with the din of a manufacturing town. A stream from Otternick Pond in Hudson comes in just above Salmon Brook, on the opposite side. There was a good view of Uncannonuke, the most conspicuous mountain in these parts, from the bank here, seen rising over the west end of the bridge above. We soon after passed the village of Nashua, on the river of the same name, where there is a covered bridge over the Merrimack. The Nashua, which is one of the largest tributaries, flows from Wachusett Mountain, through Lancaster, Groton, and other towns, where it has formed well-known elm-shaded meadows, but near its mouth it is obstructed by falls and factories, and did not tempt us to explore it. Far away from here, in Lancaster, with another companion, I have crossed the broad valley of the Nashua, over which we had so long looked westward from the Concord hills without seeing it to the blue mountains in the horizon. So many streams, so many meadows and woods and quiet dwellings of men had lain concealed between us and those delectable mountains. From yonder hill on the road to Tingsboro you may get a good view of them. There where it seemed uninterrupted forest to our youthful eyes, between two neighboring pines in the horizon, lay the valley of the Nashua, and this very stream was even then winding at its bottom, and then, as now, it was here silently mingling its waters with the Merrimack. The clouds which floated over its meadows and were born there, seen far in the west, gilded by the rays of the setting sun, had adorned 1,000 evening skies for us. But as it were, by a turf wall this valley was concealed, and in our journey to those hills it was first gradually revealed to us. Summer and winter our eyes had rested on the dim outline of the mountains, to which distance and indistinctness lent a grandeur not their own, so that they served to interpret all the allusions of poets and travelers. Standing on the Concord cliffs we thus spoke our mind to them: with frontier strength ye stand your ground, with grand content ye circle round, tumultuous silence for all sound, ye distant nursery of rills, Monadnock and the Peterborough hills, firm argument that never stirs, outcircling the philosophers, like some vast fleet, sailing through rain and sleet, through winter's cold and summer's heat, still holding on upon your high emprise, until ye find a shore amid the skies, not skulking close to land, with cargo contraband, for they who sent a venture out by ye have set the sun to see their honesty. Ships of the line, each one, ye westward run, convoying clouds, which cluster in your shrouds, always before the gale, under a press of sail, with weight of metal all untold, I seem to feel ye in my firm seat here, immeasurable depth of hold, and breadth of beam, and length of running gear. Methinks ye take luxurious pleasure in your novel western leisure, so cool your brows and freshly blue, as time had naught for ye to do, for ye lie at your length, an unappropriated strength, unhewn primeval timber, for knees so stiff, for masts so limber, the stock of which new earths are made, one day to be our western trade, fit for the stanchions of a world which through the seas of space is hurled. While we enjoy a lingering ray, ye still o'ertop the western day, reposing yonder on God's croft like solid stacks of hay, so bold a line as ne'er was writ on any page by human wit. The forest glows as if an enemy's campfires shone along the horizon, or the day's funeral pyre were lighted there, edged with silver and with gold. The clouds hang o'er in damask fold, and with such depth of amber light the west is dight, where still a few rays slant, that even heaven seems extravagant. Vdatic hill lies on the horizon's sill like a child's toy left overnight, and other duds to left and right. On the earth's edge, mountains and trees stand as they were on air graven, or as the vessels in a haven await the morning breeze. I fancy even through your defiles windeth the way to heaven, and yonder still, in spite of history's page, linger the golden and the silver age. Upon the laboring gale the news of future centuries is brought, and of new dynasties of thought, from your remotest vale. But special I remember thee, Wachusett, who like me standest alone without society. Thy far blue eye, a remnant of the sky, seen through the clearing or the gorge, or from the windows of the forge, doth leaven all it passes by. Nothing is true but stands 'tween me and you, thou western pioneer, who knowest not shame nor fear, by venturous spirit driven under the eaves of heaven, and canst expand thee there, and breathe enough of air. Even beyond the west thou migratest, into unclouded tracts, without a pilgrim's axe, cleaving thy road on high with thy well-tempered brow, and makest thyself a clearing in the sky. Upholding heaven, holding down earth, thy pastime from thy birth, not steadied by the one, nor leaning on the other, may I approve myself thy worthy brother. At length, like Rasselas and other inhabitants of happy valleys, we had resolved to scale the blue wall which bounded the western horizon, though not without misgivings that thereafter no visible fairyland would exist for us. But it would be long to tell of our adventures, and we have no time this afternoon, transporting ourselves in imagination up this hazy Nashua Valley, to go over again that pilgrimage. We have since made many similar excursions to the principal mountains of New England and New York, and even far in the wilderness, and have passed a night on the summit of many of them. And now, when we look again westward from our native hills, Wachusett and Monadnock have retreated once more among the blue and fabulous mountains in the horizon, though our eyes rest on the very rocks on both of them, where we have pitched our tent for a night, and boiled our hasty pudding amid the clouds. As late as 1724 there was no house on the north side of the Nashua, but only scattered wigwams and grizzly forests between this frontier and Canada. In September of that year, 2 men who were engaged in making turpentine on that side, for such were the first enterprises in the wilderness, were taken captive and carried to Canada by a party of 30 Indians. 10 of the inhabitants of Dunstable, going to look for them, found the hoops of their barrel cut, and the turpentine spread on the ground. I have been told by an inhabitant of Tingsborough, who had the story from his ancestors, that one of these captives, when the Indians were about to upset his barrel of turpentine, seized a pine knot and flourishing it, swore so resolutely that he would kill the first who touched it, that they refrained, and when at length he returned from Canada he found it still standing. Perhaps there was more than one barrel. However this may have been, the scouts knew by marks on the trees, made with coal mixed with grease, that the men were not killed, but taken prisoners. One of the company, named Farewell, perceiving that the turpentine had not done spreading, concluded that the Indians had been gone but a short time, and they accordingly went in instant pursuit. Contrary to the advice of Farewell, following directly on their trail up the Merrimack, they fell into an ambuscade near Thornton's Ferry, in the present town of Merrimack, and 9 were killed, only one, Farewell, escaping after a vigorous pursuit. The men of Dunstable went out and picked up their bodies, and carried them all down to Dunstable and buried them. It is almost word for word as in the Robin Hood ballad. They carried these foresters into fair Nottingham, as many there did know. They digged them graves in their churchyard, and they buried them all a row. Nottingham is only the other side of the river, and they were not exactly all a row. You may read in the churchyard at Dunstable, under the memento mori and the name of one of them, how they departed this life, and this man with 7 more that lies in this grave was slew all in a day by the Indians. The stones of some others of the company stand around the common grave with their separate inscriptions. 8 were buried here, but 9 were killed, according to the best authorities. Gentle river, lo, thy streams are stained with gore, many a brave and noble captain floats along thy willowed shore. All beside thy limpid waters, all beside thy sands so bright, Indian chiefs and Christian warriors joined in fierce and mortal fight. It is related in the history of Dunstable, that on the return of Farewell the Indians were engaged by a fresh party which they compelled to retreat, and pursued as far as the Nashua, where they fought across the stream at its mouth. After the departure of the Indians, the figure of an Indian's head was found carved by them on a large tree by the shore, which circumstance has given its name to this part of the village of Nashville, the Indian Head. It was observed by some judicious, says Gookin, referring to Philip's War, that at the beginning of the war the English soldiers made a nothing of the Indians, and many spake words to this effect, that one Englishman was sufficient to chase 10 Indians. Many reckoned it was no other but Veni, Vidi, Vici. But we may conclude that the judicious would by this time have made a different observation. Farewell appears to have been the only one who had studied his profession, and understood the business of hunting Indians. He lived to fight another day. For the next year he was Lovel's lieutenant at Pequawket, but that time, as we have related, he left his bones in the wilderness. His name still reminds us of twilight days and forest scouts on Indian trails, with an uneasy scalp, an indispensable hero to New England. As the more recent poet of Lovel's fight has sung, halting a little but bravely still, Then did the crimson streams that flowed seem like the waters of the brook, that brightly shine, that loudly dash, far down the cliffs of Ajochuk. These battles sound incredible to us. I think that posterity will doubt if such things ever were, if our bold ancestors who settled this land were not struggling rather with the forest shadows, and not with a copper-colored race of men. They were vapors, fever and ague of the unsettled woods. Now, only a few arrowheads are turned up by the plough. In the Pelasgic, the Etruscan, or the British story, there is nothing so shadowy and unreal. It is a wild and antiquated-looking graveyard, overgrown with bushes, on the high road, about a quarter of a mile from and overlooking the Merrimack, with a deserted mill stream bounding it on one side, where lie the earthly remains of the ancient inhabitants of Dunstable. We passed it 3 or 4 miles below here. You may read there the names of Lovuel, Farewell, and many others whose families were distinguished in Indian warfare. We noticed there 2 large masses of granite more than a foot thick and rudely squared, lying flat on the ground over the remains of the first pastor and his wife. It is remarkable that the dead lie everywhere under stones, strata jacent passim suo quaric sub lapide, corpora, we might say, if the measure allowed. When the stone is a slight one, it does not oppress the spirits of the traveller to meditate by it, but these did seem a little heathenish to us, and so are all large monuments over men's bodies, from the pyramids down. A monument should at least be star-wise pointing to indicate whither the spirit is gone, and not prostrate, like the body it has deserted. There have been some nations who could do nothing but construct tombs, and these are the only traces which they have left. They are the heathen. But why these stones, so upright and emphatic, like exclamation points? What was there so remarkable that lived? Why should the monument be so much more enduring than the fame which it is designed to perpetuate, a stone to a bone? Here lies, why do they not sometimes write, there rises? Is it a monument to the body only that is intended? Having reached the term of his natural life, would it not be true to say, having reached the term of his unnatural life? The rarest quality in an epitaph is truth. If any character is given, it should be as severely true as the decision of the 3 judges below, and not the partial testimony of friends. Friends and contemporaries should supply only the name and date, and leave it to posterity to write the epitaph. Here lies an honest man, Rear Admiral Van. Faith, then ye have 2 in one grave, for in his favour, here too lies the engraver. Fame itself is but an epitaph, as late, as false, as true. But they only are the true epitaphs which old mortality retouches. A man might well pray that he may not taboo or curse any portion of nature by being buried in it. For the most part, the best man's spirit makes a fearful sprite to haunt his grave, and it is therefore much to the credit of Little John, the famous follower of Robin Hood, and reflecting favourably on his character, that his grave was long celebrous for the yielding of excellent whetstones. I confess that I have but little love for such collections as they have at the Catacombs, Père Lachaise, Mount Auburn, and even this Dunstable graveyard. At any rate, nothing but great antiquity can make graveyards interesting to me. I have no friends there. It may be that I am not competent to write the poetry of the grave. The farmer who has skimmed his farm might perchance leave his body to nature to be ploughed in, and in some measure restore its fertility. We should not retard but forward her economies. Soon the village of Nashua was out of sight, and the woods were gained again, and we rode slowly on before sunset, looking for a solitary place in which to spend the night. A few evening clouds began to be reflected in the water, and the surface was dimpled only here and there by a muskrat crossing the stream. We camped at length near Penichuk Brook, on the confines of what is now Nashville, by a deep ravine, under the skirts of a pine wood, where the dead pine leaves were our carpet, and their tawny boughs stretched overhead. But fire and smoke soon tamed the scene. The rocks consented to be our walls, and the pines our roof. A woodside was already the fittest locality for us. The wilderness is near as well as dear to every man. Even the oldest villages are indebted to the border of wildwood which surrounds them, more than to the gardens of men. There is something indescribably inspiriting and beautiful in the aspect of the forest skirting and occasionally jutting into the midst of new towns, which, like the sand heaps of fresh fox burrows, have sprung up in their midst. The very uprightness of the pines and maples asserts the ancient rectitude and vigor of nature. Our lives need the relief of such a background, where the pine flourishes and the jay still screams. We had found a safe harbor for our boat, and as the sun was setting carried up our furniture, and soon arranged our house upon the bank, and while the kettle steamed at the tent door, we chatted of distant friends and of the sights which we were to behold, and wondered which way the towns lay from us. Our cocoa was soon boiled, and supper set upon our chest, and we lengthened out this meal, like old voyagers, with our talk. Meanwhile we spread the map on the ground, and read in the gazetteer when the first settlers came here and got a township granted. Then, when supper was done and we had written the journal of our voyage, we wrapped our buffaloes about us and lay down with our heads pillowed on our arms, listening a while to the distant baying of a dog, or the murmurs of the river, or to the wind, which had not gone to rest. The western wind came lumbering in, bearing a faint Pacific din, our evening mail, swift at the call of its postmaster general, laden with news from California. Waiter transpiredeth since morn, how wags the world by? Briar and brake from hence to Athabasca Lake, or half awake and half asleep, dreaming of a star which glimmered through our cotton roof. Perhaps at midnight one was awakened by a cricket shrilly singing on his shoulder, or by a hunting spider in his eye, and was lulled asleep again by some streamlet purling its way along at the bottom of a wooded and rocky ravine in our neighborhood. It was pleasant to lie with our heads so low in the grass, and hear what a tinkling ever-busy laboratory it was. 1,000 little artisans beat on their anvils all night long. Far in the night, as we were falling asleep on the bank of the Merrimack, we heard some Tio beating a drum incessantly, in preparation for a country muster, as we learned, and we thought of the line, when the drum beat at dead of night. we could have assured him that his beat would be answered, and the forces be mustered. Fear not, thou drummer of the night, we too will be there. And still he drummed on in the silence and the dark. This stray sound from a far-off sphere came to our ears from time to time, far, sweet, and significant, and we listened with such an unprejudiced sense as if for the first time we heard at all. No doubt he was an insignificant drummer enough, but his music afforded us a prime and leisure hour, and we felt that we were in season wholly. These simple sounds related us to the stars. There was a logic in them so convincing that the combined sense of mankind could never make me doubt their conclusions. I stop my habitual thinking, as if the plough had suddenly run deeper in its furrow through the crust of the world. How can I go on, who have just stepped over such a bottomless skylight in the bog of my life? Suddenly old time winked at me, you know me, you rogue, and news had come that it was well. That ancient universe is in such capital health, I think undoubtedly it will never die. Heal yourselves, doctors, by God, I live. Then idle time ran gadding by and left me with eternity alone. I hear beyond the range of sound, I see beyond the verge of sight, I see, smell, taste, hear, feel, that everlasting something to which we are allied, at once our maker, our abode, our destiny, our very selves, the one historic truth, the most remarkable fact which can become the distinct and uninvited subject of our thought, the actual glory of the universe, the only fact which a human being cannot avoid recognizing, or in some way forget or dispense with. It doth expand my privacies to all, and leave me single in the crowd. I have seen how the foundations of the world are laid, and I have not the least doubt that it will stand a good while. Now chiefly is my natal hour, and only now my prime of life. I will not doubt the love untold, which not my worth nor wanteth bought, which wooed me young and woos me old, and to this evening hath me brought. What are years? What is time? That this particular series of sounds called a strain of music, an invisible and fairy troop which never brushed the dew from any mead, can be wafted down through the centuries from Homer to me, and he have been conversant with that same aerial and mysterious charm which now so tingles my ears. What a fine communication from age to age, of the fairest and noblest thoughts, the aspirations of ancient men, even such as were never communicated by speech, is music. It is the flower of language, thought-colored and curved, fluent and flexible, its crystal fountain tinged with the sun's rays, and its purling ripples reflecting the grass and the clouds. A strain of music reminds me of a passage of the Vedas, and I associate with it the idea of infinite remoteness, as well as of beauty and serenity, for to the senses that is farthest from us which addresses the greatest depth within us. It teaches us again and again to trust the remotest and finest as the divinest instinct, and makes a dream our only real experience. We feel a sad cheer when we hear it, perchance because we that hear are not one with that which is heard. Therefore a torrent of sadness deep, through the strains of thy triumph is heard to sweep. The sadness is ours. The Indian poet Kalidas says in the Sakuntala, "Perhaps the sadness of men on seeing beautiful forms and hearing sweet music arises from some faint remembrance of past joys, and the traces of connections in a former state of existence. As polishing expresses the vein in marble, and grain in wood, so music brings out what of heroic lurks anywhere." The hero is the sole patron of music. That harmony which exists naturally between the hero's moods and the universe the soldier would fain imitate with drum and trumpet. When we are in health all sounds fife and drum for us, we hear the notes of music in the air, or catch its echoes dying away when we awake in the dawn. Marching is when the pulse of the hero beats in unison with the pulse of nature, and he steps to the measure of the universe. Then there is true courage and invincible strength. Plutarch says that Plato thinks the gods never gave men music, the science of melody and harmony, for mere delectation or to tickle the ear, but that the discordant parts of the circulations and beauteous fabric of the soul, and that of it that roves about the body, and many times, for want of tune and air, breaks forth into many extravagances and excesses, might be sweetly recalled and artfully wound up to their former consent and agreement. Music is the sound of the universal laws promulgated. It is the only assured tone. There are in it such strains as far surpass any man's faith in the loftiness of his destiny. Things are to be learned which it will be worth the while to learn. Formerly I heard these rumors from an Aeolian harp. There is a vale which none hath seen, where foot of man has never been, such as here lives with toil and strife, an anxious and a sinful life. There every virtue has its birth, ere it descends upon the earth, and thither every deed returns, which in the generous bosom burns. Their love is warm, and youth is young, and poetry is yet unsung, for virtue still adventures there, and freely breathes her native air. And ever, if you hearken well, you still may hear its vesper bell, and tread of high-souled men go by, their thoughts conversing with the sky. According to Jamblichus, Pythagoras did not procure for himself a thing of this kind through instruments or the voice, but employing a certain ineffable divinity, and which it is difficult to apprehend, he extended his ears and fixed his intellect in the sublime symphonies of the world, he alone hearing and understanding, as it appears, the universal harmony and consonance of the spheres, and the stars that are moved through them, and which produce a fuller and more intense melody than anything affected by mortal sounds. Traveling on foot very early one morning due east from here about 20 miles, from Caleb Harriman's tavern in Hampstead toward Haverhill, when I reached the railroad in Plaistow, I heard at some distance a faint music in the air like an Aeolian harp, which I immediately suspected to proceed from the cord of the telegraph vibrating in the just awakening morning wind, and applying my ear to one of the posts I was convinced that it was so. It was the telegraph harp singing its message through the country, its message sent not by men, but by gods. Perchance, like the statue of Memnon, it resounds only in the morning, when the first rays of the sun fall on it. It was like the first lyre or shell heard on the seashore, that vibrating chord high in the air over the shores of earth. So have all things their higher and their lower uses. I heard a fairer news than the journals ever print. It told of things worthy to hear, and worthy of the electric fluid to carry the news of, not of the price of cotton and flour, but it hinted at the price of the world itself and of things which are priceless, of absolute truth and beauty. Still the drum rolled on, and stirred our blood to fresh extravagance that night. The clarion sound and clang of corslet and buckler were heard from many a hamlet of the soul, and many a knight was arming for the fight behind the encamped stars. Before each van prick forth the airy knights, and couch their spears till thickest legions close, with feats of arms from either end of heaven the welkin burns. Away! 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 Ye have not kept your secret well, I will abide that other day, those other lands ye tell. Has time no leisure left for these, the acts that ye rehearse? Is not eternity a lease for better deeds than verse? 'Tis sweet to hear of heroes dead, to know them still alive, but sweeter if we earn their bread, and in us they survive. Our life should feed the springs of fame with a perennial wave, as ocean feeds the babbling founts which find in it their grave. Ye skies drop gently round my breast, and be my corslet blue, ye earth receive my lance in rest, my faithful charger you, ye stars my spearheads in the sky, my arrow tips ye are, I see the routed foeman fly, my bright spears fixed are. Give me an angel for a foe, fix now the place and time, and straight to meet him I will go above the starry chime. And with our clashing bucklers' clang the heavenly spheres shall ring, while bright the northern lights shall hang beside our tourneying. And if she lose her champion true, tell heaven not despair, for I will be her champion new, her fame I will repair. There was a high wind this night, which we afterwards learned had been still more violent elsewhere, and had done much injury to the cornfields far and near, but we only heard it sigh from time to time, as if it had no license to shake the foundations of our tent. The pines murmured, the water rippled, and the tent rocked a little, but we only laid our ears closer to the ground, while the blast swept on to alarm other men, and long before sunrise we were ready to pursue our voyage as usual. Tuesday, on either side the river lie long fields of barley and of rye, that clothe the wold and meet the sky, and through the fields the road runs by to many-towered Camelot. Tennyson. Long before daylight we ranged abroad, hatchet in hand, in search of fuel, and made the yet slumbering and dreaming wood resound with our blows. Then with our fire we burned up a portion of the loitering night, while the kettle sang its homely strain to the morning star. We tramped about the shore, waked all the muskrats, and scared up the bittern and birds that were asleep upon their roosts. We hauled up and upset our boat and washed it and rinsed out the clay, talking aloud as if it were broad day, until at length, by 3 o'clock, we had completed our preparations and were ready to pursue our voyage as usual. So, shaking the clay from our feet, we pushed into the fog. Though we were enveloped in mist as usual, we trusted that there was a bright day behind it. Ply the oars. Away! Away! In each dewdrop of the morning lies the promise of a day. Rivers from the sunrise flow, springing with the dewy morn, voyagers 'gainst time do row, idle noon nor sunset no, ever even with the dawn. Belknap, the historian of this state, says that, in the neighborhood of fresh rivers and ponds, a whitish fog in the morning lying over the water is a sure indication of fair weather for that day, and when no fog is seen, rain is expected before night. That which seemed to us to invest the world was only a narrow and shallow wreath of vapor stretched over the channel of the Merrimack from the seaboard to the mountains. More extensive fogs, however, have their own limits. I once saw the day break from the top of Saddleback Mountain in Massachusetts, above the clouds. As we cannot distinguish objects through this dense fog, let me tell this story more at length. I had come over the hills on foot and alone in serene summer days, plucking the raspberries by the wayside, and occasionally buying a loaf of bread at a farmer's house, with a knapsack on my back which held a few travelers' books and a change of clothing, and a staff in my hand. I had that morning looked down from the Hoosac Mountain, where the road crosses it, on the village of North Adams in the valley 3 miles away under my feet, showing how uneven the earth may sometimes be, and making it seem an accident that it should ever be level and convenient for the feet of man. Putting a little rice and sugar and a tin cup into my knapsack at this village, I began in the afternoon to ascend the mountain, whose summit is 3,600 feet above the level of the sea, and was 7 or 8 miles distant by the path. My route lay up a long and spacious valley called the Bellows, because the winds rush up or down it with violence in storms, sloping up to the very clouds between the principal range and a lower mountain. There were a few farms scattered along at different elevations, each commanding a fine prospect of the mountains to the north, and a stream ran down the middle of the valley on which near the head there was a mill. It seemed a road for the pilgrim to enter upon who would climb to the gates of heaven. Now I crossed a hayfield, and now over the brook on a slight bridge, still gradually ascending all the while with a sort of awe, and filled with indefinite expectations as to what kind of inhabitants and what kind of nature I should come to at last. It now seemed some advantage that the earth was uneven, for one could not imagine a more noble position for a farmhouse than this vale afforded, farther from or nearer to its head, from a glen-like seclusion overlooking the country at a great elevation between these two mountain walls. It reminded me of the homesteads of the Huguenots, on Staten Island, off the coast of New Jersey. The hills in the interior of this island, though comparatively low, are penetrated in various directions by similar sloping valleys on a humble scale, gradually narrowing and rising to the center, and at the head of these the Huguenots, who were the first settlers, placed their houses quite within the land, in rural and sheltered places, in leafy recesses where the breeze played with the poplar and the gum tree, from which, with equal security in calm and storm, they looked out through a widening vista, over miles of forest and stretching salt marsh, to the Huguenot's tree, an old elm on the shore at whose root they had landed, and across the spacious outer bay of New York to Sandy Hook and the highlands of Neversink, and thence over leagues of the Atlantic, perchance to some faint vessel in the horizon, almost a day's sail on her voyage to that Europe whence they had come. When walking in the interior there, in the midst of rural scenery, where there was as little to remind me of the ocean as amid the New Hampshire hills, I have suddenly, through a gap, a cleft or clove road as the Dutch settlers called it, caught sight of a ship under full sail, over a field of corn, 20 or 30 miles at sea. The effect was similar, since I had no means of measuring distances, to seeing a painted ship passed backwards and forwards through a magic lantern. But to return to the mountain. It seemed as if he must be the most singular and heavenly-minded man whose dwelling stood highest up the valley. The thunder had rumbled at my heels all the way, but the shower passed off in another direction, though if it had not, I half believed that I should get above it. I at length reached the last house but one, where the path to the summit diverged to the right, while the summit itself rose directly in front. But I determined to follow up the valley to its head, and then find my own route up the steep as the shorter and more adventurous way. I had thoughts of returning to this house, which was well kept and so nobly placed, the next day, and perhaps remaining a week there, if I could have entertainment. Its mistress was a frank and hospitable young woman, who stood before me in a dishabille, busily and unconcernedly combing her long black hair while she talked, giving her head the necessary toss with each sweep of the comb, with lively, sparkling eyes, and full of interest in that lower world from which I had come, talking all the while as familiarly as if she had known me for years, and reminding me of a cousin of mine. She at first had taken me for a student from Williamstown, for they went by in parties, she said, either riding or walking, almost every pleasant day, and were a pretty wild set of fellows, but they never went by the way I was going. As I passed the last house, a man called out to know what I had to sell, for seeing my knapsack, he thought that I might be a peddler who was taking this unusual route over the ridge of the valley into South Adams. He told me that it was still 4 or 5 miles to the summit by the path which I had left, though not more than 2 in a straight line from where I was, but that nobody ever went this way, there was no path, and I should find it as steep as the roof of a house. But I knew that I was more used to woods and mountains than he, and went along through his cow yard, while he, looking at the sun, shouted after me that I should not get to the top that night. I soon reached the head of the valley, but as I could not see the summit from this point, I ascended a low mountain on the opposite side, and took its bearing with my compass. I at once entered the woods, and began to climb the steep side of the mountain in a diagonal direction, taking the bearing of a tree every dozen rods. The ascent was by no means difficult or unpleasant, and occupied much less time than it would have taken to follow the path. Even country people, I have observed, magnify the difficulty of traveling in the forest, and especially among mountains. They seem to lack their usual common sense in this. I have climbed several higher mountains without guide or path, and have found, as might be expected, that it takes only more time and patience commonly than to travel the smoothest highway. It is very rare that you meet with obstacles in this world which the humblest man has not faculties to surmount. It is true we may come to a perpendicular precipice, but we need not jump off nor run our heads against it. A man may jump down his own cellar stairs or dash his brains out against his chimney, if he is mad. So far as my experience goes, travelers generally exaggerate the difficulties of the way. Like most evil, the difficulty is imaginary, for what's the hurry? If a person lost would conclude that after all he is not lost, he is not beside himself, but standing in his own old shoes on the very spot where he is, and that for the time being he will live there, but the places that have known him, they are lost, how much anxiety and danger would vanish. I am not alone if I stand by myself. Who knows where in space this globe is rolling? Yet we will not give ourselves up for lost, let it go where it will. I made my way steadily upward in a straight line through a dense undergrowth of mountain laurel, until the trees began to have a scraggy and infernal look, as if contending with frost goblins, and at length I reached the summit, just as the sun was setting. Several acres here had been cleared, and were covered with rocks and stumps, and there was a rude observatory in the middle which overlooked the woods. I had one fair view of the country before the sun went down, but I was too thirsty to waste any light in viewing the prospect, and set out directly to find water. First, going down a well-beaten path for half a mile through the low scrubby wood, till I came to where the water stood in the tracks of the horses which had carried travellers up, I lay down flat, and drank these dry, one after another, a pure, cold, spring-like water, but yet I could not fill my dipper, though I contrived little siphons of grass stems, and ingenious aqueducts on a small scale. It was too slow a process. Then remembering that I had passed a moist place near the top, on my way up, I returned to find it again, and here, with sharp stones and my hands, in the twilight, I made a well about 2 feet deep, which was soon filled with pure cold water, and the birds too came and drank at it. So I filled my dipper, and, making my way back to the observatory, collected some dry sticks, and made a fire on some flat stones which had been placed on the floor for that purpose, and so I soon cooked my supper of rice, having already whittled a wooden spoon to eat it with. I sat up during the evening, reading by the light of the fire the scraps of newspapers in which some party had wrapped their luncheon, the prices current in New York and Boston, the advertisements, and the singular editorials which some had seen fit to publish, not foreseeing under what critical circumstances they would be read. I read these things at a vast advantage there, and it seemed to me that the advertisements, or what is called the business part of a paper, were greatly the best, the most useful, natural, and respectable. Almost all the opinions and sentiments expressed were so little considered, so shallow and flimsy, that I thought the very texture of the paper must be weaker in that part and tear the more easily. The advertisements and the prices current were more closely allied to nature, and were respectable in some measure as tide and meteorological tables are, but the reading matter, which I remembered was most prized down below, unless it was some humble record of science, or an extract from some old classic, struck me as strangely whimsical, and crude, and one-idea'd, like a schoolboy's theme, such as youths write and after burn. The opinions were of that kind that are doomed to wear a different aspect tomorrow, like last year's fashions, as if mankind were very green indeed, and would be ashamed of themselves in a few years, when they had outgrown this verdant period. There was, moreover, a singular disposition to wit and humor, but rarely the slightest real success, and the apparent success was a terrible satire on the attempt. The evil genius of man laughed the loudest at his best jokes. The advertisements, as I have said, such as were serious, and not of the modern quack kind, suggested pleasing and poetic thoughts, for commerce is really as interesting as nature. The very names of the commodities were poetic, and as suggestive as if they had been inserted in a pleasing poem: lumber, cotton, sugar, hides, guano, logwood. Some sober, private, and original thought would have been grateful to read there, and as much in harmony with the circumstances as if it had been written on a mountain top, for it is of a fashion which never changes, and as respectable as hides and logwood, or any natural product. What an inestimable companion such a scrap of paper would have been, containing some fruit of a mature life. What a relic! What a recipe! It seemed a divine invention, by which not mere shining coin, but shining and current thoughts, could be brought up and left there. As it was cold, I collected quite a pile of wood and lay down on a board against the side of the building, not having any blanket to cover me, with my head to the fire, that I might look after it, which is not the Indian rule. But as it grew colder towards midnight, I at length encased myself completely in boards, managing even to put a board on top of me, with a large stone on it, to keep it down, and so slept comfortably. I was reminded, it is true, of the Irish children, who inquired what their neighbors did who had no door to put over them in winter nights as they had, but I am convinced that there was nothing very strange in the inquiry. Those who have never tried it can have no idea how far a door, which keeps the single blanket down, may go toward making one comfortable. We are constituted a good deal like chickens, which taken from the hen, and put in a basket of cotton in the chimney corner, will often peep till they die, nevertheless, but if you put in a book, or anything heavy, which will press down the cotton, and feel like the hen, they go to sleep directly. My only companions were the mice, which came to pick up the crumbs that had been left in those scraps of paper, still, as everywhere, pensioners on man, and not unwisely improving this elevated tract for their habitation. They nibbled what was for them, I nibbled what was for me. Once or twice in the night, when I looked up, I saw a white cloud drifting through the windows, and filling the whole upper story. This observatory was a building of considerable size, erected by the students of Williamstown College, whose buildings might be seen by daylight gleaming far down in the valley. It would be no small advantage if every college were thus located at the base of a mountain, as good at least as one well-endowed professorship. It were as well to be educated in the shadow of a mountain as in more classical shades. Some will remember, no doubt, not only that they went to the college, but that they went to the mountain. Every visit to its summit would, as it were, generalize the particular information gained below, and subject it to more Catholic tests. I was up early and perched upon the top of this tower to see the daybreak, for some time reading the names that had been engraved there, before I could distinguish more distant objects. An untamable fly buzzed at my elbow with the same nonchalance as on a molasses hogshead at the end of Long Wharf. Even there I must attend to his stale humdrum. But now I come to the pith of this long digression. As the light increased I discovered around me an ocean of mist, which by chance reached up exactly to the base of the tower, and shut out every vestige of the earth, while I was left floating on this fragment of the wreck of a world, on my carved plank, in cloudland, a situation which required no aid from the imagination to render it impressive. As the light in the east steadily increased, it revealed to me more clearly the new world into which I had risen in the night, the new terra firma perchance of my future life. There was not a crevice left through which the trivial places we name Massachusetts or Vermont or New York could be seen, while I still inhaled the clear atmosphere of a July morning, if it were July there. All around beneath me was spread for 100 miles on every side, as far as the eye could reach, an undulating country of clouds, answering in the varied swell of its surface to the terrestrial world it veiled. It was such a country as we might see in dreams, with all the delights of paradise. There were immense snowy pastures, apparently smooth-shaven and firm, and shady vales between the vaporous mountains, and far in the horizon I could see where some luxurious misty timber jutted into the prairie, and trace the windings of a watercourse, some unimagined Amazon or Orinoco, by the misty trees on its brink. As there was wanting the symbol, so there was not the substance of impurity, no spot nor stain. It was a favor for which to be forever silent to be shown this vision. The earth beneath had become such a flitting thing of lights and shadows as the clouds had been before. It was not merely veiled to me, but it had passed away like the phantom of a shadow, and this new platform was gained. As I had climbed above storm and cloud, so by successive days' journeys I might reach the region of eternal day, beyond the tapering shadow of the earth, heaven itself shall slide, and roll away, like melting stars that glide along their oily threads. But when its own sun began to rise on this pure world, I found myself a dweller in the dazzling halls of Aurora, into which poets have had but a partial glance over the eastern hills, drifting amid the saffron-colored clouds, and playing with the rosy fingers of the dawn, in the very path of the sun's chariot, and sprinkled with its dewy dust, enjoying the benignant smile, and near at hand the far-darting glances of the god. The inhabitants of earth behold commonly but the dark and shadowy underside of heaven's pavement. It is only when seen at a favorable angle in the horizon, morning or evening, that some faint streaks of the rich lining of the clouds are revealed. But my muse would fail to convey an impression of the gorgeous tapestry by which I was surrounded, such as men see faintly reflected afar off in the chambers of the East. Here, as on earth, I saw the gracious God flatter the mountain tops with sovereign eye, gilding pale streams with heavenly alchemy. But never here did heaven's sun stain himself. But, alas, owing, as I think, to some unworthiness in myself, my private son did stain himself, and anon permit the basest clouds to ride with ugly wrack on his celestial face, for before the god had reached the zenith the heavenly pavement rose and embraced my wavering virtue, or rather I sank down again into that forlorn world from which the celestial sun had hid his visage. How may a worm that crawls along the dust clamber the azure mountains, thrown so high, and fetch from thence thy fair idea just, that in those sunny courts doth hidden lie, clothed with such light as blinds the angel's eye? How may weak mortal ever hope to file his unsmooth tongue, and his deprostrate style? O, raise thou from his course thy now entombed exile. In the preceding evening I had seen the summits of new and yet higher mountains, the Catskills, by which I might hope to climb to heaven again, and had set my compass for a fair lake in the southwest, which lay in my way, for which I now steered, descending the mountain by my own route, on the side opposite to that by which I had ascended, and soon found myself in the region of cloud and drizzling rain, and the inhabitants affirmed that it had been a cloudy and drizzling day wholly. But now we must make haste back before the fog disperses to the blithe Merrimack water. Since that first away, many a lengthy reach we've rode, still the sparrow on the spray hastes to usher in the day with her simple stanza ode. We passed a canal boat before sunrise, groping its way to the seaboard, and, though we could not see it on account of the fog, the few dull, thumping, stertorous sounds which we heard, impressed us with a sense of weight and irresistible motion. One little rill of commerce already awake on this distant New Hampshire river. The fog, as it required more skill in the steering, enhanced the interest of our early voyage, and made the river seem indefinitely broad. A slight mist, through which objects are faintly visible, has the effect of expanding even ordinary streams, by a singular mirage, into arms of the sea or inland lakes. In the present instance it was even fragrant and invigorating, and we enjoyed it as a sort of earlier sunshine, or dewy and embryo light. Low-anchored cloud, Newfoundland air, fountain-head and source of rivers, dew-cloth, dream drapery, and napkins spread by fays, drifting meadow of the air, where bloom the daisied banks and violets, and in whose fenny labyrinth the bittern booms and heron wades, spirit of lakes and seas and rivers, bear only perfumes and the scent of healing herbs to just men's fields. The same pleasant and observant historian whom we quoted above says, that, in the mountainous parts of the country, the ascent of vapors, and their formation into clouds, is a curious and entertaining object. The vapors are seen rising in small columns like smoke from many chimneys. When risen to a certain height, they spread, meet, condense, and are attracted to the mountains, where they either distill in gentle dews, and replenish the springs, or descend in showers, accompanied with thunder. After short intermissions, the process is repeated many times in the course of a summer day, affording to travelers a lively illustration of what is observed in the Book of Job. They are wet with the showers of the mountains. Fogs and clouds which conceal the overshadowing mountains lend the breadth of the plains to mountain vales. Even a small-featured country acquires some grandeur in stormy weather when clouds are seen drifting between the beholder and the neighboring hills. When, in traveling toward Haverhill through Hampstead in this state, on the height of land between the Merrimack and the Piscataqua or the sea, you commence the descent eastward, the view toward the coast is so distant and unexpected, though the sea is invisible, that you at first suppose the unobstructed atmosphere to be a fog in the lowlands concealing hills of corresponding elevation to that you are upon, but it is the mist of prejudice alone, which the winds will not disperse. The most stupendous scenery ceases to be sublime when it becomes distinct, or in other words limited, and the imagination is no longer encouraged to exaggerate it. The actual height and breadth of a mountain or a waterfall are always ridiculously small, they are the imagined only that content us. Nature is not made after such a fashion as we would have her. We piously exaggerate her wonders, as the scenery around our home. Such was the heaviness of the dews along this river that we were generally obliged to leave our tent spread over the bows of the boat till the sun had dried it, to avoid mildew. We passed the mouth of Pennachuck Brook, a wild salmon stream, in the fog, without seeing it. At length the sun's rays struggled through the mist and showed us the pines on shore dripping with dew, and springs trickling from the moist banks, and now the taller suns, whom Titan warms, of unshorn mountains blown with easy winds, dandle the morning's childhood in their arms, and, if they chanced to slip the prouder pines, the under correlates did catch their shines, to gild their leaves. We rode for some hours between glistening banks before the sun had dried the grass and leaves, or the day had established its character. Its serenity at last seemed the more profound and secure for the denseness of the morning's fog. The river became swifter, and the scenery more pleasing than before. The banks were steep and clayey for the most part, and trickling with water, and where a spring oozed out a few feet above the river the boatmen had cut a trough out of a slab with their axes, and placed it so as to receive the water and fill their jugs conveniently. Sometimes this purer and cooler water, bursting out from under a pine or a rock, was collected into a basin close to the edge of and level with the river, a fountain-head of the Merrimack. So near along life's stream are the fountains of innocence and youth making fertile its sandy margin, and the voyager will do well to replenish his vessels often at these uncontaminated sources. Some youthful spring, perchance, still empties with tinkling music into the oldest river, even when it is falling into the sea, and we imagine that its music is distinguished by the river gods from the general lapse of the stream, and falls sweeter on their ears in proportion as it is nearer to the ocean. As the evaporations of the river feed thus these unsuspected springs which filter through its banks, so, perchance, our aspirations fall back again in springs on the margin of life's stream to refresh and purify it. The yellow and tepid river may float his scow, and cheer his eye with its reflections and its ripples, but the boatman quenches his thirst at this small rill alone. It is this purer and cooler element that chiefly sustains his life. The race will long survive that is thus discreet. Our course this morning lay between the territories of Merrimack, on the west, and Litchfield, once called Brenton's Farm, on the east, which townships were anciently the Indian Natticook. Brenton was a fur trader among the Indians, and these lands were granted to him in 1656. The latter township contains about 500 inhabitants, of whom, however, we saw none, and but few of their dwellings. Being on the river, whose banks are always high and generally conceal the few houses, the country appeared much more wild and primitive than to the traveler on the neighboring roads. The river is by far the most attractive highway, and those boatmen who have spent 20 or 25 years on it must have had a much fairer, more wild, and memorable experience than the dusty and jarring one of the teamster who has driven, during the same time, on the roads which run parallel with the stream. As one ascends the Merrimack he rarely sees a village, but for the most part alternate wood and pasture lands, and sometimes a field of corn or potatoes, of rye or oats or English grass, with a few straggling apple trees, and, at still longer intervals, a farmer's house. The soil, excepting the best of the interval, is commonly as light and sandy as a patriot could desire. Sometimes this forenoon the country appeared in its primitive state, and as if the Indians still inhabited it, and, again, as if many free, new settlers occupied it, their slight fences straggling down to the water's edge, and the barking of dogs, and even the prattle of children, were heard, and smoke was seen to go up from some hearthstone, and the banks were divided into patches of pasture, mowing, tillage, and woodland. But when the river spread out broader, with an uninhabited islet, or a long, low sandy shore which ran on single and devious, not answering to its opposite, but far off as if it were seashore or single coast, and the land no longer nursed the river in its bosom, but they conversed as equals, the rustling leaves with rippling waves, and few fences were seen, but high oak woods on one side, and large herds of cattle, and all tracks seemed to point to one center behind some statelier grove. We imagined that the river flowed through an extensive manor, and that the few inhabitants were retainers to a lord, and a feudal state of things prevailed. When there was a suitable reach, we caught sight of the Gorfstown mountain, the Indian Uncanoonuke, rising before us on the west side. It was a calm and beautiful day, with only a slight zephyr to ripple the surface of the water, and rustle the woods on shore, and just warmth enough to prove the kindly disposition of nature to her children. With buoyant spirits and vigorous impulses we tossed our boat rapidly along into the very middle of this forenoon. The fish-hawk sailed and screamed overhead. The chipping or striped squirrel, Sciurus striatus, Tamias lysteri, out, sat upon the end of some Virginia fence or rider reaching over the stream, twirling a green nut with one paw, as in a lathe, while the other held it fast against its incisors as chisels. Like an independent russet leaf, with a will of its own, rustling whither it could, now under the fence, now over it, now peeping at the voyagers through a crack with only its tail visible, now at its lunch deep in the toothsome kernel, and now a rod off playing at hide-and-seek, with the nut stowed away in its chops, where were half a dozen more besides, extending its cheeks to a ludicrous breadth, as if it were devising through what safe valve of Frisk or Somerset to let its superfluous life escape, the stream passing harmlessly off, even while it sits, in constant electric flashes through its tail. And now with a chuckling squeak it dives into the root of a hazel, and we see no more of it. Or the larger red squirrel or chickaree, sometimes called the Hudson Bay squirrel, Squirrus hudsonius, gave warning of our approach by that peculiar alarum of his, like the winding up of some strong clock, in the top of a pine tree, and dodged behind its stem, or leaped from tree to tree with such caution and adroitness, as if much depended on the fidelity of his scout, running along the white pine boughs sometimes 20 rods by our side, with such speed, and by such unerring routes, as if it were some well-worn familiar path to him, and presently, when we have passed, he returns to his work of cutting off the pine cones, and letting them fall to the ground. We passed Cromwell's Falls, the first we met with on this river, this forenoon, by means of locks, without using our wheels. These falls are the Nessenkeag of the Indians. Great Nessenkeag stream comes in on the right just above, and Little Nessenkeag some distance below, both in Litchfield. We read in the Gazetteer, under the head of Merrimack, that the first house in this town was erected on the margin of the river, soon after 1665, for a house of traffic with the Indians. For some time one Cromwell carried on a lucrative trade with them, weighing their furs with his foot, till, enraged at his supposed or real deception, they formed the resolution to murder him. This intention being communicated to Cromwell, he buried his wealth and made his escape. Within a few hours after his flight, a party of the Pennacook tribe arrived, and, not finding the object of their resentment, burnt his habitation. Upon the top of the high bank here, close to the river, was still to be seen his cellar, now overgrown with trees. It was a convenient spot for such a traffic, at the foot of the first falls above the settlements, and commanding a pleasant view up the river, where he could see the Indians coming down with their furs. The lockman told us that his shovel and tongs had been plowed up here, and also a stone with his name on it. But we will not vouch for the truth of this story. In the New Hampshire Historical Collections for 1815 it says, "Some time after pewter was found in the well, and an iron pot and trammel in the sand, the latter are preserved." These were the traces of the white trader. On the opposite bank, where it jutted over the stream cape-wise, we picked up 4 arrowheads and a small Indian tool made of stone, as soon as we had climbed it, where plainly there had once stood a wigwam of the Indians with whom Cromwell traded, and who fished and hunted here before he came. As usual, the gossips have not been silent respecting Cromwell's buried wealth, and it is said that some years ago a farmer's plough, not far from here, slid over a flat stone which emitted a hollow sound, and, on its being raised, a small hole 6 inches in diameter was discovered, stoned about, from which a sum of money was taken. The lockman told us another similar story about a farmer in a neighboring town, who had been a poor man, but who suddenly bought a good farm, and was well-to-do in the world, and, when he was questioned, did not give a satisfactory account of the matter, how few, alas, could. This caused his hired man to remember that one day, as they were plowing together, the plow struck something, and his employer, going back to look, concluded not to go round again, saying that the sky looked rather lowering, and so put up his team. The like urgency has caused many things to be remembered which never transpired. The truth is, there is money buried everywhere, and you have only to go to work to find it. Not far from these falls stands an oak tree, on the interval, about a quarter of a mile from the river, on the farm of a Mr. Lund, which was pointed out to us as the spot where French, the leader of the party which went in pursuit of the Indians from Dunstable, was killed. Farewell dodged them in the thick woods near. It did not look as if men had ever had to run for their lives on this now open and peaceful interval. Here too was another extensive desert by the side of the road in Lichfield, visible from the bank of the river. The sand was blown off in some places to the depth of 10 or 12 feet, leaving small grotesque hillocks of that height, where there was a clump of bushes firmly rooted. 30 or 40 years ago, as we were told, it was a sheep pasture, but the sheep, being worried by the fleas, began to paw the ground, till they broke the sod, and so the sand began to blow, till now it had extended over 40 or 50 acres. This evil might easily have been remedied, at first, by spreading birches with their leaves on over the sand, and fastening them down with stakes, to break the wind. The fleas bit the sheep, and the sheep bit the ground, and the sore had spread to this extent. It is astonishing what a great sore a little scratch breedeth. Who knows but Sahara, where caravans and cities are buried, began with the bite of an African flea. This poor globe, how it must itch in many places. Will no God be kind enough to spread a salve of birches over its sores? Here too we noticed where the Indians had gathered a heap of stones, perhaps for their council fire, which, by their weight having prevented the sand under them from blowing away, were left on the summit of a mound. They told us that arrowheads, and also bullets of lead and iron, had been found here. We noticed several other sandy tracts in our voyage, and the course of the Merrimack can be traced from the nearest mountain by its yellow sandbanks, though the river itself is for the most part invisible. Lawsuits, as we hear, have in some cases grown out of these causes. Railroads have been made through certain irritable districts, breaking their sod, and so have set the sand to blowing, till it has converted fertile farms into deserts, and the company has had to pay the damages. This sand seemed to us the connecting link between land and water. It was a kind of water on which you could walk, and you could see the ripple marks on its surface, produced by the winds, precisely like those at the bottom of a brook or lake. We had read that Mussulmen are permitted by the Koran to perform their ablutions in sand when they cannot get water, a necessary indulgence in Arabia, and we now understood the propriety of this provision. Plum Island, at the mouth of this river, to whose formation, perhaps, these very banks have sent their contribution, is a similar desert of drifting sand, of various colors, blown into graceful curves by the wind. It is a mere sandbar exposed, stretching 9 miles parallel to the coast, and, exclusive of the marsh on the inside, rarely more than half a mile wide. There are but half a dozen houses on it, and it is almost without a tree, or a sod, or any green thing with which a countryman is familiar. The thin vegetation stands half buried in sand, as in drifting snow. The only shrub, the beach plum, which gives the island its name, grows but a few feet high, but this is so abundant that parties of 100 at once come from the mainland and down the Merrimack, in September, pitch their tents, and gather the plums, which are good to eat raw and to preserve. The graceful and delicate beach pea, too, grows abundantly amid the sand, and several strange, moss-like and succulent plants. The island for its whole length is scalloped into low hills, not more than 20 feet high, by the wind, and, excepting a faint trail on the edge of the marsh, is as trackless as Sahara. There are dreary bluffs of sand and valleys ploughed by the wind, where you might expect to discover the bones of a caravan. Schooners come from Boston to load with the sand for masons' uses, and in a few hours the wind obliterates all traces of their work. Yet you have only to dig a foot or two anywhere to come to fresh water, and you are surprised to learn that woodchucks abound here, and foxes are found, though you see not where they can burrow or hide themselves. I have walked down the whole length of its broad beach at low tide, at which time alone you can find a firm ground to walk on, and probably Massachusetts does not furnish a more grand and dreary walk. On the seaside there are only a distant sail and a few coots to break the grand monotony. A solitary stake stuck up, or a sharper sand hill than usual, is remarkable as a landmark for miles, while for music you hear only the ceaseless sound of the surf, and the dreary peep of the beach birds. There were several canal boats at Cromwell's Falls passing through the locks, for which we waited. In the forward part of one stood a brawny New Hampshire man, leaning on his pole, bareheaded and in shirt and trousers only, a rude Apollo of a man, coming down from that vast uplandish country to the main, of nameless age, with flaxen hair, and vigorous, weather-bleached countenance, in whose wrinkles the sun still lodged, as little touched by the heats and frosts and withering cares of life as a maple of the mountain, an undressed, unkempt, uncivil man, with whom we parleyed a while, and parted not without a sincere interest in one another. His humanity was genuine and instinctive, and his rudeness only a manner. He inquired, just as we were passing out of earshot, if we had killed anything, and we shouted after him that we had shot a boy, and could see him for a long while scratching his head in vain to know if he had heard aright. There is reason in the distinction of civil and uncivil. The manners are sometimes so rough a rind that we doubt whether they cover any core or sapwood at all. We sometimes meet uncivil men, children of Amazons, who dwell by mountain paths, and are said to be inhospitable to strangers, whose salutation is as rude as the grasp of their brawny hands, and who deal with men as unceremoniously as they are wont to deal with the elements. They need only to extend their clearings, and let in more sunlight, to seek out the southern slopes of the hills, from which they may look down on the civil plain or ocean, and temper their diet duly with the cereal fruits, consuming less wild meat and acorns, to become like the inhabitants of cities. A true politeness does not result from any hasty and artificial polishing, it is true, but grows naturally in characters of the right grain and quality, through a long fronting of men and events, and rubbing on good and bad fortune. Perhaps I can tell a tale to the purpose while the lock is filling. For our voyage this forenoon furnishes but few incidents of importance. Early one summer morning I had left the shores of the Connecticut, and for the livelong day travelled up the bank of a river, which came in from the west, now looking down on the stream, foaming and rippling through the forest a mile off, from the hills over which the road led, and now sitting on its rocky brink and dipping my feet in its rapids, or bathing adventurously in mid-channel. The hills grew more and more frequent, and gradually swelled into mountains as I advanced, hemming in the course of the river, so that at last I could not see where it came from, and was at liberty to imagine the most wonderful meanderings and descents. At noon I slept on the grass in the shade of a maple, where the river had found a broader channel than usual, and was spread out shallow, with frequent sandbars exposed. In the names of the towns I recognized some which I had long ago read on teamsters' wagons, that had come from far up country, quiet, uplandish towns, of mountainous fame. I walked along, musing and enchanted, by rows of sugar maples, through the small and uninquisitive villages, and sometimes was pleased with the sight of a boat drawn up on a sandbar, where there appeared no inhabitants to use it. It seemed, however, as essential to the river as a fish, and to lend a certain dignity to it. It was like the trout of mountain streams to the fishes of the sea, or like the young of the land crab born far in the interior, who have never yet heard the sound of the ocean's surf. The hills approached nearer and nearer to the stream, until at last they closed behind me, and I found myself just before nightfall in a romantic and retired valley, about half a mile in length, and barely wide enough for the stream at its bottom. I thought that there could be no finer site for a cottage among mountains. You could anywhere run across the stream on the rocks, and its constant murmuring would quiet the passions of mankind forever. Suddenly the road, which seemed aiming for the mountainside, turned short to the left, and another valley opened, concealing the former, and of the same character with it. It was the most remarkable and pleasing scenery I had ever seen. I found here a few mild and hospitable inhabitants, who, as the day was not quite spent, and I was anxious to improve the light, directed me 4 or 5 miles farther on my way to the dwelling of a man whose name was Rice, who occupied the last and highest of the valleys that lay in my path, and who, they said, was a rather rude and uncivil man. But what is a foreign country to those who have science? Who is a stranger to those who have the habit of speaking kindly? At length, as the sun was setting behind the mountains in a still darker and more solitary vale, I reached the dwelling of this man. Except for the narrowness of the plain, and that the stones were solid granite, it was the counterpart of that retreat to which Belft bore the wounded Timaeus, in a pleasant glade, with mountains round about environed, and mighty woods, which did the valley shade, and like a stately theatre it made, spreading itself into a spacious plain, and in the midst a little river played amongst the pumy stones which seemed to plain, with gentle murmur, that his course they did restrain. I observed, as I drew near, that he was not so rude as I had anticipated, for he kept many cattle, and dogs to watch them, and I saw where he had made maple sugar on the sides of the mountains, and above all distinguished the voices of children mingling with the murmur of the torrent before the door. As I passed his stable I met one whom I supposed to be a hired man, attending to his cattle, and I inquired if they entertained travelers at that house. "Sometimes we do," he answered, gruffly, and immediately went to the farthest stall from me, and I perceived that it was Rice himself whom I had addressed. But pardoning this incivility to the wildness of the scenery, I bent my steps to the house. There was no signpost before it, nor any of the usual invitations to the traveler, though I saw by the road that many went and came there, but the owner's name only was fastened to the outside, a sort of implied and sullen invitation, as I thought. I passed from room to room without meeting anyone, till I came to what seemed the guest's apartment, which was neat, and even had an air of refinement about it, and I was glad to find a map against the wall which would direct me on my journey on the morrow. At length I heard a step in a distant apartment, which was the first I had entered, and went to see if the landlord had come in, but it proved to be only a child, one of those whose voices I had heard, probably his son, and between him and me stood in the doorway a large watchdog, which growled at me, and looked as if he would presently spring, but the boy did not speak to him, and when I asked for a glass of water, he briefly said, "It runs in the corner." So I took a mug from the counter and went out of doors, and searched round the corner of the house, but could find neither well nor spring, nor any water but the stream which ran all along the front. I came back, therefore, and, setting down the mug, asked the child if the stream was good to drink, whereupon he seized the mug, and, going to the corner of the room, where a cool spring which issued from the mountain behind trickled through a pipe into the apartment, filled it, and drank, and gave it to me empty again, and, calling to the dog, rushed out of doors. Ere long some of the hired men made their appearance, and drank at the spring, and lazily washed themselves and combed their hair in silence, and some sat down as if weary, and fell asleep in their seats. But all the while I saw no women, though I sometimes heard a bustle in that part of the house from which the spring came. At length Rice himself came in, for it was now dark, with an ox whip in his hand, breathing hard, and he too soon settled down into his seat not far from me, as if, now that his day's work was done, he had no farther to travel, but only to digest his supper at his leisure. When I asked him if he could give me a bed, he said there was one ready, in such a tone as implied that I ought to have known it, and the less said about that the better. So far so good. And yet he continued to look at me as if he would fain have me say something further like a traveler. I remarked, that it was a wild and rugged country he inhabited, and worth coming many miles to see. Not so very rough neither, said he, and appealed to his men to bear witness to the breadth and smoothness of his fields, which consisted in all of one small interval, and to the size of his crops, and if we have some hills, added he, there's no better pasturage anywhere. I then asked if this place was the one I had heard of, calling it by a name I had seen on the map, or if it was a certain other, and he answered, gruffly, that it was neither the one nor the other, that he had settled it and cultivated it, and made it what it was, and I could know nothing about it. Observing some guns and other implements of hunting hanging on brackets around the room, and his hounds now sleeping on the floor, I took occasion to change the discourse, and inquired if there was much game in that country, and he answered this question more graciously, having some glimmering of my drift, but when I inquired if there were any bears, he answered impatiently that he was no more in danger of losing his sheep than his neighbors. He had tamed and civilized that region. After a pause, thinking of my journey on the morrow, and the few hours of daylight in that hollow and mountainous country, which would require me to be on my way betimes, I remarked that the day must be shorter by an hour there than on the neighboring plains, at which he gruffly asked what I knew about it, and affirmed that he had as much daylight as his neighbors. He ventured to say, the days were longer there than where I lived, as I should find if I stayed, that in some way, I could not be expected to understand how the sun came over the mountains half an hour earlier, and stayed half an hour later there than on the neighboring plains. And more of like sort he said. He was, indeed, as rude as a fabled satyr. But I suffered him to pass for what he was, for why should I quarrel with nature, and was even pleased at the discovery of such a singular natural phenomenon. I dealt with him as if to me all manners were indifferent, and he had a sweet, wild way with him. I would not question nature, and I would rather have him as he was than as I would have him. For I had come up here not for sympathy, or kindness, or society, but for novelty and adventure, and to see what nature had produced here. I therefore did not repel his rudeness, but quite innocently welcomed it all, and knew how to appreciate it, as if I were reading in an old drama a part well sustained. He was indeed a coarse and sensual man, and, as I have said, uncivil, but he had his just quarrel with nature and mankind, I have no doubt, only he had no artificial covering to his ill humors. He was earthy enough, but yet there was good soil in him, and even a long-suffering Saxon probity at bottom. If you could represent the case to him, he would not let the race die out in him, like a Red Indian. At length I told him that he was a fortunate man, and I trusted that he was grateful for so much light, and, rising, said I would take a lamp, and that I would pay him then for my lodging, for I expected to recommence my journey even as early as the sun rose in his country, but he answered in haste, and this time civilly, that I should not fail to find some of his household stirring, however early, for they were no sluggards, and I could take my breakfast with them before I started, if I chose. And as he lighted the lamp I detected a gleam of true hospitality and ancient civility, a beam of pure and even gentle humanity, from his bleared and moist eyes. It was a look more intimate with me, and more explanatory, than any words of his could have been if he had tried to his dying day. It was more significant than any rice of those parts could even comprehend, and long anticipated this man's culture, a glance of his pure genius, which did not much enlighten him, but did impress and rule him for the moment, and faintly constrain his voice and manner. He cheerfully led the way to my apartment, stepping over the limbs of his men, who were asleep on the floor in an intervening chamber, and showed me a clean and comfortable bed. For many pleasant hours after the household was asleep I sat at the open window, for it was a sultry night, and heard the little river amongst the pumy stones, which seemed to plain, with gentle murmur, that his course they did restrain. But I arose as usual by starlight the next morning, before my host, or his men, or even his dogs, were awake, and, having left a 9d on the counter, was already halfway over the mountain with the sun before they had broken their fast. Before I had left the country of my host, while the first rays of the sun slanted over the mountains, as I stopped by the wayside to gather some raspberries, a very old man, not far from 100, came along with a milking pail in his hand, and turning aside began to pluck the berries near me. His reverend locks in comely curls did wave, and on his aged temples grew the blossoms of the grave. But when I inquired the way, he answered in a low, rough voice, without looking up or seeming to regard my presence, which I imputed to his years, and presently, muttering to himself, he proceeded to collect his cows in a neighboring pasture, and when he had again returned near to the wayside, he suddenly stopped, while his cows went on before, and, uncovering his head, prayed aloud in the cool morning air, as if he had forgotten this exercise before, for his daily bread, and also that he who letteth his rain fall on the just and on the unjust, and without whom not a sparrow falleth to the ground, would not neglect the stranger, meaning me, and with even more direct and personal applications, though mainly according to the long-established formula common to lowlanders and the inhabitants of mountains. When he had done praying, I made bold to ask him if he had any cheese in his hut which he would sell me, but he answered without looking up, and in the same low and repulsive voice as before, that they did not make any, and went to milking. It is written, "The stranger who turneth away from a house with disappointed hopes, leaveth there his own offences, and departeth, taking with him all the good actions of the owner." Being now fairly in the stream of this week's commerce, we began to meet with boats more frequently, and hailed them from time to time with the freedom of sailors. The boatmen appeared to lead an easy and contented life, and we thought that we should prefer their employment ourselves to many professions which are much more sought after. They suggested how few circumstances are necessary to the well-being and serenity of man, how indifferent all employments are, and that any may seem noble and poetic to the eyes of men, if pursued with sufficient buoyancy and freedom. With liberty and pleasant weather, the simplest occupation, any unquestioned country mode of life which detains us in the open air, is alluring. The man who picks peas steadily for a living is more than respectable, he is even envied by his shop-worn neighbors. We are as happy as the birds when our good genius permits us to pursue any outdoor work, without a sense of dissipation. Our penknife glitters in the sun, our voice is echoed by yonder wood, if an oar drops, we are fain to let it drop again, The canal boat is of very simple construction, requiring but little ship timber, and, as we were told, costs about $200. They are managed by 2 men. In ascending the stream they use poles 14 or 15 feet long, pointed with iron, walking about 1/3 the length of the boat from the forward end. Going down, they commonly keep in the middle of the stream, using an oar at each end, or if the wind is favorable they raise their broad sail, and have only to steer. They commonly carry down wood or bricks, 15 or 16 cords of wood, and as many thousand bricks, at a time, and bring back stores for the country, consuming 2 or 3 days each way between Concord and Charlestown. They sometimes pile the wood so as to leave a shelter in one part where they may retire from the rain. One can hardly imagine a more healthful employment, or one more favorable to contemplation and the observation of nature. Unlike the mariner, they have the constantly varying panorama of the shore to relieve the monotony of their labor, and it seemed to us that as they thus glided noiselessly from town to town, with all their furniture about them, for their very homestead is immovable, they could comment on the character of the inhabitants with greater advantage and security to themselves than the traveler in a coach, who would be unable to indulge in such broadsides of wit and humor in so small a vessel for fear of the recoil. They are not subject to great exposure, like the lumberers of Maine, in any weather, but inhale the healthfulest breezes, being slightly encumbered with clothing, frequently with the head and feet bare. When we met them at noon as they were leisurely descending the stream, their busy commerce did not look like toil, but rather like some ancient Oriental game still played on a large scale, as the game of chess, for instance, handed down to this generation. From morning till night, unless the wind is so fair that his single sail will suffice without other labor than steering, the boatman walks backwards and forwards on the side of his boat, now stooping with his shoulder to the pole, then drawing it back slowly to set it again, meanwhile moving steadily forward through an endless valley and an ever-changing scenery, now distinguishing his course for a mile or two, and now shut in by a sudden turn of the river in a small woodland lake. All the phenomena which surround him are simple and grand, and there is something impressive, even majestic, in the very motion he causes, which will naturally be communicated to his own character, and he feels the slow, irresistible movement under him with pride, as if it were his own energy. The news spread like wildfire among us youths, when formerly, once in a year or two, one of these boats came up the Concord River, and was seen stealing mysteriously through the meadows and past the village. It came and departed as silently as a cloud, without noise or dust, and was witnessed by few. One summer day this huge traveler might be seen moored at some meadow's wharf, and another summer day it was not there. Where precisely it came from, or who these men were who knew the rocks and soundings better than we who bathed there, we could never tell. We knew some rivers bay only, but they took rivers from end to end. They were a sort of fabulous rivermen to us. It was inconceivable by what sort of mediation any mere landsman could hold communication with them. Would they heave to gratify his wishes? No, it was favor enough to know faintly of their destination, or the time of their possible return. I have seen them in the summer when the stream ran low, mowing the weeds in mid-channel, and with hayers jests cutting broad swaths in 3 feet of water, that they might make a passage for their scow, while the grass in long windrows was carried down the stream, undried by the rarest hay weather. We admired unweariedly how their vessel would float, like a huge ship, sustaining so many casks of lime, and thousands of bricks, and such heaps of iron ore, with wheelbarrows aboard, and that, when we stepped on it, it did not yield to the pressure of our feet. It gave us confidence in the prevalence of the law of buoyancy, and we imagined to what infinite uses it might be put. The men appeared to lead a kind of life on it, and it was whispered that they slept aboard. Some affirmed that it carried sail, and that such winds blew here as filled the sails of vessels on the ocean, which again others much doubted. They had been seen to sail across our Fair Haven Bay by lucky fishers who were out, but unfortunately others were not there to see. We might then say that our river was navigable, why not? In after years I read in print, with no little satisfaction, that it was thought by some that, with a little expense in removing rocks and deepening the channel, there might be a profitable inland navigation. I then lived somewhere to tell of. Such is commerce, which shakes the coconut and breadfruit tree in the remotest isle, and sooner or later dawns on the duskiest and most simple-minded savage. If we may be pardoned the digression, who can help being affected at the thought of the very fine and slight, but positive relation, in which the savage inhabitants of some remote isle stand to the mysterious white mariner, the child of the sun, as if we were to have dealings with an animal higher in the scale of being than ourselves. It is a barely recognized fact to the natives that he exists, and has his home far away somewhere, and is glad to buy their fresh fruits with his superfluous commodities. Under the same Catholic sun glances his white ship over Pacific waves into their smooth bays, and the poor savage's paddle gleams in the air. Man's little acts are grand, beheld from land to land, there as they lie in time, within their native clim ships with the noontide way, and glide before its ray to some retired bay, their haunt, whence, under tropic sun, again they run, bearing gum Senegal and Tragicant. For this was ocean meant, for this the sun was sent, and moon was lent, and winds in distant caverns pent. Since our voyage the railroad on the bank has been extended, and there is now but little boating on the Merrimack. All kinds of produce and stores were formerly conveyed by water, but now nothing is carried up the stream, and almost wood and bricks alone are carried down, and these are also carried on the railroad. The locks are fast wearing out, and will soon be impassable, since the tolls will not pay the expense of repairing them, and so in a few years there will be an end of boating on this river. The boating at present is principally between Merrimack and Lowell, or Hooksett and Manchester. They make 2 or 3 trips in a week, according to wind and weather, from Merrimack to Lowell and back, about 25 miles each way. The boatman comes singing into shore late at night, and moors his empty boat, and gets his supper and lodging in some house near at hand, and again early in the morning, by starlight perhaps, he pushes away upstream, and, by a shout, or the fragment of a song, gives notice of his approach to the lockman, with whom he is to take his breakfast. If he gets up to his woodpile before noon, he proceeds to load his boat, with the help of his single hand, and is on his way down again before night. When he gets to Lowell, he unloads his boat, and gets his receipt for his cargo, and, having heard the news at the public house at Middlesex or elsewhere, goes back with his empty boat and his receipt in his pocket to the owner, and to get a new load. We were frequently advertised of their approach by some faint sound behind us, and looking round saw them a mile off, creeping stealthily up the side of the stream like alligators. It was pleasant to hail these sailors of the Merrimack from time to time, and learn the news which circulated with them. We imagined that the sun shining on their bare heads had stamped a liberal and public character on their most private thoughts. The open and sunny interval still stretched away from the river, sometimes by 2 or more terraces, to the distant hill country, and when we climbed the bank we commonly found an irregular copsewood skirting the river, the primitive having floated downstream long ago to the King's Navy. Sometimes we saw the river road a quarter or half a mile distant, and the parti-coloured Concord stage, with its cloud of dust, its van of earnest travelling faces, and its rear of dusty trunks, reminding us that the country had its places of rendezvous for restless Yankee men. There dwelt along at considerable distances on this interval a quiet agricultural and pastoral people, with every house its well, as we sometimes proved, and every household, though never so still and remote it appeared in the noontide, its dinner about these times. There they lived on, those New England people, farmer lives, father and grandfather and great-grandfather, on and on without noise, keeping up tradition, and expecting, beside fair weather and abundant harvests, we did not learn what. They were contented to live, since it was so contrived for them, and where their lines had fallen. Our uninquiring corpses lie more low than our life's curiosity doth go. Yet these men had no need to travel to be as wise as Solomon in all his glory, so similar are the lives of men in all countries, and fraught with the same homely experiences. One half the world knows how the other half lives. About noon we passed a small village in Merrimack at Thornton's Ferry, and tasted of the waters of Natticook Brook on the same side, where French and his companions, whose grave we saw in Dunstable, were ambuscaded by the Indians. The humble village of Litchfield, with its steepleless meeting house, stood on the opposite or east bank, near where a dense grove of willows backed by maples skirted the shore. There also we noticed some shagbark trees, which, as they do not grow in Concord, were as strange a sight to us as the palm would be, whose fruit only we have seen. Our course now curved gracefully to the north, leaving a low, flat shore on the Merrimack side, which forms a sort of harbor for canal boats. We observed some fair elms and particularly large and handsome white maples standing conspicuously on this interval, and the opposite shore, a quarter of a mile below, was covered with young elms and maples 6 inches high, which had probably sprung from the seeds which had been washed across. Some carpenters were at work here mending a scow on the green and sloping bank. The strokes of their mallets echoed from shore to shore, and up and down the river, and their tools gleamed in the sun a quarter of a mile from us, and we realized that boat building was as ancient and honorable an art as agriculture, and that there might be a naval as well as a pastoral life. The whole history of commerce was made manifest in that scow turned bottom upward on the shore. Thus did men begin to go down upon the sea in ships, quaeric dius steterant in montibus altis, fluctibus ignotis in Sultavia carina, and keels which had long stood on high mountains careered insultingly, in Sultavia, over unknown waves. Ovid, Met. I 133. We thought that it would be well for the traveller to build his boat on the bank of a stream, instead of finding a ferry or a bridge. In the adventures of Henry the Fur Trader, it is pleasant to read that when with his Indians he reached the shore of Ontario, they consumed 2 days in making 2 canoes of the bark of the elm tree, in which to transport themselves to Fort Niagara. It is a worthy incident in a journey, a delay as good as much rapid traveling. A good share of our interest in Xenophon's story of his retreat is in the maneuvers to get the army safely over the rivers, whether on rafts of logs or faggots, or sheepskins blown up. And where could they better afford to tarry meanwhile than on the banks of a river? As we glided past at a distance, these outdoor workmen appeared to have added some dignity to their labor by its very publicness. It was a part of the industry of nature, like the work of hornets and mud wasps. The waves slowly beat, just to keep the noon sweet, and no sound is floated o'er, save the mallet on shore, which echoing on high seems a caulking the sky. The haze, the sun's dust of travel, had a Lethean influence on the land and its inhabitants, and all creatures resigned themselves to float upon the inappreciable tides of nature. Woof of the sun, ethereal gauze, woven of nature's richest stuffs, visible heat, air, water, and dry sea, last conquest of the eye, toil of the day displayed sun dust, aerial surf upon the shores of earth. Ethereal estuary, frith of light, breakers of air, billows of heat, fine summer spray on inland seas, bird of the sun, transparent winged owlet of noon, soft pinioned, from heath or stubble rising without song. Establish thy serenity o'er the fields, the routine which is in the sunshine and the finest days, as that which has conquered and prevailed, commends itself to us by its very antiquity and apparent solidity and necessity. Our weakness needs it, and our strength uses it. We cannot draw on our boots without bracing ourselves against it. If there were but one erect and solid standing tree in the woods, all creatures would go to rub against it and make sure of their footing. During the many hours which we spend in this waking sleep, the hand stands still on the face of the clock, and we grow like corn in the night. Men are as busy as the brooks or bees, and postpone everything to their business, as carpenters discuss politics between the strokes of the hammer while they are shingling a roof. This noontide was a fit occasion to make some pleasant harbor, and there read the journal of some voyager like ourselves, not too moral nor inquisitive, and which would not disturb the noon, or else some old classic, the very flower of all reading, which we had postponed to such a season of Syrian peace, immortal leisure. But, alas, our chest, like the cabin of a coaster, contained only its well-thumbed navigator for all literature, and we were obliged to draw on our memory for these things. We naturally remembered Alexander Henry's adventures here, as a sort of classic among books of American travel. It contains scenery and rough sketching of men and incidents enough to inspire poets for many years, and to my fancy is as full of sounding names as any page of history: Lake Winnipeg, Hudson Bay, Ottawa, and portages innumerable, Chipeways, Gens de Tires, Les Piliers, the Weepers, with reminiscences of Hearne's journey, and the like, an immense and shaggy but sincere country, summer and winter, adorned with chains of lakes and rivers, covered with snows, with hemlocks, and fir trees. There is a naturalness, an unpretending and cold life in this traveller, as in a Canadian winter. What life was preserved through low temperatures and frontier dangers by firs within a stout heart. He has truth and moderation worthy of the father of history, which belong only to an intimate experience, and he does not defer too much to literature. The unlearned traveller may quote his single line from the poets with as good right as the scholar. He too may speak of the stars, for he sees them shoot perhaps when the astronomer does not. The good sense of this author is very conspicuous. He is a traveller who does not exaggerate, but writes for the information of his readers, for science, and for history. His story is told with as much good faith and directness as if it were a report to his brother traders, or the directors of the Hudson Bay Company, and is fitly dedicated to Sir Joseph Banks. It reads like the argument to a great poem on the primitive state of the country and its inhabitants, and the reader imagines what in each case, with the invocation of the muse, might be sung, and leaves off with suspended interest, as if the full account were to follow. In what school was this fur trader educated? He seems to travel the immense snowy country with such purpose only as the reader who accompanies him, and to the latter's imagination, it is, as it were, momentarily created to be the scene of his adventures. What is most interesting and valuable in it, however, is not the materials for the history of Pontiac, or Braddock, or the Northwest, which it furnishes, not the annals of the country, but the natural facts, or perennials, which are ever without date. When out of history the truth shall be extracted, it will have shed its dates like withered leaves. The Souhegan, or Crooked River, as some translate it, comes in from the west about 1.5 miles above Thornton's Ferry. Babujuk Brook empties into it near its mouth. There are said to be some of the finest water privileges in the country still unimproved on the former stream, at a short distance from the Merrimack. One spring morning, the 22nd of March, in the year 1677, an incident occurred on the banks of the river here, which is interesting to us as a slight memorial of an interview between two ancient tribes of men, one of which is now extinct, while the other, though it is still represented by a miserable remnant, has long since disappeared from its ancient hunting grounds. A Mr. James Parker, at Mr. Hinchman's farm near Merrimack wrote thus to the Honoured Governor and Council at Bosstown, Post Sagamore Wanalance it come this morning to inform me, and then went to Mr. Tyngs to inform him, that his son being on ye other side of Merrimack River over against Suhagan upon the 22 day of this instant, about 10 of the clock in the morning, he discovered 15 Indians on this side the river, which he supposed to be Mohawks by the respect. He called to them, they answered, but he could not understand the respect, and he having a canal there in the river, he went to break his canal that they might not have any use of it. In the meantime they shot about 30 guns at him, and he being much frighted fled, and come home forthwith to Nahamcock, Pawtucket Falls or Lowell, where the wigwams now stand. Penacooks and Mohawks. Ubig gentium sunt. In the year 1670, a Mohawk warrior scalped a Namkeek or else a Waimsit Indian maiden near where Lowell now stands. She, however, recovered. Even as late as 1685, John Hopkins, a Penacook Indian, who describes his grandfather as having lived at place called Malamake River, other name Shefnachacog and Panacog, that one river great many names wrote thus to the governor, May 15, 1685. Honor Governor my friend, you my friend I desire your worship and your power, because I hope you can do some great matters this one. I am poor and naked and I have no men at my place because I afraid always Mohawks he will kill me every day and night. If your worship when please pray help me you know let Mohawks kill me at my place at Malamake River called Panacog and Nachacog, I will submit your worship and your power. And now I want powder and such all munition shot and guns, because I have forth at my home and I plant there. This all Indian hand, but pray you do consider your humble servant, John Hopkins. Signed also by Simon D. Tagcombe, King Harry, Sam Linnis, Mr. Jorge Redunanutgus, John Oyamasimin, and 9 other Indians, with their marks against their names. But now, 154 years having elapsed since the date of this letter, we went unalarmed on our way without breaking our canal reading the New England Gazetteer, and seeing no traces of Mohawks on the banks. The Suhagan, though a rapid river, seemed today to have borrowed its character from the noon, where gleaming fields of haze meet the voyager's gaze, and above, the heated air seems to make a river there. The pines stand up with pride by the Suhagan's side, and the hemlock and the larch with their triumphal arch are waving o'er its march to the sea. No wind stirs its waves, but the spirits of the braves hovering o'er, whose antiquated graves its still water laves on the shore. With an Indian's stealthy tread it goes sleeping in its bed, without joy or grief, or the rustle of a leaf, without a ripple or a billow, or the sigh of a willow, from the Lindeboro hills to the Merrimack mills. With a louder din did its current begin, when melted the snow on the far mountain's brow, and the drops came together in that rainy weather. Experienced river, hast thou flowed forever? Suhagan soundeth old, but the half is not told. What names hast thou borne, in the ages far gone, when the Xanthus and Meander commenced to wander, ere the black bear haunted thy red forest floor, or nature had planted the pines by thy shore. During the heat of the day, we rested on a large island a mile above the mouth of this river, pastured by a herd of cattle, with steep banks and scattered elms and oaks, and a sufficient channel for canal boats on each side. When we made a fire to boil some rice for our dinner, the flames spreading amid the dry grass, and the smoke curling silently upward and casting grotesque shadows on the ground, seemed phenomena of the noon, and we fancied that we progressed up the stream without effort, and as naturally as the wind and tide went down, not outraging the calm days by unworthy bustle or impatience. The woods on the neighboring shore were alive with pigeons, which were moving south, looking for mast, but now, like ourselves, spending their noon in the shade. We could hear the slight, wiry, winnowing sound of their wings as they changed their roosts from time to time, and their gentle and tremulous cooing. They sojourned with us during the noontide, greater travellers far than we. You may frequently discover a single pair sitting upon the lower branches of the white pine in the depths of the wood, at this hour of the day, so silent and solitary, and with such a hermit-like appearance, as if they had never strayed beyond its skirts, while the acorn which was gathered in the forests of Maine is still undigested in their crops. We obtained one of these handsome birds, which lingered too long upon its perch, and plucked and broiled it here with some other game, to be carried along for our supper, for, beside the provisions which we carried with us, we depended mainly on the river and forest for our supply. It is true, it did not seem to be putting this bird to its right use to pluck off its feathers, and extract its entrails, and broil its carcass on the coals, but we heroically persevered, nevertheless, waiting for further information. The same regard for nature which excited our sympathy for her creatures nerved our hands to carry through what we had begun. For we would be honorable to the party we deserted, we would fulfill fate, and so at length, perhaps, detect the secret innocence of these incessant tragedies which Heaven allows. Too quick resolves do resolution wrong. What, part so soon to be divorced so long? Things to be done are long to be debated, Heaven is not daily, repentance is not dated. We are double-edged blades, and every time we whet our virtue the return stroke straps our vice. Where is the skillful swordsman who can give clean wounds, and not rip up his work with the other edge? Nature herself has not provided the most graceful end for her creatures. What becomes of all these birds that people the air and forest for our solacement? The sparrows seem always chipper, never infirm. We do not see their bodies lie about. Yet there is a tragedy at the end of each one of their lives. They must perish miserably, not one of them is translated. True, not a sparrow falleth to the ground without our Heavenly Father's knowledge, but they do fall, nevertheless. The carcasses of some poor squirrels, however, the same that frisked so merrily in the morning, which we had skinned and embroiled for our dinner, we abandoned in disgust, with tardy humanity, as too wretched a resource for any but starving men. It was to perpetuate the practice of a barbarous era. If they had been larger, our crime had been less. Their small red bodies, little bundles of red tissue, mere gobbets of venison, would not have fattened fire. With a sudden impulse we threw them away, and washed our hands, and boiled some rice for our dinner. Behold the difference between the one who eateth flesh, and him to whom it belonged. The first hath a momentary enjoyment, whilst the latter is deprived of existence. Who would commit so great a crime against a poor animal, who is fed only by the herbs which grow wild in the woods, and whose belly is burnt up with hunger? We remembered a picture of mankind in the hunter age, chasing hares down the mountains. O me miserable! Yet sheep and oxen are but larger squirrels, whose hides are saved and meat is salted, whose souls perchance are not so large in proportion to their bodies. There should always be some flowering and maturing of the fruits of nature in the cooking process. Some simple dishes recommend themselves to our imaginations as well as palates. In parched corn, for instance, there is a manifest sympathy between the bursting seed and the more perfect developments of vegetable life. It is a perfect flower with its petals, like the houstonia or anemone. On my warm hearth these cerealian blossoms expanded, here is the bank whereon they grew. Perhaps some such visible blessing would always attend the simple and wholesome repast. Here was that pleasant harbour which we had sighed for, where the weary voyager could read the journal of some other sailor, whose bark had ploughed, perchance, more famous and classic seas. At the tables of the gods, after feasting follow music and song. We will recline now under these island trees, and for our minstrel call on Anacreon. Nor has he ceased his charming song, for still that lyre, though he is dead, sleeps not in Hades. Simonides epigram on Anacreon. I lately met with an old volume from a London bookshop, containing the Greek minor poets, and it was a pleasure to read once more only the words, Orpheus, Linus, Muses, those faint poetic sounds and echoes of a name, dying away on the ears of us modern men, and those hardly more substantial sounds, Mimnermus, Ibycus, Alsus, Stesichorus, Menander. They lived not in vain. We can converse with these bodiless fames without reserve or personality. I know of no studies so composing as those of the classical scholar. When we have sat down to them, life seems as still and serene as if it were very far off, and I believe it is not habitually seen from any common platform so truly and unexaggerated as in the light of literature. In serene hours we contemplate the tour of the Greek and Latin authors with more pleasure than the traveller does the fairest scenery of Greece or Italy. Where shall we find a more refined society? That highway down from Homer and Hesiod to Horace and Juvenal is more attractive than the Appian. Reading the classics, or conversing with those old Greeks and Latins in their surviving works, is like walking amid the stars and constellations, a high and by way serene to travel. Indeed, the true scholar will be not a little of an astronomer in his habits. Distracting cares will not be allowed to obstruct the field of his vision, for the higher regions of literature, like astronomy, are above storm and darkness. But passing by these rumors of bards, Let us pause for a moment at the Tai'an poet. There is something strangely modern about him. He is very easily turned into English. Is it that our lyric poets have resounded but that lyre, which would sound only light subjects, and which Simonides tells us does not sleep in Hades? His odes are like gems of pure ivory. They possess an ethereal and evanescent beauty like summer evenings, which you must perceive with the flower of the mind, and show how slight a beauty could be expressed. You have to consider them as the stars of lesser magnitude, with the sight of the eye, and look aside from them to behold them. They charm us by their serenity and freedom from exaggeration and passion, and by a certain flower-like beauty, which does not propose itself, but must be approached and studied like a natural object. But perhaps their chief merit consists in the lightness and yet security of their tread. The young and tender stalk ne'er bends when they do walk. True, our nerves are never strung by them. It is too constantly the sound of the lyre, and never the note of the trumpet, but they are not gross, as has been presumed, but always elevated above the sensual. These are some of the best that have come down to us. On his lyre. I wish to sing the Atridae, and Ctmas I wish to sing, but my lyre sounds only love with its chords. Lately I changed the strings and all the lyre, and I began to sing the labors of Hercules, but my lyre resounded loves. Farewell, henceforth, for me, heroes. For my lyre sings only loves. To a swallow. Thou indeed, dear swallow, yearly going and coming, in summer weavest thy nest, and in winter goest disappearing either to Nile or to Memphis. But love always weaveth his nest in my heart. On a silver cup. Turning the silver, Vulcan, make for me, not indeed a panoply, for what are battles to me? But a hollow cup, as deep as thou canst, and make for me in it neither stars, nor wagons, nor sad Orion. What are the Pleiades to me? What the shining Boötes? Make vines for me, and clusters of grapes in it, and of gold Love and Bathyllus treading the grapes with the fair Lyoeus on himself. Thou singest the affairs of the bees, and he the battles of Troy, but I of my own defeats. No horse have wasted me, nor foot, nor ships, but a new and different host, from eyes smiting me. To a dove. Lovely dove, whence dost thou fly? Whence, running on air, dost thou waft and diffuse so many sweet ointments? Who art? What thy errand? Anacaeon sent me to a boy, to Bathyllus, who lately is ruler and tyrant of all. There has sold me for one little song, and I'm doing this service for Anacaeon. And now, as you see, I bear letters from him. And he says that directly he'll make me free, but though he release me, his slave I will tarry with him. For why should I fly over mountains and fields, and perch upon trees, eating some wild thing? Now indeed I eat bread, plucking it from the hands of Anacaeon himself, and he gives me to drink the wine which he tastes, and drinking, I dance, and shadow my master's face with my wings, and, going to rest, on the lyre itself I sleep. That is all, get thee gone. thou'st made me more talkative, man, than a crow. On love. Love walking swiftly, with Hyacinthine's staff, bade me to take a run with him, and hastening through swift torrents, and woody places, and over precipices, a water snake stung me. And my heart leaped up to my mouth, and I should have fainted, but Love, fanning my brows with his soft wings, said, Surely, thou art not able to love. On women. Nature has given horns to bulls, and hoofs to horses, swiftness to hares, to lions yawning teeth, to fishes swimming, to birds flight, to men wisdom. For woman she had nothing beside, what then does she give? Beauty, instead of all shields, instead of all spears, and she conquers even iron and fire, who is beautiful. On lovers. Horses have the mark of fire on their sides, and some have distinguished the Parthian men by their crests, so I, seeing lovers, know them at once, for they have a certain slight brand on their hearts. To a swallow. What dost thou wish me to do to thee, what, thou loquacious swallow? Dost thou wish me taking thee thy light pinions to clip? Or rather to pluck out thy tongue from within, as that Trias did? Why with thy notes in the dawn hast thou plundered Bathyllus from my beautiful dreams? To a colt. Thracian colt, why at me looking aslant with thy eyes, dost thou cruelly flee, and think that I know nothing wise? No, I could well put the bridle on thee, and holding the reins, turn round the bounds of the course. But now thou browsest the meads, and gambolling lightly dost play, for thou'st no skilful horseman mounted upon thy back. Cupid wounded. Love once among roses saw not a sleeping bee, but was stung, and being wounded in the finger of his hand, cried for pain. Running as well as flying to the beautiful Venus, I am killed, mother, said he, I am killed, and I die. A little serpent has stung me, winged, which they call a bee, the husbandman. And she said, if the sting of a bee afflicts you, how, think you, are they afflicted, love, whom you smite? Late in the afternoon, for we had lingered long on the island, we raised our sail for the first time, and for a short hour the southwest wind was our ally, but it did not please heaven to abet us along. With one sail raised we swept slowly up the eastern side of the stream, steering clear of the rocks, while, from the top of a hill which formed the opposite bank, some lumberers were rolling down timber to be rafted down the stream. We could see their axes and levers gleaming in the sun, and the logs came down with a dust and a rumbling sound, which was reverberated through the woods beyond us on our side, like the roar of artillery. But Zephyr soon took us out of sight and hearing of this commerce. Having passed Reed's Ferry, and another island called McGaw's Island, we reached some rapids called Moore's Falls, and entered on that section of the river, 9 miles in extent, converted, by law, into the Union Canal, comprehending in that space 6 distinct falls, at each of which, and at several intermediate places, work has been done. After passing Moore's Falls by means of locks, we again had recourse to our oars, and went merrily on our way, driving the small sandpiper from rock to rock before us, and sometimes rowing near enough to a cottage on the bank, though they were few and far between, to see the sunflowers, and the seed vessels of the poppy, like small goblets filled with the water of Lethe, before the door, but without disturbing the sluggish household behind. Thus we held on, sailing or dipping our way along with the paddle up this broad river, smooth and placid, flowing over concealed rocks, where we could see the pickerel lying low in the transparent water, eager to double some distant cape, to make some great bend as in the life of man, and see what new perspective would open, looking far into a new country, broad and serene, the cottages of settlers seen afar for the first time, yet with the moss of a century on their roofs, and the third or fourth generation in their shadows. Strange was it to consider how the sun and the summer, the buds of spring and the seared leaves of autumn, were related to these cabins along the shore, how all the rays which paint the landscape radiate from them, and the flight of the crow and the gyrations of the hawk have reference to their roofs. Still the ever-rich and fertile shores accompanied us, fringed with vines and alive with small birds and frisking squirrels, the edge of some farmer's field or widow's woodlot, or wilder, perchance, where the muskrat, the little medicine of the river, drags itself along stealthily over the alder leaves and mussel shells, and man and the memory of man are banished far. At length the unwearied, never sinking shore, still holding on without break, with its cool copses and serene pasture grounds, tempted us to disembark, and we adventurously landed on this remote coast, to survey it, without the knowledge of any human inhabitant probably to this day. But we still remember the gnarled and hospitable oaks which grew even there for our entertainment, and were no strangers to us, the lonely horse in his pasture, and the patient cows, whose path to the river, so judiciously chosen to overcome the difficulties of the way, we followed, and disturbed their ruminations in the shade, and, above all, the cool, free aspect of the wild apple trees, generously proffering their fruit to us, though still green and crude, the hard, round, glossy fruit, which, if not ripe, still was not poison, but New English too, brought hither its ancestors by ours once. These gentler trees imparted a half-civilized and twilight aspect to the otherwise barbarian land. Still farther on we scrambled up the rocky channel of a brook, which had long served nature for a sluice there, leaping like it from rock to rock through tangled woods, at the bottom of a ravine, which grew darker and darker, and more hoarse the murmurs of the stream, until we reached the ruins of a mill, where now the ivy grew, and the trout glanced through the crumbling flume, and there we imagined what had been the dreams and speculations of some early settler. But the waning day compelled us to embark once more, and redeem this wasted time with long and vigorous sweeps over the rippling stream. It was still wild and solitary, except that at intervals of a mile or two the roof of a cottage might be seen over the bank. This region, as we read, was once famous for the manufacture of straw bonnets of the Leghorn kind, of which it claims the invention in these parts, and occasionally some industrious damsel tripped down to the water's edge, to put her straw a soak, as it appeared, and stood a while to watch the retreating voyagers, and catch the fragment of a boat song which we had made, wafted over the water. Thus, perchance, the Indian hunter, many a lagging year agone, gliding o'er thy rippling waters, lowly hummed a natural song. Now the sun's behind the willows, now he gleams along the waves, faintly o'er the wearied billows come the spirits of the braves. Just before sundown we reached some more falls in the town of Bedford, where some stone masons were employed repairing the locks in a solitary part of the river. They were interested in our adventure, especially one young man of our own age, who inquired at first if we were bound up to Skeg, and when he had heard our story, and examined our outfit, asked us other questions, but temperately still, and always turning to his work again, though as if it were become his duty. It was plain that he would like to go with us, and, as he looked up the river, many a distant cape and wooded shore were reflected in his eye, as well as in his thoughts. When we were ready he left his work, and helped us through the locks with a sort of quiet enthusiasm, telling us that we were at Coos Falls, and we could still distinguish the strokes of his chisel for many sweeps after we had left him. We wished to camp this night on a large rock in the middle of the stream, just above these falls, but the want of fuel, and the difficulty of fixing our tent firmly, prevented us, so we made our bed on the mainland opposite, on the west bank, in the town of Bedford, in a retired place, as we supposed, there being no house in sight. Wednesday. Man is man's foe and destiny. Cotton. Early this morning, as we were rolling up our buffaloes and loading our boat amid the dew, while our embers were still smoking, the masons who worked at the locks, and whom we had seen crossing the river in their boat the evening before while we were examining the rock, came upon us as they were going to their work, and we found that we had pitched our tent directly in the path to their boat. This was the only time that we were observed on our camping ground. Thus, far from the beaten highways and the dust and din of travel, we beheld the country privately, yet freely, and at our leisure. Other roads do some violence to nature, and bring the traveler to stare at her, but the river steals into the scenery it traverses without intrusion, silently creating and adorning it, and is as free to come and go as the zephyr. As we shoved away from this rocky coast, before sunrise, the smaller bittern, the genius of the shore, was moping along its edge, or stood probing the mud for its food, with ever an eye on us, though so demurely at work, or else he ran along over the wet stones like a wrecker in his storm coat, looking out for wrecks of snails and cockles. Now away he goes, with a limping flight, uncertain where he will alight, until a rod of clear sand amid the alders invites his feet, and now our steady approach compels him to seek a new retreat. It is a bird of the oldest Thalesian school, and no doubt believes in the priority of water to the other elements, the relic of a twilight antediluvian age which yet inhabits these bright American rivers with us Yankees. There is something venerable in this melancholy and contemplative race of birds, which may have trodden the earth while it was yet in a slimy and imperfect state. Perchance their tracks too are still visible on the stones. It still lingers into our glaring summers, bravely supporting its fate without sympathy from man, as if it looked forward to some second advent of which he has no assurance. One wonders if, By its patient study by rocks and sandy capes, it has wrested the whole of her secret from nature yet. What a rich experience it must have gained, standing on one leg and looking out from its dull eye so long on sunshine and rain, moon and stars. What could it tell of stagnant pools and reeds and dank night fogs? It would be worth the while to look closely into the eye which has been open and seeing at such hours, and in such solitudes, its dull, yellowish, greenish eye. Methinks my own soul must be a bright invisible green. I have seen these birds stand by the half-dozen together in the shallower water along the shore, with their bills thrust into the mud at the bottom, probing for food, the whole head being concealed, while the neck and body formed an arch above the water. Cohas Brook, the outlet of Massabesic Pond, which last is 5 or 6 miles distant, and contains 1,500 acres, being the largest body of fresh water in Rockingham County, comes in near here from the east. Rowing between Manchester and Bedford, we passed, at an early hour, a ferry and some falls, called Gorf's Falls, the Indian Cohasset, where there is a small village, and a handsome green islet in the middle of the stream. From Bedford and Merrimack have been boated the bricks of which Lowell is made. About 20 years before, as they told us, one more, of Bedford, having clay on his farm, contracted to furnish 8 millions of bricks to the founders of that city within 2 years. He fulfilled his contract in 1 year, and since then bricks have been the principal export from these towns. The farmers found thus a market for their wood, and when they had brought a load to the kilns, they could cart a load of bricks to the shore, and so make a profitable day's work of it. Thus all parties were benefited. It was worth the while to see the place where Lowell was dug out. So likewise Manchester is being built of bricks made still higher up the river at Hooksett. There might be seen here on the bank of the Merrimack, near Gorf's Falls, in what is now the town of Bedford, famous for hops and for its fine domestic manufactures, some graves of the aborigines. The land still bears this scar here, and time is slowly crumbling the bones of the race. Yet, without fail, every spring, since they first fished and hunted here, the brown thrasher has heralded the morning from a birch or alder spray, and the undying race of reed birds still rustles through the withering grass. But these bones rustle not. These mouldering elements are slowly preparing for another metamorphosis, to serve new masters, and what was the Indian's will ere long be the white man's sinew. We learned that Bedford was not so famous for hops as formerly, since the price is fluctuating, and poles are now scarce. Yet if the traveler goes back a few miles from the river, the hop kilns will still excite his curiosity. There were few incidents in our voyage this forenoon, though the river was now more rocky and the falls more frequent than before. It was a pleasant change, after rowing incessantly for many hours, to lock ourselves through in some retired place, for commonly there was no lockman at hand, one sitting in the boat, while the other, sometimes with no little labor and heave-yoing, opened and shut the gates, waiting patiently to see the locks fill. We did not once use the wheels which we had provided. Taking advantage of the eddy, we were sometimes floated up to the locks almost in the face of the falls, and, by the same cause, any floating timber was carried round in a circle and repeatedly drawn into the rapids before it finally went down the stream. These old grey structures, with their quiet arms stretched over the river in the sun, appeared like natural objects in the scenery, and the kingfisher and sandpiper alighted on them as readily as on stakes or rocks. We rowed leisurely up the stream for several hours, until the sun had got high in the sky, our thoughts monotonously beating time to our oars. For outward variety there was only the river and the receding shores, a vista continually opening behind and closing before us, as we sat with our backs upstream, and, for inward, such thoughts as the muses grudgingly lent us. We were always passing some low, inviting shore, or some overhanging bank, on which, however, we never landed. Such near aspects had we of our life's scenery. It might be seen by what tenure men held the earth. The smallest stream is Mediterranean Sea, a smaller ocean creek within the land, where men may steer by their farm bounds and cottage lights. For my own part, but for the geographers, I should hardly have known how large a portion of our globe is water. My life has chiefly passed within so deep a cove. Yet I have sometimes ventured as far as to the mouth of my snug harbor. From an old ruined fort on Staten Island, I have loved to watch all day some vessel whose name I had read in the morning through the telegraph glass, when she first came upon the coast, and her hull heaved up and glistened in the sun, from the moment when the pilot and most adventurous newsboats met her, past the Hook, and up the narrow channel of the wide outer bay, till she was boarded by the health officer, and took her station at quarantine, or held on her unquestioned course to the wharves of New York. It was interesting, too, to watch the less adventurous newsman, who made his assault as the vessel swept through the Narrows, defying plague and quarantine law, and, fastening his little cockboat to her huge side, clambered up and disappeared in the cabin. And then I could imagine what momentous news was being imparted by the captain, which no American ear had ever heard, that Asia, Africa, Europe, were all sunk, for which at length he pays the price, and is seen descending the ship's side with his bundle of newspapers, but not where he first got up, for these arrivers do not stand still to gossip, and he hastes away with steady sweeps to dispose of his wares to the highest bidder, and we shall ere long read something startling, by the latest arrival, by the good ship. On Sunday I beheld, from some interior hill, the long procession of vessels getting to sea, reaching from the city wharves through the Narrows, and past the Hook, quite to the ocean stream, far as the eye could reach, with stately march and silken sails, all counting on lucky voyages, but each time some of the number, no doubt, destined to go to Davy's Locker, and never come on this coast again. And, again, in the evening of a pleasant day, it was my amusement to count the sails in sight. But as the setting sun continually brought more and more to light, still farther in the horizon, the last count always had the advantage, till, by the time the last rays streamed over the sea, I had doubled and trebled my first number, though I could no longer class them all under the several heads of ships, barks, brigs, schooners, and sloops, but most were faint generic vessels only. And then the temperate twilight light, perchance, revealed the floating home of some sailor whose thoughts were already alienated from this American coast, and directed towards the Europe of our dreams. I have stood upon the same hilltop when a thunder shower, rolling down from the Catskills and Highlands, passed over the island, deluging the land, and, when it had suddenly left us in sunshine, have seen it overtake successively, with its huge shadow and dark, descending wall of rain, the vessels in the bay. Their bright sails were suddenly drooping and dark, like the sides of barns, and they seemed to shrink before the storm, while still far beyond them on the sea, through this dark veil, gleamed the sunny sails of those vessels which the storm had not yet reached. And at midnight, when all around and overhead was darkness, I have seen a field of trembling, silvery light far out on the sea, the reflection of the moonlight from the ocean, as if beyond the precincts of our night, where the moon traversed a cloudless heaven, and sometimes a dark speck in its midst, where some fortunate vessel was pursuing its happy voyage by night. But to us river sailors the sun never rose out of ocean waves, but from some green coppice, and went down behind some dark mountain line. We, too, were but dwellers on the shore, like the bittern of the morning, and our pursuit, the wrecks of snails and cockles. Nevertheless, we were contented to know the better one fair particular shore. My life is like a stroll upon the beach, as near the ocean's edge as I can go, my tardy steps its waves sometimes o'erreach, sometimes I stay to let them overflow. My sole employment is, and scrupulous care, to place my gains beyond the reach of tides, each smoother pebble, and each shell more rare, which ocean kindly to my hand confides. I have but few companions on the shore, they scorn the strand who sail upon the sea, yet oft I think the ocean they've sailed o'er is deeper known upon the strand to me. The middle sea contains no crimson dulls, its deeper waves cast up no pearls to view, along the shore my hand is on its pulse, and I converse with many a shipwrecked crew. The small houses which were scattered along the river at intervals of a mile or more were commonly out of sight to us, but sometimes, when we rode near the shore, we heard the peevish note of a hen, or some slight domestic sound, which betrayed them. The lockmen's houses were particularly well placed, retired, and high, always at falls or rapids, and commanding the pleasantest reaches of the river, for it is generally wider and more lake-like just above a fall, and there they wait for boats. These humble dwellings, homely and sincere, in which a hearth was still the essential part, were more pleasing to our eyes than palaces or castles would have been. In the noon of these days, as we have said, we occasionally climbed the banks and approached these houses, to get a glass of water and make acquaintance with their inhabitants. High in the leafy bank, surrounded commonly by a small patch of corn and beans, squashes and melons, with sometimes a graceful hop yard on one side, and some running vine over the windows, they appeared like beehives set to gather honey for a summer. I have not read of any Arcadian life which surpasses the actual luxury and serenity of these New England dwellings. For the outward gilding, at least, the age is golden enough. As you approach the sunny doorway, awakening the echoes by your steps, still no sound from these barracks of repose, and you fear that the gentlest knock may seem rude to the Oriental dreamers. The door is opened, perchance, by some Yankee Hindu woman, whose small-voiced but sincere hospitality, out of the bottomless depths of a quiet nature, has traveled quite round to the opposite side, and fears only to obtrude its kindness. You step over the white-scoured floor to the bright dresser lightly, as if afraid to disturb the devotions of the household, for Oriental dynasties appear to have passed away since the dinner table was last spread here, and thence to the frequented curb, where you see your long-forgotten, unshaven face at the bottom, in juxtaposition with new-made butter and the trout in the well. Perhaps you would like some molasses and ginger, suggests the faint noon voice. Sometimes there sits the brother who follows the sea, the representative man, who knows only how far it is to the nearest port, no more distances, all the rest is sea and distant capes, patting the dog, or dandling the kitten in arms that were stretched by the cable and the oar, pulling against Boreas or the trade winds. He looks up at the stranger, half pleased, half astonished, with a mariner's eye, as if he were a dolphin within cast. If men will believe it, suaci bono norint, there are no more quiet temps, nor more poetic and Arcadian lives, than may be lived in these New England dwellings. We thought that the employment of their inhabitants by day would be to tend the flowers and herds, and at night, like the shepherds of old, to cluster and give names to the stars from the river banks. We passed a large and densely wooded island this forenoon, between Shorts and Griffith's Falls, the fairest which we had met with a handsome grove of elms at its head. If it had been evening we should have been glad to camp there. Not long after, one or two more were passed. The boatman told us that the current had recently made important changes here. An island always pleases my imagination, even the smallest, as a small continent and integral portion of the globe. I have a fancy for building my hut on one. Even a bare, grassy isle, which I can see entirely over at a glance, has some undefined and mysterious charm for me. There is commonly such a one at the junction of two rivers, whose currents bring down and deposit their respective sands in the eddy at their confluence, as it were the womb of a continent. By what a delicate and far-stretched contribution every island is made! What an enterprise of nature thus to lay the foundations of and to build up the future continent, of golden and silver sands and the ruins of forests, with ant-like industry. Pindar gives the following account of the origin of Thoreau, whence, in after times, Libyan Cyrene was settled by Battus. Triton, in the form of Eurypylus, presents a clod to Euphemus, one of the Argonauts, as they are about to return home. He knew of our haste, and immediately seizing a clod with his right hand, strove to give it as a chance stranger's gift. Nor did the hero disregard him, but leaping on the shore, stretching hand to hand, received the mystic clod. But I hear it sinking from the deck, go with the sea brine at evening, accompanying the watery sea. Often indeed I urged the careless menials to guard it, but their minds forgot. And now in this island the imperishable seed of spacious Libya is spilled before its hour. It is a beautiful fable, also related by Pindar, how Helios, or the sun, looked down into the sea one day, when perchance his rays were first reflected from some increasing glittering sandbar, and saw the fair and fruitful island of Rhodes springing up from the bottom, capable of feeding many men, and suitable for flocks, and at the nod of Zeus, the island sprang from the watery sea, and the genial father of penetrating beams, ruler of fire-breathing horses, has it. The shifting islands. Who would not be willing that his house should be undermined by such a foe? The inhabitant of an island can tell what currents formed the land which he cultivates, and his earth is still being created or destroyed. There before his door, perchance, still empties the stream which brought down the material of his farm ages before, and is still bringing it down or washing it away, the graceful, gentle robber. Not long after this we saw the Piscataqua, or sparkling water, emptying in on our left, and heard the falls of Muskeg above. Large quantities of lumber, as we read in the Gazetteer, were still annually floated down the Piscataqua to the Merrimack, and there are many fine mill privileges on it. Just above the mouth of this river we passed the artificial falls where the canals of the Manchester Manufacturing Company discharge themselves into the Merrimack. They are striking enough to have a name, and, with the scenery of a Bashpish, would be visited from far and near. The water falls 30 or 40 feet over 7 or 8 steep and narrow terraces of stone, probably to break its force, and is converted into one mass of foam. This canal water did not seem to be the worse for the wear, but foamed and fumed as purely, and boomed as savagely and impressively, as a mountain torrent, and, though it came from under a factory, we saw a rainbow here. These are now the Muskeg Falls, removed a mile downstream. But we did not tarry to examine them minutely, making haste to get past the village here collected, and out of hearing of the hammer which was laying the foundation of another low L on the banks. At the time of our voyage Manchester was a village of about 2,000 inhabitants, where we landed for a moment to get some cool water, and where an inhabitant told us that he was accustomed to go across the river into Goffstown for his water. But now, as I have been told, and indeed have witnessed, it contains 14,000 inhabitants. From a hill on the road between Goffstown and Hooksett, 4 miles distant, I have seen a thunder shower pass over, and the sun break out and shine on a city there, where I had landed 9 years before in the fields, and there was waving the flag of its museum, where the only perfect skeleton of a Greenland or river whale in the United States was to be seen. And I also read in its directory of a Manchester Athenaeum and Gallery of the Fine Arts. According to the Gazetteer, the descent of Muskeg Falls, which are the most considerable in the Merrimack, is 54 feet in half a mile. We locked ourselves through here with much ado, surmounting the successive watery steps of this river's staircase in the midst of a crowd of villagers, jumping into the canal to their amusement, to save our boat from upsetting, and consuming much river water in our service. Muskeg, or Namaskik, is said to mean great fishing place. It was hereabouts that the Sakemwanalancet resided. Tradition says that his tribe, when at war with the Mohawks, concealed their provisions in the cavities of the rocks in the upper part of these falls. The Indians, who hid their provisions in these holes, and affirmed that God had cut them out for that purpose, understood their origin and use better than the Royal Society, who in their transactions, in the last century, speaking of these very holes, declare that they seem plainly to be artificial. Similar potholes may be seen at the Stone Flume on this river, on the Ottawa, at Bellows Falls on the Connecticut, and in the limestone rock at Shelburne Falls on Deerfield River in Massachusetts, and more or less generally about all falls. Perhaps the most remarkable curiosity of this kind in New England is the well-known basin on the Pemigewasset, one of the headwaters of this river, 20 by 30 feet in extent and proportionably deep, with a smooth and rounded brim, and filled with a cold, pellucid, and greenish water. At Amaskeag the river is divided into many separate torrents and trickling rills by the rocks, and its volume is so much reduced by the drain of the canals that it does not fill its bed. There are many potholes here on a rocky island which the river washes over in high freshes. As at Shelburne Falls, where I first observed them, they are from 1 foot to 4 or 5 in diameter, and as many in depth, perfectly round and regular, with smooth and gracefully curved brims, like goblets. Their origin is apparent to the most careless observer. A stone which the current has washed down, meeting with obstacles, revolves as on a pivot where it lies, gradually sinking in the course of centuries deeper and deeper into the rock, and in new freshes receiving the aid of fresh stones, which are drawn into this trap and doomed to revolve there for an indefinite period, doing Sisyphus-like penance for stony sins, until they either wear out, or wear through the bottom of their prison, or else are released by some revolution of nature. There lie the stones of various sizes, from a pebble to a foot or 2 in diameter, some of which have rested from their labor only since the spring, and some higher up which have lain still and dry for ages. We noticed some here at least 16 feet above the present level of the water, while others are still revolving, and enjoy no respite at any season. In one instance, at Shelburne Falls, they have worn quite through the rock, so that a portion of the river leaks through in anticipation of the fall. Some of these potholes at Amaskeag, in a very hard brown stone, had an oblong, cylindrical stone of the same material loosely fitting them. 1. As much as 15 feet deep and 7 or 8 in diameter, which was worn quite through to the water, had a huge rock of the same material, smooth but of irregular form, lodged in it. Everywhere there were the rudiments or the wrecks of a dimple in the rock, the rocky shells of whirlpools. As if by force of example and sympathy after so many lessons, the rocks, the hardest material, had been endeavoring to whirl or flow into the forms of the most fluid. The finest workers in stone are not copper or steel tools, but the gentle touches of air and water working at their leisure with a liberal allowance of time. Not only have some of these basins been forming for countless ages, but others exist which must have been completed in a former geological period. In deepening the Pawtucket Canal, in 1822, the workmen came to ledges with potholes in them, where probably was once the bed of the river, and there are some, we are told, in the town of Canaan in this state, with the stones still in them, on the height of land between the Merrimack and Connecticut, and nearly 1,000 feet above these rivers, proving that the mountains and the rivers have changed places. There lie the stones which completed their revolutions perhaps before thoughts began to revolve in the brain of man. The periods of Hindu and Chinese history, though they reach back to the time when the race of mortals is confounded with the race of gods, are as nothing compared with the periods which these stones have inscribed. That which commenced a rock when time was young, shall conclude a pebble in the unequal contest. With such expense of time and natural forces are our very paving stones produced. They teach us lessons, these dumb workers. Verily there are sermons in stones, and books in the running streams. In these very holes the Indians hid their provisions, but now there is no bread, but only its old neighbor stones at the bottom. Who knows how many races they have served thus? By as simple a law, some accidental by-law, perchance, our system itself was made ready for its inhabitants. These, and such as these, must be our antiquities, for lack of human vestiges. The monuments of heroes and the temples of the gods which may once have stood on the banks of this river are now, at any rate, returned to dust and primitive soil. The murmur of unchronicled nations has died away along these shores, and once more Lowell and Manchester are on the trail of the Indian. The fact that Romans once inhabited her reflects no little dignity on nature herself, that from some particular hill the Roman once looked out on the sea. She need not be ashamed of the vestiges of her children. How gladly the antiquary informs us that their vessels penetrated into this frith, or up that river of some remote isle. Their military monuments still remain on the hills and under the sod of the valleys. The oft-repeated Roman story is written in still legible characters in every quarter of the Old World, and but today, perchance, a new coin is dug up whose inscription repeats and confirms their fame. Some Judea capta with a woman mourning under a palm tree, with silent argument and demonstration confirms the pages of history. Rome living was the world's sole ornament, and dead is now the world's sole monument. Asterisk 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 with her own weight down pressed now she lies, and by her heaps her hugeness testifies. If one doubts whether Grecian valor and patriotism are not a fiction of the poets, he may go to Athens and see still upon the walls of the Temple of Minerva the circular marks made by the shields taken from the enemy in the Persian War, which were suspended there. We have not far to seek for living and unquestionable evidence. The very dust takes shape and confirms some story which we had read. As Fuller said, commenting on the zeal of Camden, a broken urn is a whole evidence, or an old gate still surviving out of which the city is run out. When Solon endeavored to prove that Salamis had formerly belonged to the Athenians, and not to the Megarians, he caused the tombs to be opened, and showed that the inhabitants of Salamis turned the faces of their dead to the same side with the Athenians, but the Megarians to the opposite side. There they were to be interrogated. Some minds are as little logical or argumentative as nature. They can offer no reason or guess, but they exhibit the solemn and incontrovertible fact. If a historical question arises, they cause the tombs to be opened. Their silent and practical logic convinces the reason and the understanding at the same time. Of such sort is always the only pertinent question and the only satisfactory reply. Our own country furnishes antiquities as ancient and durable, and as useful, as any, rocks at least as well covered with lichens, and a soil which, if it is virgin, is but virgin mold, the very dust of nature. What if we cannot read Rome, or Greece, Etruria, or Carthage, or Egypt, or Babylon? On these are our cliffs bare. The lichen on the rocks is a rude and simple shield which beginning and imperfect nature suspended there. Still hangs her wrinkled trophy. And here too the poet's eye may still detect the brazen nails which fasten time's inscriptions, and if he has the gift, decipher them by this clue. The walls that fence our fields, as well as modern Rome, and not less the Parthenon itself, are all built of ruins. Here may be heard the din of rivers, and ancient winds which have long since lost their names sough through our woods, the first faint sounds of spring, older than the summer of Athenian glory, the titmouse lisping in the wood, the jay's scream, and bluebirds warble, and the hum of bees that fly about the laughing blossoms of Saloe. Here is the grey dawn for antiquity, and our tomorrow's future should be at least paulo post to theirs which we have put behind us. There are the red maple and birchen leaves, old runes which are not yet deciphered, catkins, pine cones, vines, oak leaves, and acorns, the very things themselves, and not their forms in stone, so much the more ancient and venerable. And even to the current summer there has come down tradition of a hoary-headed master of all art, who once filled every field and grove with statues and godlike architecture, of every design which Greece has lately copied, whose ruins are now mingled with the dust, and not one block remains upon another. The century sun and unwearied rain have wasted them, till not one fragment from that quarry now exists, and poets perchance will feign that God sent down the material from heaven. What though the traveller tell us of the ruins of Egypt? Are we so sick or idle, that we must sacrifice our America and today to some man's ill-remembered and indolent story? Karnak and Luxor are but names, or if their skeletons remain, still more desert sand, and at length a wave of the Mediterranean Sea are needed to wash away the filth that attaches to their grandeur. Karnak! Karnak! Here is Karnak for me. I behold the columns of a larger and purer temple. This is my Karnak, whose unmeasured dome shelters the measuring art and measurer's home. Behold these flowers, let us be up with time, not dreaming of 3,000 years ago, erect ourselves and let those columns lie, not stoop to raise a foil against the sky. Where is the spirit of that time but in this present day, perchance the present line? 3,000 years ago are not agone, they are still lingering in this summer morn, and Memnon's mother sprightly greets us now, wearing her youthful radiance on her brow. If Karnak's columns still stand on the plain, to enjoy our opportunities they remain. In these parts dwelled the famous Sachem Pacer Conaway, who was seen by Gookin at Pawtucket, when he was about 120 years old. He was reputed a wise man and a powwow, and restrained his people from going to war with the English. They believed that he could make water burn, rocks move, and trees dance, and metamorphose himself into a flaming man, that in winter he could raise a green leaf out of the ashes of a dry one, and produce a living snake from the skin of a dead one, and many similar miracles. In 1660, according to Gookin, at a great feast and dance, he made his farewell speech to his people, in which he said, that as he was not likely to see them met together again, he would leave them this word of advice, to take heed how they quarrelled with their English neighbours, for though they might do them much mischief at first, it would prove the means of their own destruction. He himself, he said, had been as much an enemy to the English at their first coming as any, and had used all his arts to destroy them, or at least to prevent their settlement, but could by no means effect it. Gookin thought that he possibly might have such a kind of spirit upon him as was upon Balaam, who in 23 Numbers 23 said, surely there is no enchantment against Jacob, neither is there any divination against Israel. His son Wanalansit carefully followed his advice, and when Philip's war broke out, he withdrew his followers to Penacook, now Concord in New Hampshire, from the scene of the war. On his return afterwards, he visited the minister of Chelmsford, and, as is stated in the history of that town, wished to know whether Chelmsford had suffered much during the war, and being informed that it had not, and that God should be thanked for it, Wanalansit replied, "Me next." Manchester was the residence of John Stark, a hero of 2 wars, and survivor of a third, and at his death the last but one of the American generals of the Revolution. He was born in the adjoining town of Londonderry, then Nutfield, in 1728. As early as 1752, he was taken prisoner by the Indians while hunting in the wilderness near Baker's River. He performed notable service as a captain of Rangers in the French War, commanded a regiment of the New Hampshire militia at the Battle of Bunker Hill, and fought and won the Battle of Bennington in 1777. He was past service in the last war, and died here in 1822, at the age of 94. His monument stands upon the second bank of the river, about 1.5 miles above the falls, and commands a prospect several miles up and down the Merrimack. It suggested how much more impressive in the landscape is the tomb of a hero than the dwellings of the inglorious living. Who is most dead, a hero by whose monument you stand, or his descendants of whom you have never heard? The graves of Pacer Conaway and Wanalansit are marked by no monument on the bank of their native river. Every town which we passed, if we may believe the gazetteer, had been the residence of some great man. But though we knocked at many doors, and even made particular inquiries, we could not find that there were any now living. Under the head of Lichfield we read, "The Honourable Wisman Clarget closed his life in this town." According to another, he was a classical scholar, a good lawyer, a wit, and a poet. We saw his old grey house just below Greatness Enkeek Brook. Under the head of Merrimack, Honorable Matthew Thornton, one of the signers of the Declaration of American Independence, resided many years in this town. His house too we saw from the river. Dr. Jonathan Gove, a man distinguished for his urbanity, his talents and professional skill, resided in this town, Goffstown. He was one of the oldest practitioners of medicine in the county. He was many years an active member of the legislature. Honorable Robert Means, who died the 24th of January, 1823, at the age of 80, was for a long period a resident in Amherst. He was a native of Ireland. In 1764 he came to this country, where, by his industry and application to business, he acquired a large property, and great respect. William Stinson, one of the first settlers of Dunbarton, born in Ireland, came to Londonderry with his father. He was much respected and was a useful man. James Rogers was from Ireland, and father to Major Robert Rogers. He was shot in the woods, being mistaken for a bear. Reverend Matthew Clark, second minister of Londonderry, was a native of Ireland, who had in early life been an officer in the army, and distinguished himself in the defence of the city of Londonderry, when besieged by the army of King James II. AD 1688–9. He afterwards relinquished a military life for the clerical profession. He possessed a strong mind, marked by a considerable degree of eccentricity. He died the 25th of January, 1735, and was borne to the grave, at his particular request, by his former companions in arms, of whom there were a considerable number among the early settlers of this town. Several of them had been made free from taxes throughout the British dominions by King William, for their bravery in that memorable siege. Colonel George Reed and Captain David M. Clary, also citizens of Londonderry, were distinguished and brave officers. Major Andrew M. Clary, a native of this town, Epsom, fell at the Battle of Breed's Hill. Many of these heroes, like the illustrious Roman, were ploughing when the news of the massacre at Lexington arrived, and straightway left their ploughs in the furrow, and repaired to the scene of action. Some miles from where we now were, there once stood a guide-post on which were the words, 3 miles to Squire Macgaw's. But generally speaking, the land is now, at any rate, very barren of men, and we doubt if there are as many hundreds as we read of. It may be that we stood too near. Uncannonuke Mountain in Goffstown was visible from Amuskeag, 5 or 6 miles westward. It is the northeasternmost in the horizon, which we see from our native town, but seen from there is too ethereally blue to be the same which the like of us have ever climbed. Its name is said to mean the two breasts, there being two eminences some distance apart. The highest, which is about 1,400 feet above the sea, probably affords a more extensive view of the Merrimack Valley and the adjacent country than any other hill, though it is somewhat obstructed by woods. Only a few short reaches of the river are visible, but you can trace its course far downstream by the sandy tracts on its banks. A little south of Uncannonuke, about 60 years ago, as the story goes, an old woman who went out to gather penna oil, tripped her foot in the bale of a small brass kettle in the dead grass and bushes. Some say that flints and charcoal and some traces of a camp were also found. This kettle, holding about 4 quarts, is still preserved and used to dye thread in. It is supposed to have belonged to some old French or Indian hunter, who was killed in one of his hunting or scouting excursions, and so never returned to look after his kettle. But we were most interested to hear of the penna oil. It is soothing to be reminded that wild nature produces anything ready for the use of man. Men know that something is good. One says that it is yellow dock, another that it is bitter-sweet, another that it is slippery elm bark, burdock, catnip, calamint, elecampane, thoroughwort, or penna oil. A man may esteem himself happy when that which is his food is also his medicine. There is no kind of herb, but somebody or other says that it is good. I am very glad to hear it. It reminds me of the first chapter of Genesis. But how should they know that it is good? That is the mystery to me. I am always agreeably disappointed. It is incredible that they should have found it out. Since all things are good, men fail at last to distinguish which is the bane, and which the antidote. There are sure to be 2 prescriptions diametrically opposite. Stuff a cold and starve a cold are but 2 ways. They are the 2 practices both always in full blast. Yet you must take advice of the one school as if there was no other. In respect to religion and the healing art, all nations are still in a state of barbarism. In the most civilized countries the priest is still but a powwow, and the physician a great medicine. Consider the deference which is everywhere paid to a doctor's opinion. Nothing more strikingly betrays the credulity of mankind than medicine. Quackery is a thing universal, and universally successful. In this case it becomes literally true that no imposition is too great for the credulity of men. Priests and physicians should never look one another in the face. They have no common ground, nor is there any to mediate between them. When the one comes, the other goes. They could not come together without laughter, or a significant silence, for the one's profession is a satire on the other's, and either's success would be the other's failure. It is wonderful that the physician should ever die, and that the priest should ever live. Why is it that the priest is never called to consult with the physician? Is it because men believe practically that matter is independent of spirit? But what is quackery? It is commonly an attempt to cure the diseases of a man by addressing his body alone. There is need of a physician who shall minister to both soul and body at once, that is, to man. Now he falls between 2 souls. After passing through the locks, we had poled ourselves through the canal here, about half a mile in length, to the boatable part of the river. Above Muskegon the river spreads out into a lake reaching a mile or 2 without a bend. There were many canal boats here bound up to Hooksett, about 8 miles, and as they were going up empty with a fair wind, one boatman offered to take us in tow if we would wait. But when we came alongside, we found that they meant to take us on board, since otherwise we should clog their motions too much, but as our boat was too heavy to be lifted aboard, we pursued our way up the stream, as before, while the boatmen were at their dinner, and came to anchor at length under some alders on the opposite shore, where we could take our lunch. Though far on one side, every sound was wafted over to us from the opposite bank, and from the harbor of the canal, and we could see everything that passed. By and by came several canal boats, at intervals of 1/4 of a mile, standing up to hook set with a light breeze, and one by one disappeared round a point above. With their broad sails set, they moved slowly up the stream in the sluggish and fitful breeze, like one-winged antediluvian birds, and as if impelled by some mysterious counter-current. It was a grand motion, so slow and stately, this standing out as the phrase is, expressing the gradual and steady progress of a vessel, as if it were by mere rectitude and disposition, without shuffling. Their sails, which stood so still, were like chips cast into the current of the air to show which way it set. At length the boat which we had spoken came along, keeping the middle of the stream, and when within speaking distance the steersman called out ironically to say, that if we would come alongside now he would take us in tow, but not heeding his taunt, we still loitered in the shade till we had finished our lunch, and when the last boat had disappeared round the point with flapping sail, for the breeze had now sunk to a zephyr, with our own sails set, and plying our oars, we shot rapidly up the stream in pursuit, and as we glided close alongside, while they were vainly invoking Aeolus to their aid, we returned their compliment by proposing, if they would throw us a rope, to take them in tow, to which these Merrimack sailors had no suitable answer ready. Thus we gradually overtook and passed each boat in succession until we had the river to ourselves again. Our course this afternoon was between Manchester and Gorfstown. While we float here, far from that tributary stream on whose banks our friends and kindred dwell, our thoughts, like the stars, come out of their horizon still, for there circulates a finer blood than Lavoisier has discovered the laws of, the blood, not of kindred merely, but of kindness, whose pulse still beats at any distance and forever. True kindness is a pure divine affinity, not founded upon human consanguinity. It is a spirit, not a blood relation, superior to family and station. After years of vain familiarity, some distant gesture or unconscious behavior, which we remember, speaks to us with more emphasis than the wisest or kindest words. We are sometimes made aware of a kindness long past, and realize that there have been times when our friends' thoughts of us were of so pure and lofty a character that they passed over us like the winds of heaven unnoticed, when they treated us not as what we were, but as what we aspired to be. There has just reached us, it may be, the nobleness of some such silent behavior, not to be forgotten, not to be remembered, and we shudder to think how it fell on us cold, though in some true but tardy hour we endeavor to wipe off these scores. In my experience, persons, when they are made the subject of conversation, though with a friend, are commonly the most prosaic and trivial of facts. The universe seems bankrupt as soon as we begin to discuss the character of individuals. Our discourse all runs to slander, and our limits grow narrower as we advance. How is it that we are impelled to treat our old friends so ill when we obtain new ones? The housekeeper says, "I never had any new crockery in my life, but I began to break the old." I say, let us speak of mushrooms and forest trees rather. Yet we can sometimes afford to remember them in private. Lately, alas, I knew a gentle boy, whose features all were cast in virtue's mould, as one she had designed for beauty's toy, but after manned him for her own stronghold. On every side he open was as day, that you might see no lack of strength within, for walls and ports do only serve alway for a pretence to feebleness and sin. Say not that Caesar was victorious, with toil and strife who stormed the house of fame, in other sense this youth was glorious, himself a kingdom wheresoe'er he came. No strength went out to get him victory, when all was in come of its own accord, for where he went none other was to see, but all were parcel of their noble lord. He forayed like the subtile haze of summer, that stilly shows fresh landscapes to our eyes, and revolutions works without a murmur, or rustling of a leaf beneath the skies. So was I taken unawares by this, I quite forgot my homage to confess, yet now am forced to know, though hard it is, I might have loved him had I loved him less. Each moment as we nearer drew to each, a stern respect withheld us farther yet, so that we seemed beyond each other's reach, and less acquainted than when first we met. We two were one while we did sympathize, so could we not the simplest bargain drive, and what avails it now that we are wise, if absence doth this doubleness contrive? Eternity may not the chance repeat, but I must tread my single way alone, in sad remembrance that we once did meet, and know that bliss irrevocably gone. The spheres henceforth my elegy shall sing, for elegy has other subject none, each strain of music in my ears shall ring knell of departure from that other one. Make haste and celebrate my tragedy, with fitting strain resound ye woods and fields, sorrow is dearer in such case to me than all the joys other occasion yields. Is then too late the damage to repair? Distance, forsooth, from my weak grasp bereft the empty husk, and clutched the useless tare, but in my hands the wheat and kernel left. If I but love that virtue which he is, though it be scented in the morning air, still shall we be truest acquaintances, nor mortals know a sympathy more rare. Friendship is evanescent in every man's experience, and remembered like heat lightning in past summers. Fair and flitting like a summer cloud, there is always some vapor in the air, no matter how long the drought, there are even April showers. Surely from time to time, for its vestiges never depart, it floats through our atmosphere. It takes place, like vegetation in so many materials, because there is such a law, but always without permanent form, though ancient and familiar as the sun and moon, and as sure to come again. The heart is forever inexperienced. They silently gather as by magic, these never failing, never quite deceiving visions, like the bright and fleecy clouds in the calmest and clearest days. The friend is some fair floating isle of palms eluding the mariner in Pacific seas. Many are the dangers to be encountered, equinoctial gales and coral reefs, ere he may sail before the constant trades. But who would not sail through mutiny and storm, even over Atlantic waves, to reach the fabulous retreating shores of some continent man? The imagination still clings to the faintest tradition of the Atlantids. The smothered streams of love, which flow more bright than Phlegethon, more low, island us ever, like the sea, in an Atlantic mystery. Our fabled shores none ever reach, no mariner has found our beach, scarcely our mirage now is seen, and neighboring waves with floating green, yet still the oldest charts contain some dotted outline of our main. In ancient times midsummer days unto the western islands gaze, to Tenerife and the Azores, have shown our faint and cloud-like shores. But sink not yet, ye desolate isles, anon your coast with commerce smiles, and richer freights ye'll furnish far than Africa or Malabar. Be fair, be fertile evermore, ye rumoured but untrodden shore. Princes and monarchs will contend who first unto your land shall send, and pawn the jewels of the crown to call your distant soil their own. Columbus has sailed westward of these isles by the mariner's compass, but neither he nor his successors have found them. We are no nearer than Plato was. The earnest seeker and hopeful discoverer of this new world always haunts the outskirts of his time, and walks through the densest crowd uninterrupted, and as it were in a straight line. Sea and land are but his neighbors, and companions in his labors, who on the ocean's verge and firm land's end doth long and truly seek his friend. Many men dwell far inland, but he alone sits on the strand. Whether he ponders men or books, always still he seaward looks, marine news he ever reads, and the slightest glances heeds, feels the sea breeze on his cheek, at each word the landsmen speak, in every companion's eye a sailing vessel doth descry. In the ocean's sullen roar from some distant port he hears, of wrecks upon a distant shore, and the ventures of past years. Who does not walk on the plain as amid the columns of Tadmor of the desert? There is on the earth no institution which friendship has established, it is not taught by any religion, no scripture contains its maxims. It has no temple, nor even a solitary column. There goes a rumor that the earth is inhabited, but the shipwrecked mariner has not seen a footprint on the shore. The hunter has found only fragments of pottery and the monuments of inhabitants. However, our fates at least are social. Our courses do not diverge, but as the web of destiny is woven it is fulled, and we are cast more and more into the center. Men naturally, though feebly, seek this alliance, and their actions faintly foretell it. We are inclined to lay the chief stress on likeness and not on difference, and in foreign bodies we admit that there are many degrees of warmth below blood heat, but none of cold above it. Mencius says, if one loses a fowl or a dog, he knows well how to seek them again. If one loses the sentiments of his heart, he does not know how to seek them again. The duties of practical philosophy consist only in seeking after those sentiments of the heart which we have lost, that is all. One or two persons come to my house from time to time, there being proposed to them the faint possibility of intercourse. They are as full as they are silent, and wait for my pulchrum to stir the strings of their lyre. If they could ever come to the length of a sentence, or hear one, on that ground they are dreaming of. They speak faintly, and do not obtrude themselves. They have heard some news, which none, not even they themselves, can impart. It is a wealth they can bear about them which can be expended in various ways. What came they out to seek? No word is oftener on the lips of men than friendship, and indeed no thought is more familiar to their aspirations. All men are dreaming of it, and its drama, which is always a tragedy, is enacted daily. It is the secret of the universe. You may thread the town, you may wander the country, and none shall ever speak of it, yet thought is everywhere busy about it, and the idea of what is possible in this respect affects our behavior toward all new men and women, and a great many old ones. Nevertheless, I can remember only 2 or 3 essays on this subject in all literature. No wonder that the mythology, and Arabian Nights, and Shakespeare, and Scott's novels entertain us. We are poets and fablers and dramatists and novelists ourselves. We are continually acting a part in a more interesting drama than any written. We are dreaming that our friends are our friends, and that we are our friends' friends. Our actual friends are but distant relations of those to whom we are pledged. We never exchange more than 3 words with a friend in our lives on that level to which our thoughts and feelings almost habitually rise. One goes forth prepared to say, "Sweet friends," and the salutation is, "Damn your eyes." But never mind, faint heart never won true friend. O my friend, may it come to pass once, that when you are my friend I may be yours. Of what use the friendliest dispositions even, if there are no hours given to friendship, if it is forever postponed to unimportant duties and relations? Friendship is first, friendship last. But it is equally impossible to forget our friends, and to make them answer to our ideal. When they say farewell, then indeed we begin to keep them company. How often we find ourselves turning our backs on our actual friends, that we may go and meet their ideal cousins. I would that I were worthy to be any man's friend. What is commonly honored with the name of friendship is no very profound or powerful instinct. Men do not, after all, love their friends greatly. I do not often see the farmers made seers and wise to the verge of insanity by their friendship for one another. They are not often transfigured and translated by love in each other's presence. I do not observe them purified, refined, and elevated by the love of a man. If one abates a little the price of his wood, or gives a neighbor his vote at town meeting, or a barrel of apples, or lends him his wagon frequently, it is esteemed a rare instance of friendship. Nor do the farmers' wives lead lives consecrated to friendship. I do not see the pair of farmer friends of either sex prepared to stand against the world. There are only 2 or 3 couples in history. To say that a man is your friend, means commonly no more than this, that he is not your enemy. Most contemplate only what would be the accidental and trifling advantages of friendship, as that the friend can assist in time of need, by his substance, or his influence, or his counsel, but he who foresees such advantages in this relation proves himself blind to its real advantage, or indeed wholly inexperienced in the relation itself. Such services are particular and menial, compared with the perpetual and all-embracing service which it is. Even the utmost goodwill and harmony and practical kindness are not sufficient for friendship, for friends do not live in harmony merely, as some say, but in melody. We do not wish for friends to feed and clothe our bodies, neighbors are kind enough for that, but to do the like office to our spirits. For this few are rich enough, however well disposed they may be. For the most part we stupidly confound one man with another. The dull distinguish only races or nations, or at most classes, but the wise man, individuals. To his friend a man's peculiar character appears in every feature and in every action, and it is thus drawn out and improved by him. Think of the importance of friendship in the education of men. He that hath love and judgment too, sees more than any other do. It will make a man honest, it will make him a hero, it will make him a saint. It is the state of the just dealing with the just, the magnanimous with the magnanimous, the sincere with the sincere, man with man. And it is well said by another poet, why love among the virtues is not known, is that love is them all contract in one. All the abuses which are the object of reform with the philanthropist, the statesman, and the housekeeper are unconsciously amended in the intercourse of friends. A friend is one who incessantly pays us the compliment of expecting from us all the virtues, and who can appreciate them in us. It takes two to speak the truth, one to speak, and another to hear. How can one treat with magnanimity mere wood and stone? If we dealt only with the false and dishonest, we should at last forget how to speak truth. Only lovers know the value and magnanimity of truth, while traders prize a cheap honesty, and neighbors and acquaintance a cheap civility. In our daily intercourse with men, our nobler faculties are dormant and suffered to rust. None will pay us the compliment to expect nobleness from us. Though we have gold to give, they demand only copper. We ask our neighbor to suffer himself to be dealt with truly, sincerely, nobly, but he answers no by his deafness. He does not even hear this prayer. He says practically, I will be content if you treat me as no better than I should be as deceitful, mean, dishonest, and selfish. For the most part, we are contented so to deal and to be dealt with, and we do not think that for the mass of men there is any truer and nobler relation possible. A man may have good neighbors, so called, and acquaintances, and even companions, wife, parents, brothers, sisters, children, who meet himself and one another on this ground only. The state does not demand justice of its members, but thinks that it succeeds very well with the least degree of it, hardly more than rogues practice, and so do the neighborhood and the family. What is commonly called friendship even is only a little more honor among rogues. But sometimes we are said to love another, that is, to stand in a true relation to him, so that we give the best to, and receive the best from, him. between whom there is hearty truth, there is love, and in proportion to our truthfulness and confidence in one another, our lives are divine and miraculous, and answer to our ideal. There are passages of affection in our intercourse with mortal men and women, such as no prophecy had taught us to expect, which transcend our earthly life, and anticipate heaven for us. What is this love that may come right into the middle of a prosaic Gulfstown day, equal to any of the gods? That discovers a new world, fair and fresh and eternal, occupying the place of the old one, when to the common eye a dust has settled on the universe. Which world cannot else be reached, and does not exist. What other words, we may almost ask, are memorable and worthy to be repeated than those which love has inspired? It is wonderful that they were ever uttered. They are few and rare, indeed, but, like a strain of music, they are incessantly repeated and modulated by the memory. All other words crumble off with the stucco which overlays the heart. We should not dare to repeat these now aloud. We are not competent to hear them at all times. The books for young people say a great deal about the selection of friends. It is because they really have nothing to say about friends. They mean associates and confidants merely. Know that the contrariety of foe and friend proceeds from God. Friendship takes place between those who have an affinity for one another, and is a perfectly natural and inevitable result. No professions nor advances will avail. Even speech, at first, necessarily has nothing to do with it, but it follows after silence, as the buds in the graft do not put forth into leaves till long after the graft has taken. It is a drama in which the parties have no part to act. We are all Mussulman and fatalists in this respect. Impatient and uncertain lovers think that they must say or do something kind whenever they meet, they must never be cold. But they who are friends do not do what they think they must, but what they must. Even their friendship is to some extent but a sublime phenomenon to them. The true and not despairing friend will address his friend in some such terms as these. I never asked thy leave to let me love thee, I have a right. I love thee not as something private and personal, which is your own, but as something universal and worthy of love, which I have found. Oh, how I think of you! You are purely good, you are infinitely good. I can trust you forever. I did not think that humanity was so rich. Give me an opportunity to live. You are the fact in a fiction, you are the truth more strange and admirable than fiction. Consent only to be what you are. I alone will never stand in your way. This is what I would like, to be as intimate with you as our spirits are intimate, respecting you as I respect my ideal. Never to profane one another by word or action, even by a thought. Between us, if necessary, let there be no acquaintance. I have discovered you, how can you be concealed from me? The friend asks no return but that his friend will religiously accept and wear and not disgrace his apotheosis of him. They cherish each other's hopes. They are kind to each other's dreams. Though the poet says, 'tis the preeminence of friendship to impute excellence, yet we can never praise our friend, nor esteem him praiseworthy, nor let him think that he can please us by any behavior, or ever treat us well enough. That kindness which has so good a reputation elsewhere can least of all consist with this relation, and no such affront can be offered to a friend, as a conscious goodwill, a friendliness which is not a necessity of the friend's nature. The sexes are naturally most strongly attracted to one another, by constant constitutional differences, and are most commonly and surely the complements of each other. How natural and easy it is for man to secure the attention of woman to what interests himself. Men and women of equal culture, thrown together, are sure to be of a certain value to one another, more than men to men. There exists already a natural disinterestedness and liberality in such society, and I think that any man will more confidently carry his favorite books to read to some circle of intelligent women, than to one of his own sex. The visit of man to man is wont to be an interruption, but the sexes naturally expect one another. Yet friendship is no respecter of sex, and perhaps it is more rare between the sexes than between two of the same sex. Friendship is, at any rate, a relation of perfect equality. It cannot well spare any outward sign of equal obligation and advantage. The nobleman can never have a friend among his retainers, nor the king among his subjects. Not that the parties to it are in all respects equal, but they are equal in all that respects or affects their friendship. The one's love is exactly balanced and represented by the other's. Persons are only the vessels which contain the nectar, and the hydrostatic paradox is the symbol of love's law. It finds its level and rises to its fountainhead in all breasts, and its slenderest column balances the ocean. And love as well the shepherd can as can the mighty nobleman. The one sex is not, in this respect, more tender than the other. A hero's love is as delicate as a maiden's. Confucius said, "Never contract friendship with a man who is not better than thyself." It is the merit and preservation of friendship, that it takes place on a level higher than the actual characters of the parties would seem to warrant. The rays of light come to us in such a curve that every man whom we meet appears to be taller than he actually is. Such foundation has civility. My friend is that one whom I can associate with my choicest thought. I always assign to him a nobler employment in my absence than I ever find him engaged in, and I imagine that the hours which he devotes to me were snatched from a higher society. The sorest insult which I ever received from a friend was, when he behaved with the license which only long and cheap acquaintance allows to one's faults, in my presence, without shame, and still addressed me in friendly accents. Beware, lest thy friend learn at last to tolerate one frailty of thine, and so an obstacle be raised to the progress of thy love. There are times when we have had enough even of our friends, when we begin inevitably to profane one another, and must withdraw religiously into solitude and silence, the better to prepare ourselves for a loftier intimacy. Silence is the ambrosial night in the intercourse of friends, in which their sincerity is recruited and takes deeper root. Friendship is never established as an understood relation. Do you demand that I be less your friend that you may know it? Yet what right have I to think that another cherishes so rare a sentiment for me? It is a miracle which requires constant proofs. It is an exercise of the purest imagination and the rarest faith. It says by a silent but eloquent behavior, I will be so related to thee as thou canst imagine, even so thou mayest believe. I will spend truth, all my wealth on thee, and the friend responds silently through his nature and life, and treats his friend with the same divine courtesy. He knows us literally through thick and thin. He never asks for a sign of love, but can distinguish it by the features which it naturally wears. We never need to stand upon ceremony with him with regard to his visits. Wait not till I invite thee, but observe that I am glad to see thee when thou comest. It would be paying too dear for thy visit to ask for it. Where my friend lives there are all riches and every attraction, and no slight obstacle can keep me from him. Let me never have to tell thee what I have not to tell. Let our intercourse be wholly above ourselves, and draw us up to it. The language of friendship is not words, but meanings. It is an intelligence above language. One imagines endless conversations with his friend, in which the tongue shall be loosed, and thoughts be spoken without hesitancy or end, but the experience is commonly far otherwise. Acquaintances may come and go, and have a word ready for every occasion, but what puny word shall he utter whose very breath is thought and meaning? Suppose you go to bid farewell to your friend who is setting out on a journey, what other outward sign do you know than to shake his hand? Have you any palaver ready for him then? Any box of salve to commit to his pocket? Any particular message to send by him? Any statement which you had forgotten to make, as if you could forget anything? No, it is much that you take his hand and say farewell, that you could easily omit, so far custom has prevailed. It is even painful, if he is to go, that he should linger so long. If he must go, let him go quickly. Have you any last words? Alas, it is only the word of words, which you have so long sought and found not. You have not a first word yet. There are few even whom I should venture to call earnestly by their most proper names. A name pronounced is the recognition of the individual to whom it belongs. He who can pronounce my name aright, he can call me, and is entitled to my love and service. Yet reserve is the freedom and abandonment of lovers. It is the reserve of what is hostile or indifferent in their natures, to give place to what is kindred and harmonious. The violence of love is as much to be dreaded as that of hate. When it is durable it is serene and equable. Even its famous pains begin only with the ebb of love, for few are indeed lovers, though all would fain be. It is one proof of a man's fitness for friendship that he is able to do without that which is cheap and passionate. A true friendship is as wise as it is tender. The parties to it yield implicitly to the guidance of their love, and know no other law nor kindness. It is not extravagant and insane, but what it says is something established henceforth, and will bear to be stereotyped. It is a trill truth, it is better and fairer news, and no time will ever shame it, or prove it false. This is a plant which thrives best in a temperate zone, where summer and winter alternate with one another. The friend is a necessarius, and meets his friend on homely ground, not on carpets and cushions, but on the ground and on rocks they will sit, obeying the natural and primitive laws. They will meet without any outcry, and part without loud sorrow. Their relation implies such qualities as the warrior prizes, for it takes a valor to open the hearts of men as well as the gates of castles. It is not an idle sympathy and mutual consolation merely, but a heroic sympathy of aspiration and endeavor. When manhood shall be matched so that fear can take no place, then weary works make warriors each other to embrace. The friendship which Waywartum testified for Henry the fur trader, as described in the latter's adventures so almost bare and leafless, yet not blossomless nor fruitless, is remembered with satisfaction and security. The stern, imperturbable warrior, after fasting, solitude, and mortification of body, comes to the white man's lodge, and affirms that he is the white brother whom he saw in his dream, and adopts him henceforth. He buries the hatchet as it regards his friend, and they hunt and feast and make maple sugar together. Metals unite from flaccidity, birds and beasts from motives of convenience, fools from fear and stupidity, and just men at sight. If Waywartum would taste the white man's milk with his tribe, or take his bowl of human broth made of the trader's fellow countrymen, he first finds a place of safety for his friend, whom he has rescued from a similar fate. At length, after a long winter of undisturbed and happy intercourse in the family of the chieftain in the wilderness, hunting and fishing, they return in the spring to Michilimackinac to dispose of their furs, and it becomes necessary for Waywartum to take leave of his friend at the Isle Auxiliary Outards, when the latter, to avoid his enemies, proceeded to the Sault de Sainte Marie, supposing that they were to be separated for a short time only. "We now exchanged farewells," says Henry, with an emotion entirely reciprocal. "I did not quit the lodge without the most grateful sense of the many acts of goodness which I had experienced in it, nor without the sincerest respect for the virtues which I had witnessed among its members. All the family accompanied me to the beach, and the canoe had no sooner put off than Waywartum commenced an address to the Kitchi-Manito, beseeching him to take care of me, his brother, till we should next meet. We had proceeded to too great a distance to allow of our hearing his voice, before Waywartum had ceased to offer up his prayers. We never hear of him again. Friendship is not so kind as is imagined, it has not much human blood in it, but consists with a certain disregard for men and their erections, the Christian duties and humanities, while it purifies the air like electricity. There may be the sternest tragedy in the relation of two more than usually innocent and true to their highest instincts. We may call it an essentially heathenish intercourse, free and irresponsible in its nature, and practicing all the virtues gratuitously. It is not the highest sympathy merely, but a pure and lofty society, a fragmentary and godlike intercourse of ancient date, still kept up at intervals, which, remembering itself, does not hesitate to disregard the humbler rights and duties of humanity. It requires immaculate and godlike qualities full-grown, and exists at all only by condescension and anticipation of the remotest future. We love nothing which is merely good and not fair, if such a thing is possible. Nature puts some kind of blossom before every fruit, not simply a calyx behind it. When the friend comes out of his heathenism and superstition, and breaks his idols, being converted by the precepts of a newer testament, when he forgets his mythology, and treats his friend like a Christian, or as he can afford, then friendship ceases to be friendship, and becomes charity. That principle which established the almshouse is now beginning with its charity at home, and establishing an almshouse and pauper relations there. As for the number which this society admits, it is at any rate to be begun with one, the noblest and greatest that we know, and whether the world will ever carry it further, whether, as Chaucer affirms, there be mosterers in the skie than a pair, remains to be proved, and certain he is well begone among 1,000 that find death one. We shall not surrender ourselves heartily to any while we are conscious that another is more deserving of our love. Yet friendship does not stand for numbers. The friend does not count his friends on his fingers, they are not numberable. The more there are included by this bond, if they are indeed included, the rarer and diviner the quality of the love that binds them. I am ready to believe that as private and intimate a relation may exist by which three are embraced, as between two. Indeed, we cannot have too many friends. The virtue which we appreciate we to some extent appropriate, so that thus we are made at last more fit for every relation of life. A base friendship is of a narrowing and exclusive tendency, but a noble one is not exclusive. Its very superfluity and dispersed love is the humanity which sweetens society, and sympathizes with foreign nations, for though its foundations are private, it is, in effect, a public affair and a public advantage, and the friend, more than the father of a family, deserves well of the state. The only danger in friendship is that it will end. It is a delicate plant, though a native. The least unworthiness, even if it be unknown to one's self, vitiates it. Let the friend know that those faults which he observes in his friend his own faults attract. There is no rule more invariable than that we are paid for our suspicions by finding what we suspected. By our narrowness and prejudices we say, I will have so much and such of you, my friend, no more. Perhaps there are none charitable, none disinterested, none wise, noble, and heroic enough, for a true and lasting friendship. I sometimes hear my friends complain finely that I do not appreciate their fineness. I shall not tell them whether I do or not. As if they expected a vote of thanks for every fine thing which they uttered or did. Who knows but it was finely appreciated? It may be that your silence was the finest thing of the two. There are some things which a man never speaks of, which are much finer kept silent about. To the highest communications we only lend a silent ear. Our finest relations are not simply kept silent about, but buried under a positive depth of silence never to be revealed. It may be that we are not even yet acquainted. In human intercourse the tragedy begins, not when there is misunderstanding about words, but when silence is not understood. Then there can never be an explanation. What avails it that another loves you, if he does not understand you? Such love is a curse. What sort of companions are they who are presuming always that their silence is more expressive than yours? How foolish, and inconsiderate, and unjust, to conduct as if you were the only party aggrieved. Has not your friend always equal ground of complaint? No doubt my friends sometimes speak to me in vain, but they do not know what things I hear which they are not aware that they have spoken. I know that I have frequently disappointed them by not giving them words when they expected them, or such as they expected. Whenever I see my friend I speak to him, but the expecter, the man with the ears, is not he. They will complain too that you are hard. O ye that would have the coconut wrong side outwards, when next I weep I will let you know. They ask for words and deeds, when a true relation is word and deed. If they know not of these things, how can they be informed? We often forbear to confess our feelings, not from pride, but for fear that we could not continue to love the one who required us to give such proof of our affection. I know a woman who possesses a restless and intelligent mind, interested in her own culture, and earnest to enjoy the highest possible advantages, and I meet her with pleasure as a natural person who not a little provokes me, and I suppose is stimulated in turn by myself. Yet our acquaintance plainly does not attain to that degree of confidence and sentiment which women, which all, in fact, covet. I am glad to help her, as I am helped by her. I like very well to know her with a sort of stranger's privilege, and hesitate to visit her often, like her other friends. My nature pauses here, I do not well know why. Perhaps she does not make the highest demand on me, a religious demand. Some, with whose prejudices or peculiar bias I have no sympathy, yet inspire me with confidence, and I trust that they confide in me also as a religious heathen at least, a good Greek. I, too, have principles as well founded as their own. If this person could conceive that, without wilfulness, I associate with her as far as our destinies are coincident, as far as our good geniuses permit, and still value such intercourse, it would be a grateful assurance to me. I feel as if I appeared careless, indifferent, and without principle to her, not expecting more, and yet not content with less. If she could know that I make an infinite demand on myself, as well as on all others, she would see that this true though incomplete intercourse, is infinitely better than a more unreserved but falsely grounded one, without the principle of growth in it. For a companion, I require one who will make an equal demand on me with my own genius. Such a one will always be rightly tolerant. It is suicide, and corrupts good manners to welcome any less than this. I value and trust those who love and praise my aspiration rather than my performance. If you would not stop to look at me, but look whither I am looking, and farther, then my education could not dispense with your company. My love must be as free as is the eagle's wing, hovering o'er land and sea and everything. I must not dim my eye in thy saloon, I must not leave my sky and nightly moon. Be not the fowler's net which stays my flight, and craftily is set till you're the sight. But be the favouring gale that bears me on, and still doth fill my sail when thou art gone. I cannot leave my sky for thy caprice, true love would soar as high as heaven is. The eagle would not brook her mate thus won, who trained his eye to look beneath the sun. Few things are more difficult than to help a friend in matters which do not require the aid of friendship, but only a cheap and trivial service, if your friendship wants the basis of a thorough practical acquaintance. I stand in the friendliest relation, on social and spiritual grounds, to one who does not perceive what practical skill I have, but when he seeks my assistance in such matters, is wholly ignorant of that one with whom he deals, does not use my skill, which in such matters is much greater than his, but only my hands. I know another, who, on the contrary, is remarkable for his discrimination in this respect, who knows how to make use of the talents of others when he does not possess the same, knows when not to look after or oversee, and stops short at his man. It is a rare pleasure to serve him, which all laborers know. I am not a little pained by the other kind of treatment. It is as if, after the friendliest and most ennobling intercourse, your friend should use you as a hammer, and drive a nail with your head, all in good faith, notwithstanding that you are a tolerable carpenter, as well as his good friend, and would use a hammer cheerfully in his service. This want of perception is a defect which all the virtues of the heart cannot supply. The good how can we trust? Only the wise are just. The good we use, the wise we cannot choose. These there are none above, the good they know and love, but are not known again by those of lesser ken. They do not charm us with their eyes, but they transfix with their advice, no partial sympathy they feel, with private woe or private weal, but with the universe joy and sigh, whose knowledge is their sympathy. Confucius said, to contract ties of friendship with anyone, is to contract friendship with his virtue. There ought not to be any other motive in friendship. But men wish us to contract friendship with their vice also. I have a friend who wishes me to see that to be right which I know to be wrong. But if friendship is to rob me of my eyes, if it is to darken the day, I will have none of it. It should be expansive and inconceivably liberalizing in its effects. True friendship can afford true knowledge. It does not depend on darkness and ignorance. A want of discernment cannot be an ingredient in it. If I can see my friend's virtues more distinctly than another's, his faults too are made more conspicuous by contrast. We have not so good a right to hate any as our friend. Faults are not the less faults because they are invariably balanced by corresponding virtues, and for a fault there is no excuse, though it may appear greater than it is in many ways. I have never known one who could bear criticism, who could not be flattered, who would not bribe his judge, or was content that the truth should be loved always better than himself. If two travelers would go their way harmoniously together, the one must take as true and just a view of things as the other, else their path will not be strewn with roses. Yet you can travel profitably and pleasantly even with a blind man, if he practices common courtesy, and when you converse about the scenery will remember that he is blind but that you can see, and you will not forget that his sense of hearing is probably quickened by his want of sight. Otherwise you will not long keep company. A blind man, and a man in whose eyes there was no defect, were walking together, when they came to the edge of a precipice. "Take care, my friend," said the latter, "here is a steep precipice, go no farther this way." "I know better," said the other, and stepped off. It is impossible to say all that we think, even to our truest friend. We may bid him farewell forever sooner than complain, for our complaint is too well grounded to be uttered. There is not so good an understanding between any two, but the exposure by the one of a serious fault in the other will produce a misunderstanding in proportion to its heinousness. The constitutional differences which always exist, and are obstacles to a perfect friendship, are forever a forbidden theme to the lips of friends. They advise by their whole behavior. Nothing can reconcile them but love. They are fatally late when they undertake to explain and treat with one another like foes. Who will take an apology for a friend? They must apologize like dew and frost, which are off again with the sun, and which all men know in their hearts to be beneficent. The necessity itself for explanation, what explanation will atone for that? True love does not quarrel for slight reasons, such mistakes as mutual acquaintances can explain away, but, alas, however slight the apparent cause, only for adequate and fatal and everlasting reasons, which can never be set aside. Its quarrel, if there is any, is ever recurring, notwithstanding the beams of affection which invariably come to gild its tears, as the rainbow, however beautiful and unerring a sign, does not promise fair weather forever, but only for a season. I have known 2 or 3 persons pretty well, and yet I have never known advice to be of use but in trivial and transient matters. One may know what another does not, but the utmost kindness cannot impart what is requisite to make the advice useful. We must accept or refuse one another as we are. I could tame a hyena more easily than my friend. He is a material which no tool of mine will work. A naked savage will fell an oak with a firebrand, and wear a hatchet out of a rock by friction, but I cannot hew the smallest chip out of the character of my friend, either to beautify or deform it. The lover learns at last that there is no person quite transparent and trustworthy, but every one has a devil in him that is capable of any crime in the long run. Yet, as an Oriental philosopher has said, although friendship between good men is interrupted, their principles remain unaltered. The stalk of the lotus may be broken, and the fibers remain connected. Ignorance and bungling with love are better than wisdom and skill without. There may be courtesy, there may be even temper, and wit, and talent, and sparkling conversation, there may be goodwill even, and yet the humanest and divinest faculties pine for exercise. Our life without love is like coke and ashes. Men may be pure as alabaster and Parian marble, elegant as a Tuscan villa, sublime as Niagara, and yet if there is no milk mingled with the wine at their entertainments, better is the hospitality of Goths and Vandals. My friend is not of some other race or family of men, but flesh of my flesh, bone of my bone. He is my real brother. I see his nature groping yonder so like mine. We do not live far apart. Have not the fates associated us in many ways? It says, in the Vishnu Purana, 7 paces together is sufficient for the friendship of the virtuous, but thou and I have dwelled together. Is it of no significance that we have so long partaken of the same loaf, drank at the same fountain, breathed the same air summer and winter, felt the same heat and cold, that the same fruits have been pleased to refresh us both, and we have never had a thought of different fibre the one from the other? Nature doth have her dawn each day, but mine are far between. Content, I cry, forsooth to say, mine brightest are I ween. For when my sun doth deign to rise, though it be her noontide, her fairest field in shadow lies, nor can my light abide. Sometimes I bask me in her day, conversing with my mate, but if we interchange one ray, forthwith her heats abate. Through his discourse I climb and see, as from some eastern hill, a brighter morrow rise to me than lieth in her skill. As 't were 2 summer days in one, 2 Sundays come together, our rays united make one sun, with fairest summer weather. As surely as the sunset in my latest November shall translate me to the ethereal world, and remind me of the ruddy morning of youth, as surely as the last strain of music which falls on my decaying ear shall make age to be forgotten, or, in short, the manifold influences of nature survive during the term of our natural life, so surely my friend shall forever be my friend, and reflect a ray of God to me, and time shall foster and adorn and consecrate our friendship, no less than the ruins of temples. As I love nature, as I love singing birds, and gleaming stubble, and flowing rivers, and morning and evening, and summer and winter, I love thee, my friend. But all that can be said of friendship is like botany to flowers. How can the understanding take account of its friendliness? Even the death of friends will inspire us as much as their lives. They will leave consolation to the mourners, as the rich leave money to defray the expenses of their funerals, and their memories will be encrusted over with sublime and pleasing thoughts, as monuments of other men are overgrown with moss, for our friends have no place in the graveyard. This to our CIS Alpine and CIS Atlantic friends. Also this other word of entreaty and advice to the large and respectable nation of acquaintances, beyond the mountains, greeting. My most serene and irresponsible neighbors, let us see that we have the whole advantage of each other, we will be useful, at least, if not admirable, to one another. I know that the mountains which separate us are high, and covered with perpetual snow, but despair not. Improve the serene winter weather to scale them. If need be, soften the rocks with vinegar. for here lie the verdant plains of Italy ready to receive you. Nor shall I be slow on my side to penetrate to your Provence. Strike then boldly at head or heart or any vital part. Depend upon it, the timber is well seasoned and tough, and will bear rough usage, and if it should crack, there is plenty more where it came from. I am no piece of crockery that cannot be jostled against my neighbor without danger of being broken by the collision, and must needs ring false and jarringly to the end of my days, when once I am cracked, but rather one of the old-fashioned wooden trenchers, which one while stands at the head of the table, and at another is a milking stool, and at another a seat for children, and finally goes down to its grave not unadorned with honorable scars, and does not die till it is worn out. Nothing can shock a brave man but dullness. Think how many rebuffs every man has experienced in his day, perhaps has fallen into a horse pond, eaten freshwater clams, or worn one shirt for a week without washing. Indeed, you cannot receive a shock unless you have an electric affinity for that which shocks you. Use me, then, for I am useful in my way, and stand as one of many petitioners, from toadstool and henbane up to dahlia and violet, supplicating to be put to my use, if by any means ye may find me serviceable, whether for a medicated drink or bath, as balm and lavender, or for fragrance, as verbena and geranium, or for sight, as cactus, or for thoughts, as pansy. These humbler, at least, if not those higher uses. Ah, my dear strangers and enemies, I would not forget you. I can well afford to welcome you. Let me subscribe myself yours ever and truly, your much obliged servant. We have nothing to fear from our foes, God keeps a standing army for that service, but we have no ally against our friends, those ruthless Vandals. Once more to one and all, friends, Romans, countrymen, and lovers. Let such pure hate still underprop our love, that we may be each other's conscience, and have our sympathy mainly from thence. We'll one another treat like gods, and all the faith we have in virtue and in truth, bestow on either, and suspicion leave to gods below. Two solitary stars, unmeasured systems far between us roll, but by our conscious light we are determined to one pole. What need confound the sphere? Love can afford to wait, for it no hours too late that witnesseth one duty's end, or to another doth beginning lend. It will subserve no use, more than the tints of flowers, only the independent guest frequents its bowers, inherits its bequest. No speech though kind has it, but kinder silence doles unto its mates, by night consoles, by day congratulates. What saith the tongue to tongue? What heareth ear of ear? By the decrees of fate from year to year, does it communicate. Pathless the gulf of feeling yawns, no trivial bridge of words, or arch of boldest span, can leap the moat that girds the sincere man. No show of bolts and bars can keep the foeman out, or scape his secret mine who entered with the doubt that drew the line. No warder at the gate can let the friendly in, but, like the sun, o'er all he will the castle win, and shine along the wall. There's nothing in the world I know that can escape from love, for every depth it goes below, and every height above. It waits as waits the sky, until the clouds go by, yet shines serenely on with an eternal day, alike when they are gone, and when they stay. Implacable is love. Foes may be bought or teased from their hostile intent, but he goes unappeased who is on kindness bent. Having rowed 5 or 6 miles above a Muskeg before sunset, and reached a pleasant part of the river, one of us landed to look for a farmhouse, where we might replenish our stores, while the other remained cruising about the stream, and exploring the opposite shores to find a suitable harbor for the night. In the meanwhile the canal boats began to come round a point in our rear, poling their way along close to the shore, the breeze having quite died away. This time there was no offer of assistance, but one of the boatmen only called out to say, as the truest revenge for having been the losers in the race, that he had seen a wood duck, which we had scared up, sitting on a tall white pine, half a mile downstream, and he repeated the assertion several times, and seemed really chagrined at the apparent suspicion with which this information was received. But there sat the summer duck still, undisturbed by us. By and by the other voyager returned from his inland expedition, bringing one of the natives with him, a little flaxen-headed boy, with some tradition, or small addition, of Robinson Crusoe in his head, who had been charmed by the account of our adventures, and asked his father's leave to join us. He examined, at first from the top of the bank, our boat and furniture, with sparkling eyes, and wished himself already his own man. He was a lively and interesting boy, and we should have been glad to ship him, but Nathan was still his father's boy, and had not come to years of discretion. We had got a loaf of home-made bread, and musk and watermelons for dessert. For this farmer, a clever and well-disposed man, cultivated a large patch of melons for the Hooksett and Concord markets. He hospitably entertained us the next day, exhibiting his hop fields and kill and melon patch, warning us to step over the tight rope which surrounded the latter at a foot from the ground, while he pointed to a little bower at one corner, where it connected with the lock of a gun ranging with the line, and where, as he informed us, he sometimes sat in pleasant nights to defend his premises against thieves. We stepped high over the line, and sympathized with our host's on the whole quite human, if not humane, interest in the success of his experiment. That night especially thieves were to be expected, from rumors in the atmosphere, and the priming was not wet. He was a Methodist man, who had his dwelling between the river and Uncanoonuke Mountain, who there belonged, and stayed at home there, and by the encouragement of distant political organizations, and by his own tenacity, held a property in his melons, and continued to plant. We suggested melon seeds of new varieties and fruit of foreign flavor to be added to his stock. We had come away up here among the hills to learn the impartial and unbribable beneficence of nature. Strawberries and melons grow as well in one man's garden as another's, and the sun lodges as kindly under his hillside, when we had imagined that she inclined rather to some few earnest and faithful souls whom we know. We found a convenient harbor for our boat on the opposite or east shore, still in Hooksett, at the mouth of a small brook which emptied into the Merrimack, where it would be out of the way of any passing boat in the night, for they commonly hug the shore if bound upstream, either to avoid the current, or touch the bottom with their poles, and where it would be accessible without stepping on the clayey shore. We set one of our largest melons to cool in the still water among the alders at the mouth of this creek, but when our tent was pitched and ready, and we went to get it, it had floated out into the stream, and was nowhere to be seen. So taking the boat in the twilight, we went in pursuit of this property, and at length, after long straining of the eyes, its green disk was discovered far down the river, gently floating seaward with many twigs and leaves from the mountains that evening, and so perfectly balanced that it had not keeled at all, and no water had run in at the tap which had been taken out to hasten its cooling. As we sat on the bank eating our supper, the clear light of the western sky fell on the eastern trees, and was reflected in the water, and we enjoyed so serene an evening as left nothing to describe. For the most part we think that there are few degrees of sublimity, and that the highest is but little higher than that which we now behold, but we are always deceived. Sublimer visions appear, and the former pale and fade away. We are grateful when we are reminded by interior evidence of the permanence of universal laws, for our faith is but faintly remembered, indeed, is not a remembered assurance, but a use and enjoyment of knowledge. It is when we do not have to believe, but come into actual contact with truth, and are related to her in the most direct and intimate way. Waves of serener life pass over us from time to time, like flakes of sunlight over the fields in cloudy weather. In some happier moment, when more sap flows in the withered stalk of our life, Syria and India stretch away from our present as they do in history. All the events which make the annals of the nations are but the shadows of our private experiences. Suddenly and silently the eras which we call history awake and glimmer in us, and there is room for Alexander and Hannibal to march and conquer. In short, the history which we read is only a fainter memory of events which have happened in our own experience. Tradition is a more interrupted and feebler memory. This world is but canvas to our imaginations. I see men with infinite pains endeavoring to realize to their bodies, what I, with at least equal pains, would realize to my imagination, its capacities, for certainly there is a life of the mind above the wants of the body, and independent of it. Often the body is warmed, but the imagination is torpid, the body is fat, but the imagination is lean and shrunk. But what avails all other wealth if this is wanting? Imagination is the air of mind in which it lives and breathes. All things are as I am. Where is the house of change? The past is only so heroic as we see it. It is the canvas on which our idea of heroism is painted, and so, in one sense, the dim prospectus of our future field. Our circumstances answer to our expectations and the demand of our natures. I have noticed that if a man thinks that he needs $1,000, and cannot be convinced that he does not, he will commonly be found to have them. If he lives and thinks $1,000 will be forthcoming, though it be to buy shoestrings with. 1,000 mills will be just as slow to come to one who finds it equally hard to convince himself that he needs them. Men are by birth equal in this, that given themselves and their condition, they are even. I am astonished at the singular pertinacity and endurance of our lives. The miracle is, that what is, when it is so difficult, if not impossible, for anything else to be, that we walk on in our particular paths so far, before we fall on death and fate, merely because we must walk in some path, that every man can get a living, and so few can do anything more. So much only can I accomplish ere health and strength are gone, and yet this suffices. The bird now sits just out of gunshot. I am never rich in money, and I am never meanly poor. If debts are incurred, why, debts are in the course of events cancelled, as it were by the same law by which they were incurred. I heard that an engagement was entered into between a certain youth and a maiden, and then I heard that it was broken off, but I did not know the reason in either case. We are hedged about, we think, by accident and circumstance, now we creep as in a dream, and now again we run, as if there were a fate in it, and all things thwarted or assisted. I cannot change my clothes but when I do, and yet I do change them, and soil the new ones. It is wonderful that this gets done, when some admirable deeds which I could mention do not get done. Our particular lives seem of such fortune and confident strength and durability as piers of solid rock thrown forward into the tide of circumstance. When every other path would fail, with singular and unerring confidence we advance on our particular course. What risks we run! Famine and fire and pestilence, and the 1,000 forms of a cruel fate, and yet every man lives till he dies. How did he manage that? Is there no immediate danger? We wonder superfluously when we hear of a somnambulist walking a plank securely. We have walked a plank all our lives up to this particular string piece where we are. My life will wait for nobody, but is being matured still without delay, while I go about the streets, and chaffer with this man and that to secure it a living. It is as indifferent and easy meanwhile as a poor man's dog, and making acquaintance with its kind. It will cut its own channel like a mountain stream, and by the longest ridge is not kept from the sea at last. I have found all things thus far, persons and inanimate matter, elements and seasons, strangely adapted to my resources. No matter what imprudent haste in my career, I am permitted to be rash. Gulfs are bridged in a twinkling, as if some unseen baggage train carried pontoons for my convenience, and while from the heights I scan the tempting but unexplored Pacific Ocean of futurity, the ship is being carried over the mountains piecemeal on the backs of mules and llamas, whose keel shall plough its waves, and bear me to the Indies. Day would not dawn if it were not for the inward morning. Packed in my mind lie all the clothes which outward nature wears, and in its fashions hourly change it all things else repairs. In vain I look for change abroad, and can no difference find, till some new ray of peace uncalled illumes my inmost mind. What is it gilds the trees and clouds, and paints the heavens so gay, but yonder fast abiding light with its unchanging ray? Lo, when the sun streams through the wood, upon a winter's morn, where'er his silent beams intrude, the murky night is gone. How could the patient pine have known the morning breeze would come, or humble flowers anticipate the insect's noonday hum, till the new light with morning cheer from far streamed through the aisles, and nimbly told the forest trees for many stretching miles? I've heard within my inmost soul such cheerful morning news, in the horizon of my mind have seen such orient hues, as in the twilight of the dawn, when the first birds awake, are heard within some silent wood, where they the small twigs break, or in the eastern skies are seen, before the sun appears, the harbingers of summer heats which from afar he bears. Whole weeks and months of my summer life slide away in thin volumes like mist and smoke, till at length, some warm morning, perchance, I see a sheet of mist blown down the brook to the swamp, and I float as high above the fields with it. I can recall to mind the stillest summer hours, in which the grasshopper sings over the mulleins, and there is a valour in that time the bare memory of which is armour that can laugh at any blow of fortune. For our lifetime the strains of a harp are heard to swell and die alternately, and death is but the pause when the blast is recollecting itself. We lay awake a long while, listening to the murmurs of the brook, in the angle formed by whose bank with the river our tent was pitched, and there was a sort of human interest in its story, which ceases not in freshet or in drought the livelong summer, and the profound lapse of the river was quite drowned by its din. But the rill, whose silver sands and pebbles sing eternal ditties with the spring, is silenced by the first frosts of winter, while mightier streams, on whose bottom the sun never shines, clogged with sunken rocks and the ruins of forests, from whose surface comes up no murmur, are strangers to the icy fetters which bind fast 1,000 contributory rills. I dreamed this night of an event which had occurred long before. It was a difference with a friend, which had not ceased to give me pain, though I had no cause to blame myself. But in my dream ideal justice was at length done me for his suspicions, and I received that compensation which I had never obtained in my waking hours. I was unspeakably soothed and rejoiced, even after I awoke, because in dreams we never deceive ourselves, nor are deceived, and this seemed to have the authority of a final judgment. We bless and curse ourselves. Some dreams are divine, as well as some waking thoughts. Donne sings of one who dreamt devoutlier than most used to pray. Dreams are the touchstones of our characters. We are scarcely less afflicted when we remember some unworthiness in our conduct in a dream, than if it had been actual, and the intensity of our grief, which is our atonement, measures the degree by which this is separated from an actual unworthiness. For in dreams we but act a part which must have been learned and rehearsed in our waking hours, and no doubt could discover some waking consent thereto. If this meanness had not its foundation in us, why are we grieved at it? In dreams we see ourselves naked and acting out our real characters, even more clearly than we see others awake. But an unwavering and commanding virtue would compel even its most fantastic and faintest dreams to respect its ever-wakeful authority, as we are accustomed to say carelessly, we should never have dreamed of such a thing. Our truest life is when we are in dreams awake. And, more to lull him in his slumber soft, a trickling stream from high rock tumbling down, and ever drizzling rain upon the loft, mixed with a murmuring windy, much like the sound of swarming bees, did cast him in a swoon. No other noise, nor people's troublous cries, as still our wont to annoy the walled town, might there be heard, but careless quiet lies wrapped in eternal silence far from enemies. Thursday he trod the unplanted forest floor, whereon the all-seeing sun for ages hath not shone, where feeds the moose, and walks the surly bear, and up the tall mast runs the woodpecker. Asterisk 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 where darkness found him he lay glad at night, there the red morning touched him with its light. Asterisk 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 go where he will, the wise man is at home, his hearth the earth, his hall the azure dome, where his clear spirit leads him, there's his road, by God's own light illumined and foreshowed. Emerson. When we awoke this morning, we heard the faint, deliberate, and ominous sound of raindrops on our cotton roof. The rain had pattered all night, and now the whole country wept, the drops falling in the river, and on the alders, and in the pastures, and instead of any bow in the heavens, there was the trill of the hare-bird all the morning. The cheery faith of this little bird atoned for the silence of the whole woodland choir beside. When we first stepped abroad, a flock of sheep, led by their rams, came rushing down a ravine in our rear, with heedless haste and unreserved frisking, as if unobserved by man, from some higher pasture where they had spent the night, to taste the herbage by the riverside. But when their leaders caught sight of our white tent through the mist, struck with sudden astonishment, with their 4 feet braced, they sustained the rushing torrent in their rear, and the whole flock stood stock still, endeavoring to solve the mystery in their sheepish brains. At length, concluding that it boded no mischief to them, they spread themselves out quietly over the field. We learned afterward that we had pitched our tent on the very spot which a few summers before had been occupied by a party of Penobscots. We could see rising before us through the mist a dark conical eminence called Hookset Pinnacle, a landmark to boatmen, and also Uncanoonuke Mountain, broad off on the west side of the river. This was the limit of our voyage, for a few hours more in the rain would have taken us to the last of the locks, and our boat was too heavy to be dragged around the long and numerous rapids which would occur. On foot, however, we continued up along the bank, feeling our way with a stick through the showery and foggy day, and climbing over the slippery logs in our path with as much pleasure and buoyancy as in brightest sunshine, scenting the fragrance of the pines and the wet clay under our feet, and cheered by the tones of invisible waterfalls, with visions of toadstools, and wandering frogs, and festoons of moss hanging from the spruce trees, and thrushes flitting silent under the leaves, our road. Still holding together through that wettest of weather, like faith, while we confidently followed its lead. We managed to keep our thoughts dry, however, and only our clothes were wet. It was altogether a cloudy and drizzling day, with occasional brightenings in the mist, when the trill of the tree sparrow seemed to be ushering in sunny hours. Nothing that naturally happens to man can hurt him, earthquakes and thunderstorms not excepted, said a man of genius, who at this time lived a few miles farther on our road. When compelled by a shower to take shelter under a tree, we may improve that opportunity for a more minute inspection of some of nature's works. I have stood under a tree in the woods half a day at a time, during a heavy rain in the summer, and yet employed myself happily and profitably there, prying with microscopic eye into the crevices of the bark or the leaves or the fungi at my feet. Riches are the attendants of the miser, and the heavens rain plenteously upon the mountains. I can fancy that it would be a luxury to stand up to one's chin in some retired swamp a whole summer day, scenting the wild honeysuckle and bilberry blows, and lulled by the minstrelsy of gnats and mosquitoes. A day passed in the society of those Greek sages, such as described in the banquet of Xenophon, would not be comparable with the dry wit of decayed cranberry vines, and the fresh Attic salt of the moss beds. Say 12 hours of genial and familiar converse with the leopard frog, the sun to rise behind alder and dogwood, and climb buoyantly to his meridian of 2 hands' breadth, and finally sink to rest behind some bold western hummock. To hear the evening chant of the mosquito from 1,000 green chapels, and the bittern begin to boom from some concealed fort like a sunset gun, surely one may as profitably be soaked in the juices of a swamp for one day as pick his way dry-shod over sand. Cold and damp, are they not as rich experience as warmth and dryness? At present, the drops come trickling down the stubble while we lie drenched on a bed of withered wild oats, by the side of a bushy hill, and the gathering in of the clouds, with the last rush and dying breath of the wind, and then the regular dripping of twigs and leaves the country over, enhance the sense of inward comfort and sociableness. The birds draw closer and are more familiar under the thick foliage, seemingly composing new strains upon their roosts against the sunshine. What were the amusements of the drawing-room and the library in comparison, if we had them here? We should still sing as of old, my books I'd fain cast off, I cannot read. Twixt every page my thoughts go stray at large down in the meadow, where is richer feed, and will not mind to hit their proper targe. Plutarch was good, and so was Homer too. Our Shakespeare's life were rich to live again. What Plutarch read, that was not good nor true, nor Shakespeare's books, unless his books were men. Here while I lie beneath this walnut bough, what care I for the Greeks or for Troy town, if juster battles are enacted now between the ants upon this hummock's crown? Bid Homer wait till I the issue learn, if red or black the gods will favor most, or yonder Ajax will the phalanx turn, struggling to heave some rock against the host. Tell Shakespeare to attend some leisure hour, for now I've business with this drop of dew, and see you not, the clouds prepare a shower, I'll meet him shortly when the sky is blue. This bed of herd's grass and wild oats was spread last year with nicer skill than monarchs use, a clover tuft is pillow for my head, and violets quite overtop my shoes. And now the cordial clouds have shut all in, and gently swells the wind to say all's well. The scattered drops are falling fast and thin, some in the pool, some in the flower bell. I am well drenched upon my bed of oats, but see that globe come rolling down its stem now, like a lonely planet there it floats, and now it sinks into my garment's hem. Drip drip the trees for all the country round, and richness rare distills from every bough. The wind alone it is makes every sound, shaking down crystals on the leaves below. For shame the sun will never show himself, who could not with his beams melt me so, my dripping locks, they would become an elf, who in a beaded coat does gaily go. The pinnacle is a small wooded hill which rises very abruptly to the height of about 200 feet, near the shore at Hooksett Falls. As Uncanoonook Mountain is perhaps the best point from which to view the valley of the Merrimack, so this hill affords the best view of the river itself. I have sat upon its summit, a precipitous rock only a few rods long, in fairer weather, when the sun was setting and filling the river valley with a flood of light. You can see up and down the Merrimack several miles each way. The broad and straight river, full of light and life, with its sparkling and foaming falls, the islet which divides the stream, the village of Hooksett on the shore almost directly under your feet, so near that you can converse with its inhabitants or throw a stone into its yards, the woodland lake at its western base, and the mountains in the north and northeast, make a scene of rare beauty and completeness, which the traveler should take pains to behold. We were hospitably entertained in Concord, New Hampshire, which we persisted in calling New Concord, as we had been wont, to distinguish it from our native town, from which we had been told that it was named and in part originally settled. This would have been the proper place to conclude our voyage, uniting Concord with Concord by these meandering rivers, but our boat was moored some miles below its port. The richness of the intervals at Penacook, now Concord, New Hampshire, had been observed by explorers, and, according to the historian of Haverhill, in the year 1726, considerable progress was made in the settlement, and a road was cut through the wilderness from Haverhill to Penacook. In the fall of 1727, the first family, that of Captain Ebenezer Eastman, moved into the place. His team was driven by Jacob Shute, who was by birth a Frenchman, and he is said to have been the first person who drove a team through the wilderness. Soon after, says tradition, one a lad of 18, drove a team consisting of 10 yoke of oxen to Penacook, swam the river, and ploughed a portion of the interval. He is supposed to have been the first person who ploughed land in that place. After he had completed his work, he started on his return at sunrise, drowned a yoke of oxen while recrossing the river, and arrived at Haverhill about midnight. The crank of the first sawmill was manufactured in Haverhill, and carried to Penacook on a horse. But we found that the frontiers were not this way any longer. This generation has come into the world fatally late for some enterprises. Go where we will on the surface of things, men have been there before us. We cannot now have the pleasure of erecting the last house, that was long ago set up in the suburbs of Astoria City, and our boundaries have literally been run to the South Sea, according to the old patents. But the lives of men, though more extended laterally in their range, are still as shallow as ever. Undoubtedly, as a Western orator said, men generally live over about the same surface, some live long and narrow, and others live broad and short, but it is all superficial living. A worm is as good a traveler as a grasshopper or a cricket, and a much wiser settler. With all their activity, these do not hop away from drought nor forward to summer. We do not avoid evil by fleeing before it, but by rising above or diving below its plane, as the worm escapes drought and frost by boring a few inches deeper. The frontiers are not east or west, north or south, but wherever a man fronts a fact, though that fact be his neighbor, there is an unsettled wilderness between him and Canada, between him and the setting sun, or, farther still, between him and it. Let him build himself a log house with the bark on where he is, fronting it, and wage there an old French war for 7 or 70 years, with Indians and Rangers, or whatever else may come between him and the reality, and save his scalp if he can. We now no longer sailed or floated on the river, but trod the unyielding land like pilgrims. Sadie tells who may travel, among others, a common mechanic, who can earn a subsistence by the industry of his hand, and shall not have to stake his reputation for every morsel of bread, as philosophers have said. He may travel who can subsist on the wild fruits and game of the most cultivated country. A man may travel fast enough and earn his living on the road. I have at times been applied to do work when on a journey, to do tinkering and repair clocks, when I had a knapsack on my back. A man once applied to me to go into a factory, stating conditions and wages, observing that I succeeded in shutting the window of a railroad car in which we were traveling, when the other passengers had failed. Hast thou not heard of a Sufi, who was hammering some nails into the sole of his sandal? An officer of cavalry took him by the sleeve, saying, "Come along and shoe my horse." Farmers have asked me to assist them in haying, when I was passing their fields. A man once applied to me to mend his umbrella, taking me for an umbrella mender, because, being on a journey, I carried an umbrella in my hand while the sun shone. Another wished to buy a tin cup of me, observing that I had one strapped to my belt, and a saucer